Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, Shai Hasaikai, 2. Edited. POV Rio. Everyone was still looking at me with curiosity and confusion. Damn you. Nao Mesa was the one who handed me the envelope. Look at him. Why the hell are you looking at me for? Now I can't say these kinds of things openly. Nao Mesa must have understood that everyone in the room was interested in the contents of the envelope, which was now a pile of ashes. That was a small request from the police department to Rio. This doesn't involve anyone else, Nao Mesa said, even if they were interested, but most of them reluctantly let it go. Some of them, like Aizawa, even understood what the request was. After all, he had seen my handiwork firsthand. Now that I think of it, I wonder why they didn't invite All Might here. Is he somewhere else or something? After all, he didn't lose his powers this time. I wasn't able to hold myself back from asking this. From what I understand, this raid is very important, so why didn't you invite All Might? I asked. This seemed to bring everyone out of their thoughts. He is currently out of the country and we can't wait for him to come back with all this stuff being distributed everywhere. Aizawa decided to answer my question while pointing towards the quirk erasing bullets and triggers laying on the table. After that, the meeting carried on. A lot of boring stuff was discussed. Well, not exactly boring, they were making teams. Magneto, I think you should be in Lemillion and Deku, with Lemillion taking the lead, Naite said. No. No way in hell I would be in their team. No, I think I would be much better if I go on my own, or Rumi, since she would also go solo if she isn't paired up with me. I gave him my peace of mind. My words sent Naite into thoughts for a few seconds until he nodded his head. Fine, you and Mirko are on a team, Naite declared, making both me and Rumi happy. The rest of the teams were divided into their original squads like in the canon. I don't even understand why he wanted me on their team. Did he see any version of that future? The meeting continued for only a few minutes, confirming some minor details. The meeting was soon done with and we finally decided to move out. I walked towards Ryuko's squad because I finally found the right time to greet Momo. I saw the news last night. I am really proud of you, I told Momo while grabbing her hand. This made Nijire curious, as she is always a curious girl. Hey. Hey. Are you two a couple? Nijire asked in a cheery voice. Yes, both Momo and I answered her at the same time. Nijire then fired several questions, but surprisingly none of them were too personal. We answered some, but some questions we avoided. That made Nijire pout, but we just chuckled. Ryuko looked at us with interest in her eyes but didn't bother us. Finally, Nijire left us alone. I have an idea of what might the police requested of you, Momo said, and the way she was speaking I was sure that it wasn't a question. She was sure of it. Yes, so it's like that. Well, just stay safe out there, I said. Even if Momo knew everything about me and my mission and everything I did, I didn't know what to say to her now. She also understood that and gave me a gentle kiss. Don't worry about that, all long as you come back home completely fine. I don't care, Momo said while caressing my cheek. Damn, why does everyone keep raising flags? I ain't going on a war, for fuck's sake. Now, aren't you gonna introduce me to your partner? Momo spoke. I already knew that Rumi was already walking towards us. Since I got caught by Jiro while sneaking into the girls' dorm, I started using my sensing ability subconsciously. It tires me out a lot by the end of the day, but no one was going to surprise me as Jiro did. Rumi, meet Momo Yayorozu, my girlfriend. Well, one of my girlfriends, I told Rumi while whispering the last part so only Momo and Rumi could hear it. Myself, Rumi Usagiyama, or Rabbit Hero Mirko, as you already know. Glad to finally meet you. I have heard a lot about you from Rio. Rumi introduced herself to Momo in her usual manner. After some pleasantries, Rumi went on and greeted Ryuko. If someone told me a year ago that Mirko would take a partner, then I would have laughed at him, Ryuko said after greeting Rumi. Yes. I would have also done the same. I made a gamble and I won. Now let me introduce you to my partner, Rumi said and gestured towards me. Hello, my name is Itsuki Rio, I said while extending her hand towards Ryuko. She accepted my hand and shook it. You don't know, kid, but you are pretty famous among the heroes. Some jealous, some say that you should be charged with murder, but the majority of us respect you and I am among them. Still, being a student, you fought a supervillain and defeated him, Ryuko said. Well, I guess I have to get used to my celebrity status even though I don't want it. Now, I feel how Harry Potter must feel. We chatted for a few more minutes until our transport arrived. It was a public transport bus. I would have been much faster if I just flew to their location, but unfortunately, I can't do that. All of the heroes boarded the bus. I sat at the back along with Rumi. Momo was sitting along with Ryuko's squad. The police thought that the bus would not ring any bells in villains' heads, and I agree with it. It is actually really smart. We finally arrived in front of a large building. I knew this was it because we could already see that the police has already surrounded the building. The bus stopped right in front of the building. From what I remember, as soon as the door opens, the police were attacked by Rikiya Katsukame, a member of Group 8 Bullets. I already checked what I could use to cripple him. All the heroes exited the bus one by one. We walked up to the building, but my eyes stayed on the door. 2 police went to open the door, but Rikiya Katsukame blew apart the door and the 2 policemen who were trying to open the door were blown away. Eraserhead and Deku catches the 2 policemen. Rikiya saw that the policemen were saved and decided to attack again towards Deku and Eraserhead. Ryuko moves forward to intercept the attack, but before she could even take the second step, she stopped when she saw 2 iron rods pierced right through Rikiya's knees and got pinned on the ground. Rikiya screamed in pain. The iron rods were keeping him standing, or he would have long fallen on the ground. The place was immediately colored crimson, with the blood flowing on the ground. Seeing so much blood and the sight before them, Bubble Girl and Uravity emptied their stomachs. The other heroes, except some, immediately turned their heads towards me and then looked towards the police. They saw the police looked slightly uncomfortable, but most of them looked in other directions. "We could have captured him without doing this," Ryuko said to me. "Yeah, but he was gonna attack again. Someone could have gotten hurt, so I decided to take him down." I spoke innocently, but no one bought that. Rikiya's huge body was only supported by the iron rods pierced through his knees. I could say it must be really painful because he was crying now. If I didn't see this myself, I would have never thought that someone with such a huge body could cry. "Oh, shut up." Rumi yelled and punched Rikiya on his head, finally knocking him out cold. After Rikiya was knocked out, the police decided to move in and take him into custody. They kept trying to pull up his body, but the iron rods pinning him down were making it very hard. They would need much more help with that. Well, we shouldn't waste any more time. The villains must have already noticed our arrival. Sir Naite yelled, breaking everyone out of their stupor. Everyone agreed with him and immediately walked through the door. Sir Naite led us towards the back door, which he found out using his quirk foresight. Like in canon, we were ambushed by several low-level thugs with guns. They pointed their guns towards us, but nobody could fire. They kept trying, but nothing worked. The heroes were also looking quite confused and didn't attack any villains because of this surprise. It was not that their guns didn't work, but I stopped those guns from working. "It looks like you guys have a slight problem there. Let me help you," I said, and my words brought everyone's attention to me. The guns were snatched from their hands and floated in front of them while pointing in their directions. All of the guns fired at the same time, shooting all the thugs on their knees. The thugs grabbed their knees in pain and dropped on the ground, only to start rolling on the ground while screaming. This time no hero made any comments. I dropped all the guns on the floor. But the room was still silent. Sir Naite had to urge the hero squads again to head inside. We finally reached a staircase that was leading us underground. I could already feel that it could be also referred to as an underground iron labyrinth. As soon as we reached the exit, the whole place warped, separating every group. I ended up being with Rumi. Well, it works really nice for me. Which is the quickest way we would find some villains? Rumi asked me with an excited smile on her face. That would be right through this wall," I said, and ripped apart the wall on our left and found Kendo Rappa and Hikiji Tengai. "Look. What do we have here?" Rumi said, already in her battle maniac mode, and jumped towards Kendo Rappa. "I am back. Cliffkuin, A/N. Can anyone tell me the reference I used for Cliffkuin?" Chapter 52, Shai Hasaikai, 3. Edited. POV Rio. "Look. What do we have here?" Rumi said, already in her battle maniac mode, and jumped towards Kendo Rappa. Kendo Rappa and Hikiji Tengai were completely surprised to see us appear by ripping out the whole wall. Kendo Rappa was caught unguarded and Rumi landed a solid punch on his face. Punching is not Rumi's strong point, and I know that. She also knows that. That is why Kendo Rappa only took a step back after getting hit by Rumi. Rumi rushed towards Kendo Rappa and kicked towards him, but suddenly a yellow-colored barrier appeared between Rumi and Kendo Rappa. "It isn't nice to interrupt someone while you should be caring about yourself," I said to Hikiji Tengai. I knew his quirk was about making barriers. Rumi also looked displeased that someone interrupted her fight. Kendo Rappa was also the same. He is also a battle maniac, same as Rumi, and he is also a hand-to-hand fighter. Hearing my voice, Hikiji Tengai's eyes grew wide, which were closed until now, and immediately jumped away and made a barrier between him and me. "Looks like he knows me. We need to retreat, Rappa. We can't fight Mirko and Itsuki Ryo. They are out of our capabilities." Hikiji Tengai tried to reason with Kendo Rappa, but he seemed to have other ideas. "If you want, you can run away, but I have finally encountered another warrior like me who also seeks battle. Rabbit Hero Mirko, you deserve my respect." Kendo Rappa went on giving off a speech about how he met another warrior, but Rumi cut him off. "Yeah, enough of that. Now let's fight." Rumi exclaimed in joy and rushed towards Kendo Rappa. "You took the words right out of my mouth," Kendo Rappa said while dodging Rumi's kick. I turned my eyes back towards Hikiji Tengai, who was still thinking about what he should do. The barrier he made between us was still here. It's too late for you to run, I said and manipulated the blood inside his body slightly. Hijiki spat out blood from his mouth and fell on his knees while his barrier dissipated. From what I remember from anime, he isn't like other villains and hates fighting, so I would let him go with some broken bones. The wall beside me ripped apart and the iron rods inside the wall floated towards me. I morphed the iron rods into iron sand which engulfed Hijiki Tingai. The iron sand wrapped around his both hands and only after putting a slight pressure 2 distinct crack sounds were heard along with Hijiki Tingai screams. I walked up to him and kicked him in the face, knocking him out. I kept standing by the side of the unconscious body of Hijiki Tingai while searching around for other heroes and villains. As I had mentioned previously, it's too easy for me to differentiate between students and adults, but I can't differentiate among adults. My concentration was suddenly broken by the maniacal laughter of Rumi. She must be having too much fun now. I turned around and saw Rumi landing a barrage of high-powered kicks on Kendo Rappa, whose body was soaked in his blood. Even in this condition, Kendo Rappa didn't back down and attacked Rumi with his flurry of punches. Rumi dodged all of them, still laughing like a maniac. Now that I think of it, their fighting styles are completely different. Kendo Rappa uses punches while Rumi uses kicks. Though Rumi is on a completely different level when compared to Kendo Rappa, which could be clearly seen here. Kendo Rappa is strong, but Rumi isn't the 5th-ranked hero just for show. Rumi finally landed a kick on Kendo Rappa's head which finally dropped Kendo Rappa on the floor completely unconscious. Ha! That was so much fun, he was really good. One of the best I have ever fought, Rumi said while walking towards me. I am glad that you were able to let loose, I spoke to Rumi with a gentle smile on my face. Rumi's eyes finally turned to now unconscious Hijiki Tingai. What happened to him? Rumi asked me, pointing at Hijiki Tingai. I knocked him out after breaking his arms, I told Rumi, who just nodded her head in understanding. That is one of the reasons I like her. Even though she knows a lot about me, she is completely fine with it like nothing. Let's go then, let's go and look for others, Rumi spoke, still excited. Yes, sure, I said, and we started walking through the corridor. Both of us stayed silent. I looked at Rumi, who seemed to be bothered by something. What's on your mind? I asked Rumi, who blushed slightly. I didn't even know that she could blush. This seemed to be quite unnatural on her, but not unwelcome. Would you like to go on a date with me? Of course, if both of your girlfriends are fine with it, Rumi spoke back in her usual attitude. Wow, her mood and attitude changes real fast. I have already spoken with Momo that I would try to get Rumi, and Namiri also knows that, so I don't need to get confirmation from them. Sure, I would love to, I said to Rumi, and this made her smile. This wasn't her usual smile that she showed the others. This was much more gentler and beautiful. Her smile made a smile appear on my own face. But are you sure that you don't need to ask Momo or Namiri? I don't want to make problems for you, Rumi spoke while she still had the smile on her face. You don't need to worry about that. To tell you honestly, I also liked you. I had decided to ask you during the hero work studies, but this came up. I have already told Momo and Namiri that I like you and they are completely fine with it. I told the truth to Rumi. I don't think that I needed to hide this. It's true that I had thought to ask her out after Shihasaikai's raid. Rumi seemed to be faster than me. Hearing me, Rumi just nodded her head. She was about something more, but I cut her off. We were finally near some life signatures. We are here, get ready. I said to her. Rumi immediately got back in her usual hero mode, though I could still feel her lust for battle. I ripped apart the wall and entered a completely destroyed room. Tsunatere was sitting on the floor leaning on the wall, while 3 villains identified as Toya Setsuno, Yu Hojo, and Soramitsu Tabe were laying on the floor completely beaten up. You did great, Tsunatere. Do you need help? Rumi asked Tsunatere. Tsunatere raised up his head and looked at us and immediately became too scared to talk to us, even though Rumi complimented him. Rumi usually doesn't give compliments, but when she does, it means that she is really impressed. I gathered all the metal debris inside the room and morphed them to form metal ropes. The ropes wrapped around the limbs of the defeated villains, even though I wanted to cripple them, but their current physical condition wasn't good at all. Just nod your head if you are fine, I heard Rumi speak. She was still trying to get an answer out of Tsunatere. Tsunatere finally nodded his head. Will you be fine? Rumi again asked. Tsunatere again nodded his head. Both Rumi and I finally decided to leave the room after we were sure that Tsunatere was completely fine and was only resting. Wow, that guy needs serious help. Suddenly the room around us started to warp again, but I grabbed Rumi's hand tightly so we don't get separated. Even though I can hold my own and Rumi can also do the same, but I still enjoy her company. I was thinking all this and didn't notice the slight blush on Rumi's face. Like I had thought, both Rumi and I ended up in some other area. From what I remember from the canon, a guy named Mimic is doing all this after taking a trigger. I closed my eyes and completely concentrated on finding Mimic. This is honestly getting annoying, so I decided to take him out. After only a few seconds I found Mimic merged with the wall. I immediately used my power and expanded his blood inside his own body. I don't know how much painful it was, but I didn't care. After a few seconds he died, as the blood flow inside his body stopped. I finally opened my eyes and released a sigh. It was too tiring. What did you do? I heard Rumi's voice from my side. Now, what should I tell her? Should I tell her that I killed someone or hide it from her? It's obvious that I have to kill some people in all the worlds I would travel to, so there is no reason to hide. If she hates me after this, then that is also fine. If she leaves me now, that would be much better. That neither of us are too much invested with each other. I killed someone, I spoke slowly, waiting for her reaction. At first, she was shocked but then calmed herself down. Who did you kill? Rumi asked me back in her serious hero demeanor. The one who had been warping around, I told Rumi. As I had already said that I killed someone, so I told her honestly. Rumi heard me and nodded her head. Good. That was getting really annoying, Rumi said, and began walking, leaving me behind. Did she just accept it just like that? Damn, she is odd, but that is also a reason I like her. You are the best, Rumi, I told Rumi, whose face gained a smug look. I know, now let's go, Rumi said, urging me to follow her. Does she know that she is walking the wrong way? That's the wrong way, now follow me, I told Rumi, who immediately turned around and started to walk by my side. Chapter 53, Shihasaikai, 4. Edited. POV Rio. Both Rumi and I were making our way to the nearest place where I could feel life signs. We talked about several other things related to our likes and dislikes, stuff like that. This has almost been like an impromptu date with Rumi. I suddenly stopped walking when I felt a life sign of a kid. It must be Eri. I don't think that there should be another kid in here, or I would have sensed earlier. Now, how the hell did I miss her? Her body is still so small, so it is possible that I was unable to differentiate her iron content from the adults around her. What happened? Why are we stopping here? Rumi asked me impatiently, seeing me suddenly stop. I found the head honcho, I said to her, and a feral grin on her face. Sometimes I wonder how the hell a rabbit can be so bloodthirsty. Then what are you waiting for? Let's head there, Rumi said. Her voice was completely filled with excitement. I also wanted to get this over with as soon as possible, so I sensed all the adults around her and found 5 adults around Eri, but one of them wasn't exactly an adult, so it must be Mirio. He must have found Overhaul and chased him. Okay, let me make the way. I was always carrying iron sand. They were morphed iron lances. Lightning thundered around my body. I again checked that no one else was directly in the way. I don't want to hurt any friendlies. After confirming that it was completely clear, I launched the iron lances towards the place where I had located Eri, Mirio, Overhaul, and his cronies. They were quite far away from me, almost at the other side of this labyrinth. So I needed to make the railgun very powerful. The railgun was powerful that it ripped apart the whole labyrinth as a hot knife would cut through butter. In the next moment, the whole labyrinth was split open by me. The whole place was split open like a tin can. Wow. That is really scary. Rumi saw the destruction I caused in just a moment and complimented my move. I know she isn't sacred. This made her more excited. Glad you liked it. Now let's go, I said, and grabbed Rumi by her waist and flew through the path I just made. Rumi didn't resist and snaked her arm around my hand and held me tightly. With Ryuko's squad. As soon as they were separated from the rest of the group because of the warping of the labyrinth, they have been continuously fighting. As soon as they were transported here, the 4 of them found themselves surrounded by low-level villains with quirks, and all of them were carrying triggers. So even if they weren't strong like usual villains, the triggers were turning the tide. Ryuko was already in her dragon form and was taking down villains left and right, but their numbers don't seem to be decreasing. Nijire-chan was also using her to take down the villains, but she was also having some problems due to the huge numbers of the thugs. Some villains have started to get up and they were again joining the fight. Due to the numbers, they were unable to restrain all the villains they were taking down. Momo was fighting with all she had. She made cannons and kept firing them in the directions of the villains. She could have easily crippled them if she had used enough force to break their bones or blow apart limbs, but she didn't have a strong mind like Ryo's. So she ended up using brittle cannon projectiles that would only hurt these villains and not cripple them. While Momo was doing this, a mental conflict was going through her mind. She wasn't as naive like the others because of Ryo's presence in her life. One part of her was saying that Ryo would be disappointed in her, and another part was telling her not to use excessive force and cripple them. Some would say that she was naive, but this was the first time she found herself in this situation. Other times she was always by Ryo's side. For anyone doing something like this for the first time would always be conflicting. Uravity was the one who was struggling the most. Her quirk was completely useless here. Even though she was using the debris to fly at the villains, but she still needed skin contact to make something fly. Suddenly their adjacent room was blown apart by a blue lightning bolt making its way through. Most of the villains were completely blown away because of the force the lightning bolt carried with it. What the hell was that? Ryuko screamed in worry and fear. Her dragon's instincts were scared of that thing, whatever it was. She knew that if she had been in the way she would also be ripped apart. That was Ryo's railgun, Momo said, and the other 3 gulped. Ryuko, Nijire-chan, and Uravity have already seen how brutal Ryo was on the villains, and it was most likely Ryo used this on some villain. It would be highly unlikely that they would even find a trace of that villain. But they had much more important things to do now. The uninjured villains were already ready to fight. Just at this moment, they saw Ryo and Mirko flying through the newly formed path. Seeing the Ryuko squad was still surrounded by 9 villains, Ryo and Mirko stopped the flight. "Rumi, do you care giving them a hand?" Ryo asked Mirko, who just showed a feral grin. That must have been the answer Ryo needed because Ryo let go of Mirko, who immediately kicked at the nearest villain. The villain slammed on the wall because of Rumi's kick and instantly passed out. "Rumi, follow the path after getting done here." "I will go ahead," Ryo said to Mirko, who just nodded her head. "Just leave a few for me," Mirko shouted while Ryo flew away. The villains were stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one side, it was the rabbit hero Mirko, and on the other side it was Ryuko's squad. With Fat Gum's squad. They got separated from the others when the labyrinth was warped. Tsunatere wasn't with them anymore, and Eraserhead, Rocklock has tagged along with them when the labyrinth morphed. "What happened?" Fat Gum asked, looking confused. "We have been transported to other parts of the labyrinth," Eraserhead said calmly after analyzing the situation. "So, what now?" "We need to find the others," Red Riot said, and 3 pro heroes nodded their heads in agreement. "Rocklock, can you use your powers to stop from this happening again?" Eraserhead asked. "I don't know. If I could, it would be too tiring for me. I want to keep that move for later as a last-ditch effort," Rocklock replied to Eraserhead. "Then, it seems that it is the only way," Fat Gum said, and the group of 4 started to walk down the corridor cautiously. All 4 of them walked for a few minutes and came to a half-destroyed room. One of the walls of the room was ripped apart and 2 figures were laying on the floor. "Who could have done this?" Rocklock exclaimed, seeing the condition of 2 people laying on the floor. One of them was beaten to a pulp and the other one had been wrapped around by metal rods. "This was done by Mirko, and this has written Ryo's name all over it," Eraserhead said while pointing first at Kendo Rappa and next on Hijiki Tengai. "Only Ryo would break someone's hands and then bind them with metal," Red Riot confirmed what Eraserhead said. "Then, we should follow this way. We might find both of them," Fat Gum said, and they continued walking down the same path. Rocklock was slightly disturbed by how Ryo took down the villains, but Fat Gum didn't care. Eraserhead has already seen it before, so he was quite used to it. Red Riot has already seen it before, even though he himself won't do it, but he didn't mind. After walking a few minutes, they reached a completely destroyed room and found Tsunatere leaning on a wall while 3 villains were laying on the floor completely restrained by iron rods. Before they could even speak something, the whole labyrinth shook like crazy along with a rumbling sound. They just hoped that everyone would be fine and started to help Tsunatere. With Lemillion. After the labyrinth was warped, Lemillion, Deku, Centipeder, Bubble Girl, Sir Naite found themselves surrounded by common thugs equipped by quirk erasing bullets. It was slightly hard for them, but they were able to defeat and restrain all of them. They kept making their way forward through the labyrinth, and the group finally located Overhaul and his group of cronies taking Eri somewhere. Sir Naite's group started to chase Overhaul and his group, but suddenly the labyrinth started to warp. Seeing this, everyone slowed down slightly, but Lemillion didn't. He continued the chase and was able to follow them through while the labyrinth was getting warping. Lemillion came on the other side and was shot by several quirk erasing bullets, but Lemillion was able to dodge all of them. Chronostatus was holding Eri's hand. Everyone was surprised how easily Lemillion was able to dodge the attacks. "Don't worry, Eri, I will save you," Lemillion said like a cliché hero and immediately rushed to the villains. He reached Chronostatus and kicked at him while phasing through Shinnemoto. Chronostatus was unable to dodge and was hit by Lemillion. Lemillion used this chance and wrapped Eri in his cape and jumped away from the ground. Now that Eri was saved, Lemillion thought of escaping. "There is no escape, I have sealed the whole building. So, if you give back Eri, I will let you go," Overhaul spouted like any other cliché villain. "That ain't happening. As long as I am alive, I won't let anyone hurt her ever again." Lemillion said this with full determination. Eri started to cry hearing this. She was just a little girl who never found happiness, and she was really happy that she was finally founded a hero. "Fine. Chrono, shoot him," Overhaul ordered Chronostatus to shoot Lemillion with quirk erasing bullets. But before anyone could do anything else, the room was ripped apart by a blue streak. Lemillion covered Eri with his own body, protecting Eri. The 5 villains have also dropped on the ground to avoid the debris. After the dust cleared, all of them looked upwards and saw that the whole base was ripped open like a tin can. After a few seconds, a silhouette came floating through the newly made path. "I should have expected seeing you here, Dabi. Last time you were really lucky." The dust finally cleared completely and they saw Itsuki Ryo dressed in his hero costume. Chapter 54, Shiha Saikai, End, and Aftermath. Edited. POV Ryo. I should have expected seeing you here, Dobby. Last time you were really lucky. I finally entered the room where Lemillion, Airy, Overhaul, and his cronies were. I scanned through the room to see who were here. I have already found Dobby by Overhaul's side. The other occupants were Shin Nemoto, Didoro Sakaki, and Hari Kurono, or usually known as Chronostatus. I looked at the other side where Lemillion was still hugging Airy in a protective manner. I don't want Airy to witness what is going to happen here. Lemillion, take Airy and get out of here. I exclaimed. No, I can't leave you alone to fight so many enemies. Lemillion retorted. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Stupid heroes and their stupid pride. Get out now. I don't want Airy to watch what is going to happen here, and don't try to spout any more nonsense. Your main priority is saving and protecting Airy, I retorted back. Lemillion wanted to interrupt me, but I stopped him. Seeing that I was distracted, Shin Nemoto shot 4 quirk erasing bullets at me. But before they could even reach me, they stopped midair. Dobby used this chance and sent a wave of blue flames in my direction. A wall made up of metal sand rose in the air and stopped the attack before it could reach me. Don't be stupid. He can control and manipulate metal, so we can't shoot him. Dobby yelled at Shin Nemoto. It isn't nice to interrupt someone when they are talking, I spoke calmly. My usual demeanor has already disappeared. I didn't wait for Lemillion to say anything or react. I immediately used my metal sand to wrap around his body and Airy. Don't be stubborn and get Airy out of here, I said again. This time Lemillion didn't try to say anything and just nodded his head. The metal sand around their body floated them up in the air and sent them away towards the police force I was still sensing to be present in the building. Throw away everything metal you have on your body. Overhaul yelled to everyone. With Lemillion and Airy finally gone, I was free to do anything I wanted. I didn't even give them time to react and launched a coin railgun on Shin Nemoto. The next moment the whole upper body of Shin Nemoto was gone. What the fuck? Didoro Sasaki yelled in fear. I could clearly see the fear building up in Overhaul, Dobby, and Chronostatus's eyes. I know now, you are the same like us, but if you kill me, how are you going to explain it to the police outside? Overhaul knew that he couldn't win or run away now. He could use his quirk, but it won't affect me since I was floating in the air, and he needed to touch me if he wanted to use his quirk directly on me. So he decided to use this method. You are wrong on both points. Yes, I have killed people, but unlike you, I don't do it to cause terror or just for fun like you guys. And secondly, the police won't do shit about me because they might have requested me to get rid of you permanently, I said. By the time I finished, all of their faces were completely pale. They knew now they can't get out of here alive. Dobby already knows that I can kill without batting an eye, and now the other 3 have also seen that. I wanted Overhaul's death to be slow and agonizing, but I am low on time. I could already feel that Mirio and Airy had reached the police and they are heading here directly. Now let's get this done with, I said, and a wave of metal sand rushed towards the 4. Didoro Sasaki didn't even get time to use his power, but I didn't attack him. My attack was only on Dobby. I wanted to get him away from the other 3. I wanted to get rid of him later. Dobby used his fire to get rid of the metal sand, but it didn't work. Dobby was engulfed in the sea of metal sand in an instant and was carried away from Didoro Sasaki, Overhaul, and Chronostatus. They knew they couldn't run away, but they still had to try. I noticed what they were trying to do and used my gravity manipulation for the first time on someone. The 3 of them immediately dropped to their knees and screamed in pain. The rest of the body also slammed on the ground. I would have enjoyed inflicting pain on you guys, but the police are nearly here, I said. They started to beg me to let them go, but it won't work. I don't understand why villains spout this cliché line whenever they are about to die. Goodbye, and don't worry, I will be sending Dobby right behind you guys, I finished saying and sent a rupture towards the 3 people lying in front of me. As soon as the light dissipated, any trace of Overhaul, Chronostasis, and Didoro Sasaki was completely gone. Even the remaining lower body of Shin Nemoto was also gone, vaporized into thin air. I brought back the sea of metal sand which was still restraining Dobby. Dobby was looking at me with complete fear. I know he was abused by his father in his childhood, that is why he turned out like this, but why would I care? I didn't go after him. He was the one who attacked me. Goodbye, Dobby, or should I call you Toya Todoroki? Hearing me, Dobby's eyes grew completely wide. I was surprised that his eyes didn't pop out. After saying that, I prepared another rupture and sent it towards Dobby. I wanted him to die anguished. When the light finally dissipated, everything around Dobby was completely gone along with the metal sand. Honestly, I didn't want to kill Shin Nemoto, Didoro Sasaki, Chronostasis, or Dobby. I would have just crippled them, but they were together with Overhaul, and if I only killed Overhaul and left them alive, then they could have ratted me out. The 4 of them were what you call collateral damage. I should feel bad about doing this to other humans, but for some reason, I don't feel anything. I don't even feel anything while I cripple anyone. Is this because of what I was in my previous life? I finally landed on the ground of the completely destroyed room while thinking about those stuffs. I didn't even notice the police along with Sir Nightie's team entered the room. It wasn't like I was having doubts or I regretted doing all these, but I just wanted to know what was my previous life have been to make me like this. Where are Overhaul and the other villains? Naomasa came and asked me. Hearing him, I finally broke out of my thoughts and looked that others have already arrived here. Oh. I have taken care of them for once and all, I said. Everyone in the room became completely silent. Only Sir Nitai's group was here, and Ryuko's team along with Rumi just arrived in the silent room and were completely confused due to the atmosphere in the room. Naomasa just nodded his head and walked away from me, ordering his men to clean this room. Fat Gum's team has already left the labyrinth and went upstairs to get Tsunatere medical attention and to hand the 5 villains they found. Nobody spoke anything more about the Overhaul's group, but all of them already knew what happened to them. With the raid complete now, we were allowed to leave. Momo and Rumi finally approached me. Are you fine? Momo asked me, looking slightly worried. Yes, I am completely fine. At least I didn't have to use as much power I had to use against all for 1 inch, I said. Honestly, I wasn't even slightly affected by the deaths. You should have at least left 1 villain for me, Rumi spoke while pouting. It was too cute, a bunny girl pouting. Sorry Rumi, next time. I am famished, let's go and get something to eat, I said, and the 3 of us left the place to get some food, but no before bidding everyone farewell. The police had given out a strict order that everything that happened here must be kept a secret no matter what. So, even if everyone here knew that I killed villains, they won't be telling anyone else. I know I can't trust this kind of thing, but it could be still useful. While on the way to Rumi's house, Momo kept saying how cute Eri was and she would do anything to get her as her sister. How she was going to beg her mom and dad to adopt Eri. She already knows Eri's past, so she really wanted her to have a family. Rumi and I decided to have our date in 3 days. After eating food, Momo and I decided to walk Rumi to her house. Rumi was really happy that Momo wasn't angry with her and was trying to get closer to her. I also called Namuri and informed her of everything that has happened today. Namuri immediately took the chance and invited me for a boob massage. According to Namuri, all of men's problems could be easily solved by a pair of titties, and to be honest, I completely agree with her. Namuri greeted Rumi through the phone and welcomed her into the sisterhood and made another rude comment about Rumi cosplaying as a bunny. But this time, instead of staring daggers at the phone as she did previously, Rumi just blushed. We dropped off Rumi at her house and I called Aizawa to inform him that Momo and I won't be going back to the dorms. After getting permission from him, both Momo and I went straight to Namuri's apartment. To say the least, we have a great night and neither of us slept till morning. Chapter 55, Rumi Usagiyama, I, and UA School Festival. Edited. POV Rio. Hell yeah. I yelled and fell on the ground completely tired. I was now laying on the ground, everything around me was completely gone, in other words, it was a wasteland. It wasn't a wasteland only a few moments ago. I finally succeeded, and got full control over my gravity manipulation power. I still wasn't strong enough to drop meteors or make a miniature planet, but I can easily attract and repulse. In better words, I succeeded to remake the moves Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin using my quirk. But I still won't be able to spam them. To do something like Pain did to Konoha, I needed some time to prepare myself. But I could easily repel everything around me with ease. Now I was able to easily attract other non-metallic objects similar to Bansho Tenin. Maybe, if I push myself, I would be able to completely level a town. It has been about 2 months since the Shai Hasaikai incident. In these 2 months, I have taken Rumi on a few dates whenever I found she was free from her hero duties, but found out that she didn't enjoy dates like those. She liked the time she spent with me but didn't get to enjoy the dates. So I decided that tonight I am going to take her to a place that would be entertaining for her. Throughout these 2 months, I have been continuously following Dr. Kyudai Garaki. He is, well, was all for one's doctor and the person working on high-end Nomus and the only person who is able to control Gigantomachia. Kyudai Garaki is the Joko Hospital Board chairman, so finding him and following him wasn't much of a problem. Before I leave this world, I wanted to take care of the 3 problems that are still remaining in this world. 1. Gigantomachia. 2. Kyudai Garaki. 3. Meta Liberation Army. I currently have all 3 of their locations. I have located both Gigantomachia, who was still sleeping. I found his location by following Kyudai Garaki. Kyudai Garaki is easy, I know each and every one of his safe houses along with their escape routes. Meta Liberation Army hides in Daika City, no wrong. Every citizen in there is a part of the Meta Liberation Army. That is the reason I have been trying to master Shinra Tensei. I needed to wipe them out in one swift move. Now bringing myself out of this serious stuff, I started to think about Eri. It has been exactly 2 months since she was officially adopted by the Yaoyorozu family. She is so cute, and I say completely confident that the anime does no justice to her cuteness. She has become a kind of little sister to me, Momo, and Namuri. Though Momo's mom and my mom don't let Namuri get close to Eri because they don't want Eri to get influenced by Namuri's philosophical ways. Namiri still came to care a lot about Eri. Rumi never visited our house, so she doesn't have any relationship with Eri. What the hell did you do here? Rumi's voice broke me out of the trance. I have been training in her forest, or perhaps the forest she lives in. Rumi currently wasn't wearing her hero costume, she was wearing a grey tank top along with yoga shorts. She looked damn sexy in those, especially with her small puffy tail coming out of her shorts. I finally mastered the move I have been practicing, I told Rumi. Rumi looked around the place, which was now a complete wasteland. I slowly rose my body from the ground, getting into a sitting position. Damn. Must be some move. Rumi said and sat down on my lap. I snaked my arms around her waist and pulled her closer to my chest. Rumi just laid her head on my chest while I started to caress her back. We still haven't done the deed, but we have been pretty close to each other in these 2 months. So, where are we going today? Rumi asked me, raising up her head slightly. That's a surprise, but I can guarantee that you would enjoy it, I told her with full confidence. We just sat there silently in each other's arms, just relaxing. I don't exactly know how much time passed when we stayed like that. The atmosphere was broken when my phone started to ring. I have set up a reminder on my phone about the UA school festival. I have to be there for Class 1A's band performance. Honestly, I didn't want anything with it, but I have no way to sneak out of that. I gotta go, Rumi, I spoke softly. I know, so when are you going to pick me up? Rumi asked me, looking slightly sad, but she didn't stop me and rose from my lap. I also followed her lead and got up. I immediately grabbed Rumi's face and pulled her into a gentle and passionate kiss. Rumi's hands grabbed my head from the back and started to run her fingers through my hair. We only separated from each other when we needed air. A string of saliva was still connected between us. Bye, take care and be ready by 9. I said while slowly floating up in the air. You too, take care. Rumi said and started to walk away while waving her hand. Seeing Rumi walk away, I also rose up in the air and flew towards UA. After reaching my dorm, I immediately changed into the clothes. All the students of our class had matching dresses. It was stupid yellow, so say honestly I am so embarrassed that I would try to find a hole on the ground and hide myself inside it, but I can't do that or Momo and Namiri would blow up a gasket. Getting dressed in the stupid yellow suit, I went straight to the backstage. It was almost time for our performance. I was in the dance group. Why the fuck this happened to me? I should have fucking left this world just after killing all for one, but no, me being a smartass decided to stay here and relax. I really wanted to cry right now. While dreading, I still reached the room designated for Class 1A and knocked on the door. The door was opened by Mizo. Good, you were almost late, Mizo said to me. Even though I wanted to go AWOL, I can't. It would have ended being quite bad for me, I told him with a resigned look on my face. Yeah, you should go and calm down Momo though, Mizo said. I could clearly see sympathy in his eyes. I continued dreading and looked through the room and seeing Miyajura, Denki, and Mina pointed towards a direction. I went straight where they pointed and found Momo pacing around the place. I slowly headed towards her and decided to act as nothing happened, but it was my second mistake. My first mistake was that I was this late. Hi Momo. What's up? I said while waving at Momo. Momo immediately turned around and walked up to and poked at my chest with her index finger. You have a lot to explain, Mr. Momo said each word while poking my chest. I don't know what to do. I shouldn't have sneaked out, I guess. I am sorry. Look, I am here now. You know I practiced my moves and I performed without messing up. I tried to appease Momo. Her anger seemed to lower slightly. Fine, Just don't panic on the stage and mess it up, okay? Everyone has worked really hard for this, even you. As the class president, I am responsible, Momo said after releasing a sigh. Her anger was already gone now. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I would give it my best, I assured Momo and pulled her into my arms for a hug. Momo rested in my embrace. I let her go because she needed to check everything one last time. I gave her a kiss on her forehead before she went away. After some time, it was already the time of our performance. Thankfully I didn't have stage fright and all of our classmates performed, gave their best, even Bakugo. No matter how much I hate him, but I will still compliment his skills with the drum. He might be a shitty hero, but he is a good drummer. Our performance was finally over. The crowd cheered for us. As soon as we got off the stage, I took flight towards the dorms. I would rather die than wear this fucking yellow suit for any long. I entered my room and wore my previous clothes. I checked my phone, which I left in my jeans, and found Namiri's text asking me to meet on the roof. I texted Momo that I was going to meet Namiri and went straight towards the school roof. I found Namiri leaning on the railing while looking over the play Class 1B is doing. Namiri was wearing a purple shirt and black shirt up to her knees. A/N, in canon, Class 1B was doing a mashup of plays. Romeo and Juliet, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and the return of the kings, which mean MHA had knowledge of Harry Potter books but the world of my fanfic doesn't have any knowledge related to Harry Potter. I went straight towards Namiri, who already noticed my arrival. "You got nice moves, honey. I loved the way you shook your ass," Namiri said while making a perverted expression. "I should have expected that. Glad you liked it," I said with a deadpan, but still pulled her into my arms. We stayed like that and kept watching the play. It was quite nice, if I have to say. Namiri kept making perverted comments while she was rubbing her ass on my crotch. My dick was already rock hard. "Let's have a quickie here before we leave," Namiri said while pulling down her panties. "Sure, why not?" I said, and within a second my pants were already down. Both Namiri and I left the roof after doing it for 4 times. Namiri already looked quite tired, but I was still full of vigor. I checked the time and it was almost 9, so I needed to leave. I kissed Namiri goodbye and left UA grounds. I flew straight towards Rumi's house. When I reached Rumi's house, I found that she was already waiting for me outside her house. She was wearing a white t-shirt and yoga pants along with jogging shoes. Yeah, she only wears these kinds of clothes because she likes them. "Is it fine?" Rumi asked me, showing me her clothes. "Yeah. Perfect for the surprise I have for you," I said to Rumi. For tonight's events, these were perfect clothes. Chapter 56, Rumi Usagiyama, 2, and Rumi's Past. Edited. POV Rio. "Why did you bring me to Daika City?" Rumi asked me while looking down at Daika City. We have finally arrived at Daika City and we were currently floating over it. I was holding Rumi tightly by her waist. Rumi's arms were also around my neck, holding me tightly. We were floating directly above the Daika City Tower. This city's population is about 17,000. From above, the city looks like any normal city, but there is something very special about this city, I said while creating suspense. I knew Rumi didn't like suspense, so I was doing this to annoy her, and it seemed to be working. "All of them," I said while waving my free arm over the city, "are part of a hidden army. They call themselves the Meta Liberation Army. They would act like normal citizens, but all of them have some ability. They have only one goal: they want to liberate metahumans and destroy the status quo," I spoke, and Rumi grew serious with each passing second. "Are you serious? How the hell did you get this information?" Rumi asked me. Her voice now was filled with complete seriousness. "Is that really important?" "We are going to eradicate them tonight," I said. I knew how Rumi's brain worked. I have spent more than enough time with her to know these simple things. Rumi didn't disappoint me, and immediately a feral grin appeared on her face, but somehow it became smaller. "Well, that's odd. I need to confirm what you are saying, then we can destroy this place as you want," Rumi said while her feral grin returned. "Fine, you can confirm. I will let you down. Use any method you want, I don't care. As soon as you get the confirmation, cause mayhem and destruction as much as you want. I will be keeping an eye on you from here. If you are in trouble, I will pull you out," I said to Rumi. She just nodded her head in understanding. We were already descending towards a dark alley where I was going to drop Rumi. I landed in a dark alley and let go of Rumi and started to rise back in the air. "Even though I would be watching you, stay safe, Rumi," I said to Rumi. "Don't worry, I will be fine, and if what to say is true, then it's going to be awesome, and I know it," Rumi said and walked towards the street, but not before giving me a small kiss. I don't even know how Rumi is going to confirm that all these citizens are part of the Meta Liberation Army. But I still took some steps at my end. I spread my senses throughout the whole city and started to sense all the CCTV cameras around the whole city. I don't want footage of Rumi wreaking havoc throughout the city to get out. But now that I am trying it, it is really hard. It is really hard to differentiate between the cameras and other metal stuff. So, I decided to do this another way, mess up with the electromagnetic fields around here. I started to manipulate the magnetic field in the city. I never tried doing this before, and it was really dangerous to try it without training. I could mess up badly and pop up a black hole right in the middle of the city. I don't want that, because currently, I have no fucking idea how to dissipate the black hole after the job is done. After only a few seconds, sparks and smoke came out of everything electrical in the city, and the city went completely dark. Damn, what the fuck did I even do? I might have unknowingly used an EMP using my quirk. I ain't trying this ever again until I train myself. Well, I will have more than enough time in Harry Potter world, since they usually don't have anything electrical lying around in Hogwarts. I just decided to think that I did nothing like firing an EMP right here and go fly up in the sky and keep a watch on Rumi while gathering the required power I needed to level the whole city at once. With Rumi. After kissing Rio, Rumi walked out of the alley and entered the city, and started to look around. She didn't find anything unusual, but for some reason, she could see and feel that everyone was looking at her. Rumi knew that with her bunny ears and tail she stood out, and many easily recognized her, but this wasn't like usual. All of the stairs have hostility hidden in them. Her instincts were screaming at her about danger. Rumi could also feel Rio's gaze on her body. This made her really happy that Rio really cared about her and was keeping an eye on her. Even though Rumi was strong and independent, she didn't need anyone to look after her, but knowing that someone cares about her safety made her really happy. Like Namiri, she didn't have a family even though she had a boyfriend before, but he wasn't anything like Rio. She only loved one person before Rio. He was a guy from her high school. They were what everyone called made for each other. They themselves thought the same, but there was a small problem: the guy was quirkless. When Rumi and her boyfriend were in high school, neither of them cared about that and both of them were really happy together. But everything changed for them when they graduated from high school and Rumi decided to become a hero. In the beginning, everything was okay and fine, both of them even moved in together. Rumi started to gain popularity as a hero. But slowly and gradually a rift began to form between the two of them and things began to get worse between them. Due to Rumi's growing popularity, the guy started to feel insecure and started to question Rumi about everything she did. That wasn't the only problem. Rumi found out that she really enjoyed fighting, and with each passing day her lust for battle was growing. But both of them didn't break off their relationship. They knew that every relationship has its ups and downs and decided to continue the relationship. But it wasn't for the naught. Rumi's lust for battle kept growing and she started to take on strong villains whenever she got the chance, just on her own, and came out victorious. This started to boost her popularity even more and the rift in their relationship grew bigger and bigger. Finally, one day the guy decided to break it off. One day the guy came back from college and suddenly announced that he was breaking it off. Rumi didn't expect this and wanted to know why he was doing this. The guy answered that no matter what he did he would be always living under Rumi's shadow. Rumi didn't know what to say anymore. She didn't cry, she was hurt, broken, but she was a strong girl. But before leaving the guy said that he was also scared of her. That did that job. Rumi never imagined that the guy who was with her for so long would say something like that. After the guy left, Rumi immediately broke down crying. After that incident, she decided to dedicate herself to her hero job and moved and got permission to make her house in the forest. The Hero Association happily agreed to her request because Rumi was growing stronger and stronger day by day and it would be only beneficial for them if Rumi worked harder to get better at her hero job. She never had thought that she would someday decide to take on a student to train him. It was a sudden decision for her, like a gamble. She saw how strong Itsuki Ryo was and decided to fight with him. She knew that there were 5 stronger heroes than her at that time, but none of them enjoyed battle like her and wouldn't fight her if she asks them. She had already tried. She won the gamble. She got a strong student who could defeat her. That was a surprise for her, but it felt her more alive. Her lust for battle told her not to let this guy go because only being with this guy would bring her to new heights and help her gain more strength. She didn't know why or how it was, but her instincts were screaming at her, and her instincts have been never wrong, but she wasn't sure about one thing. The words of the man she once loved were still in her mind when he said that he was scared of her and walked out. She didn't know if Rio would do the same or not, but to her surprise, Rio didn't even mind in the slightest. He even gave in to her whims and fought with her whenever he got time to visit her. He even decided to happily become her partner even though he knew about her lust for battle. She decided to give this relationship a try, but there was another problem: that Rio already has 2 girlfriends. The problem about her age could easily be ignored because one of his girlfriends was even older than her. Rumi also knew that she had a chance if she could bring herself to share Rio with his other 2 girlfriends. She decided to take a leap of faith and it worked. Rio accepted her and treated her like any other girl. Thinking all this brought a smile to Rumi's face. She kept walking down the streets when suddenly sparks flew out of everything electrical and the city went completely dark. Rumi knew that it was Rio's doing. This made her job a lot easier. While thinking this, she decided to enter a nearby store. Chapter 57, Rumi Usagiyama, 3, and Tying Up Loose Ends. Edited. POV Rio. I kept floating in the sky while keeping an eye over Rumi while I kept gathering my power as much as I could. Pain could use this ability on a large scale on a whim, but he had a cooldown time before he could use it again, but for me it was the opposite. I needed to gather power before I could use the attack depending on what scale I wanted the attack to be. Only after a few seconds, Rumi entered the store. I could hear breaking noises. The next second a guy was thrown out of the store. Well, looks like Rumi has already confirmed what I have said and decided to have some fun. Soon the citizens around them knew that they were under attack and decided to give up their cover so that they could attack her. Several people used their quirks on Rumi, but none of them even fazed her. Rumi kept dodging and bashing in the villains. Since I have destroyed everything electrical in the city, they weren't able to call for reinforcements, though the word was getting around pretty quickly that they were under attack. They were a heavily trained military force. They acted quickly as their electrical equipments were just pieces of junk now. So, they immediately decided to do it the old way. They immediately sent a messenger on foot towards their headquarters. Well, this made my job much easier. I am sure that Redestro would easily recognize who Rumi is, and this would be a nice distraction for him. Rumi continued causing mayhem throughout the city. By each moment more and more villains started to gather around her, but none of them was her match. I could already hear Rumi's maniacal laughter. She was having a lot of fun. Soon I saw Curious leading her squad towards Rumi's location. By this, I was almost done with gathering power. It was quite tiresome if I have to say. Curious finally reached Rumi and like her canon self started to ask Rumi several questions going into her journalist mode. You are a hero. Why are you attacking civilians? Curious asked but didn't receive any answer from Rumi who was busy beating up a few villains at once. Have you perhaps decided to become a villain? I wonder what might have happened to bring the 5th-ranked hero down to this. Curious was cut off when a powerful kick landed right on the side of her head and a crack sound resounded throughout the place. Curious' lifeless body fell on the ground like a sack of potatoes. You talk too much, Rumi said and jumped towards the next villain. Suddenly my love for her increased much more, she didn't even bat an eye after killing someone. That's my girl. I finally watched Redestro leave his tower along with his men. So he finally decided to come out but it is too late for him for now, I have already gathered more than enough energy to flatten this whole city. So, I needed to get Rumi out of there first. Good thing that she was also carrying some metal on her. In the middle of the fight, Rumi started to slowly rise up in the air. She immediately shot me a glare, she seemed to look annoyed that I interrupted her fight. Hey! Come on, just a few more minutes, Rumi begged me with puppy dog eyes. I would have faltered but it was getting hard to keep holding the power I gathered. Rumi, I will take you to someplace else, my voice was heard by Rumi and she finally became happy again. Everyone in the city was now looking up and they were really angry at us getting away. While Rumi kept rising, I slightly lowered myself in front of Redestro who seemed to analyze me. I didn't know that Vanquisher of All for One and Overhaul would come himself here. I don't know what I ever did for you to personally come here, Redestro spoke. How in the 7 hells did he find that I have killed Overhaul? There must be a leak inside the heroes or the police. In this era, almost everything was made of metal and there were no buildings that were built without putting steel beams inside them. So, Redestro must have decided that it was best for him to talk his way out. Today you will know pain, I always wanted to say that. I spoke and spread out my hands and spoke 2 devastating words, Shinra Tensei. I didn't need to say those because my quirk didn't need that but it was way too cool and I couldn't bring myself not to say those. A strong repulsion force erupted with my body as the center and blew everything that came in its way. Before the attack reached Redestro I could clearly see the look of terror on his face and everyone around him. I must have been really a monster in my previous life because even after killing so many people in such a manner I didn't even feel anything. Not a single speck of regret sparked inside my mind. In a matter of few seconds, the whole city was completely gone leaving behind only ruins and a clean patch of nothing. I looked over to Rumi who had her mouth agape. I slowly floated up to her, I didn't know what her reaction would be. Yes, she didn't mind me killing but I don't know what she might think of me now that I have killed so many people with a simple gesture. I was surprised when she hugged me and pulled me into a passionate and hungry kiss. I was surprised at the start but I immediately returned the kiss. That was really awesome. Rumi said excitedly. Now, it's confirmed all my girlfriends are oddballs. 2 of them are exhibitionist, one of them is pretty normal while the other is a pervert, masochist, sadist and the last one is also a battle maniac along with masochist. Ready to go to the next place? I asked Rumi who happily nodded her head. I wasn't exactly sure about the next place because I didn't know if Rumi would be strong enough or not but I would still take her with me. I am easily strong enough to protect Rumi from that monster if push comes to shove. So I decided to take her to fight Gigantomachia. It would be only a one-time chance for her because she might not meet anyone like that ever again even in other worlds. I grabbed Rumi by her waist and flew towards the direction where Gigantomachia was currently sleeping. I wasn't subtle while I flattened the whole Daika city and soon media and heroes along with police would come swarming the place. I didn't want them finding me and Rumi here even if they knew nothing about my gravity manipulation power. We finally reached a huge canyon in the middle of a small forest. The canyon wasn't anything comparable to Grand Canyon or anything but this was the biggest both Rumi and I have ever seen. We slowly entered the canyon and found Gigantomachia was still sleeping. Rumi was quite surprised and shocked to see something like this hiding here. What the hell is that? Rumi asked me surprised. Its name is Gigantomachia, he is one of All for One's fanatical underlings. Since All for One is gone, he was put into sleep. With his protege also gone, there was no need to wake it up, I said to Rumi. We finally landed on the ground. So he is going to be my opponent? Rumi asked me excitedly. Yes, I said and let go of Rumi. She immediately attacked Gigantomachia with a punch on its face. Her punch landed on its face but nothing seemed to happen. Rumi was quite surprised but she didn't give up and immediately kicked Gigantomachia but still, nothing happened. Not even a flinch. Could the doctor have done something to Gigantomachia to put him to sleep? He could have wreaked havoc when he learned about All for One's demise so the doctor decided to put him to sleep. It's quite possible, so it could be that only the doctor would be the only person who could wake him up. Not much was ever known about Gigantomachia up to the point I have read the canon. While was thinking all this, Rumi continued her pointless and fruitless assault on Gigantomachia. I decided that it was enough. Rumi, back away, you can't fight him if he keeps sleeping. But I have to kill it or I might not get the chance, I said to Rumi. Rumi pouted but returned to my side. She looked really disappointed that she wasn't able to fight this monster. I used my power and extracted metal particles from the group and morphed them into a nice lance. Lightning danced around my body while I charged the lance. I launched the lance towards Gigantomachia's head. As soon as the lance hit its head disappeared along with most of the upper half of its body. Well, that takes care of it, I said and grabbed Rumi by her waist again and flew towards Kudai-Garaki's hideout. I wasn't sure where he would be, but according to his regular schedule, he should be in the hideout where he was keeping the high-end Nomus. We reached an isolated house. It was quite big. I wanted this whole house to disappear, so I was going to use rupture. Rumi, stay here. I need to kill someone. Don't worry, he isn't a fighter, so you won't be having any fun, I said to Rumi. She looked sad but decided to wait outside. I slowly sneaked into the house and found Kudai-Garaki working on his computer. High-end Nomus were kept beside him, stored in huge jars filled with some kind of liquid. I didn't want any confrontation or anything, so I gathered my power and sent a rupture attack at him. As soon as the bright flash dissipated, most of the house was completely gone, including the high-end Nomus and Kudai-Garaki. With this done, I have finally tied up all the loose ends. I finally returned to Rumi, who was patiently waiting for me. So did you have fun today? I asked Rumi, who answered me by pulling me into a kiss. This was the best date ever. Rumi exclaimed. I am glad that you appreciate my effort, I said. Then, let me show how much I appreciate you, Rumi said with a gentle voice and pulled me into another kiss. I was sure from her expression that this was going to be a long night. Chapter 58, Rumi Usagiyama, 4, R, 18, and Towards the New World. Edited. POV Rio. We finally entered Rumi's house and both of us were already so horny that we couldn't even think straight. But somehow I knew that we have to reach home, so I brought us home as fast I could. We didn't want to wait until we reached Rumi's bed or the small couch she had in her similarly small living room. My hands grabbed the bottom of Rumi's top and pulled it off her body. Rumi was wearing a sports bra under her top. I have expected this from Rumi. Her sports bra also joined her top on the floor and I gulped hard looking at her beautiful boobs. Even though I agreed with Namiri before that boobs can make men forget their problems, I came to agree with her all over again. I lowered my head and gave her nipples a small lick. Rumi moaned, hearing her moan like that I didn't hold back and started to suck her right boob while my other hand was playing with her other boob. She was already caressing my rock-hard dick through my jeans. I raised my head and started to kiss Rumi, while my right hand was holding her by her back and while my left hand slowly slid down her toned stomach, finally sliding my hand into her yoga pants. Her panties already soaking wet. My hand caressed over her hot core. My hand was already wet due to her leaking juices. Rumi moaned into my mouth. This made me even more excited and slowly I slid my 2 fingers into her folds. With her being already this wet, my fingers easily slid in and out of her folds. Rumi stopped kissing and threw her head back and started to moan my name. Now, unable to kiss her, I slowly licked down her jaw, reaching her neck until I was already sucking her boobs. I pulled my hand out of her pants, which made her disappointed, but she didn't have time to complain as both my hands grabbed her by her ass and I picked her up while carrying her to her bedroom. Rumi started to nibble on her collarbone and bit there. She definitely left a hickey. Damn, I love her. After reaching her room, I slowly put down Rumi on the bed and I grabbed the hem of her pants and panties and pulled both of them down in an instant. Her pussy was glistening because of her juices. I also climbed up on the bed and I gave a light kiss on her most private area. My tongue started to dance around her pussy and I could feel Rumi was getting really close now. So, I decided to increase the stimuli and started fingering her. After only a few seconds, her body started spasming. I knew that she is going to come and she didn't disappoint me and came. Rumi was breathing heavily while I waited for her to catch her breath. That was great. But you are overdressed, Rumi spoke while taking deep breaths. Only now did I notice that I was completely dressed. I was instantly out of my t-shirt and I felt Rumi's hands fumbling with my belt. I helped her slightly using my quirk. I grabbed my jeans and pulled them down. Rumi pushed me down on the bed. My dick was really rock hard, making a tent in my boxers. She pulled down my boxers. My cock finally got its freedom. Rumi's warm hands wrapped around my member and she gave it a gentle stroke. I groaned in pleasure. That looks uncomfortable, let me take care of that, Rumi said, and immediately the tip of the member with her mouth and started to bob her head up and down on my dick. It felt really heavenly, and I knew I couldn't hold back for much longer. She continued to bob her head up and down and she was gently massaging my balls. I am gonna come, I grunted out. This made her increase her speed. I wasn't able to hold on anymore and came into her mouth. Rumi drank up all of the cum I released without letting out a single drop. Watching her do that was extremely hot and was immediately hard again. She looked at my member completely awed. Wow. Let's put that into good use, Rumi said, looking at me while spreading legs wide open for me. I immediately got up and positioned myself right between her legs and slowly slid inside her. She moaned out in lust while I groaned. She had already told me about her previous boyfriend and that she wasn't a virgin. Honestly, I didn't care about that. She can't be blamed for that. She loved him, but it didn't work out. I started to pump inside her, slowly increasing my speed. Rumi was also moving herself, matching my speed. I leaned down and kissed her passionately while my hands were playing with her boobs. I am gonna come, Rumi spoke between her moans. Then, let's come together. I am also close, I told her. Rumi just nodded her head and returned back to kissing. Her hands were caressing my back. Only after a few moments, both Rumi and I came together. I slowly laid down beside her while she was breathing hard. I pulled her on my chest and started to play with her silver hair and her ears. I have touched her ears before and I knew that she gets aroused if I do that. I slowly got hard again, which Rumi clearly noticed. She was already ready to go again. I was still caressing her ears and hair. That was amazing. Let's start second round. Rumi said excitedly and got in her fours while wiggling her ass towards me. I positioned myself behind her and slowly pushed in. Pull my hair. Pull my hair. Rumi exclaimed loudly. Only now I remembered that she was also a masochist. With one of my hands, I pulled her hair back, while I smacked her ass with the other hand. Her ass jiggled and she moaned in ecstasy. I kept pumping into her while I kept smacking her ass from time to time. I felt her body spasming and she came. This sent me over the edge and I came following her. We did 4 times more until Rumi finally passed out due to exhaustion. Quite understandable, she was already tired from her fights, and she had to put a lot of effort trying to hurt Gigantomachia. I pulled her over my chest and I also fell asleep after only a few minutes. A few years have passed since that night. The next morning I told Rumi about my mission from God thing and she also received the divine revelation. She instantly agreed because she could fight more in the future worlds with new opponents and she would also gain new powers. Both Momo and I graduated from UA High and received our hero license. I became Rumi's partner as she wanted me to while Momo went to work for Ryuko's hero office. The following year Namiri decided that to retire from her hero career and settled with her only job as a UA instructor. Apparently, her reason was that she wasn't getting enough time to get into the foursomes we had. I argued but Namiri was dead set on the decision. So, I couldn't do anything there. I was really happy and content with my life now and I knew that I had to leave one day. Nothing major happened in all these years, only minor villains appeared. After Overhaul, no one was able to become another supervillain. When we graduated, All Might finally retired from his hero career and decided to train his successor. This caused a huge uproar in the public, but because of the other heroes immediately taking up his place the civilians calmed down. Now Hero Association only allowed the best of the best graduates to become pro-heroes because of the standard I have set. Izuku wasn't able to become a pro-hero just after his graduation. Only 6 students including me were able to become pro-heroes right after graduation. The Hero Association didn't even take my test and handed me a hero license. Because we would be leaving this world soon because there was nothing more we could do in this world. Eri was becoming cuter with each passing day. Eri was already in her final year of middle school. Just yesterday Momo and I finally decided to tell our parents and Eri that we would be leaving this world. They also received a divine revelation right after that. I don't know what God said to them but they were really worried for us, but reassuring them for a while made them reluctantly agree. But they became happy again when he told them that we could come back whenever we wanted. I have already decided to go there at the beginning of the year 1984. Namiri have already declared that she wanted to be older, so she would be arriving there when she is 10 years old. I want her to go to Hogwarts before us and graduate while we would be ending our first year. I didn't know if God would let us get a setting so we could get some airship. That would be really helpful. The 4 of us were currently standing in the Yayarosa compound backyard. I have already thought of arriving in the next world and as God had said before, a black portal has already appeared right before us. Is it really safe? Namiri said, pointing at the black eerie-looking portal in front of us. Yes, I don't think that God would let us die when we are off to do his mission, Momo spoke. Then let's go. I can't wait to fight new opponents, Rumi included her own thoughts. Let's be off to the new world. I exclaimed and the 4 of us entered the portal together. Chapter 59, Arrival in Magical World. Edited. POV Rio. All the 4 of us arrived at a completely black space, but it was quite odd because we could still see each other without any light source here. Hello. I called after a few moments we arrived here. Good that you are already here. I know where to send you already and I have also given the required information to Itsuki Rio about the world you will be going. My voice was heard from the space. It was almost like the voice was coming from all around us. I have already told him about wanting to Harry Potter world when asking him for the portal, and also requested him not to tell the girls about them being from a story world or tell them that we would be visiting fictional worlds. Now that I have heard his words, I am pretty sure that he had agreed. I don't want any of my girls to go into an existential crisis. I never thought of them as fictional characters since I have born in that world. So I don't want any of them thinking of themselves as fictional characters when they learn the truth. Now, you have 3 options to select your bloodline. Each bloodline would have its own pros and its own cons. So make your decision carefully. Your options are Peveril, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. Now decide carefully. After saying that, the voice became completely silent. I completely agree that these 3 options have their own pros and cons. But I have a question lurking in my mind. Are we going to be transported in this world in a certain timeline we want, or we would be born? I asked. You will be transported. I don't think any of you would want a new set of parents, the voice replied. I immediately turned my head towards Namiri and Rumi. I knew both were orphans and never knew about parental love, so I think they might be interested in getting this chance. No, I don't want parents. I might have never known parental love, but my family is with you and I want to keep it that way, Namiri said, giving us her opinion about this matter. Same with me. If I have parents, then I would have to live away from you guys and I don't want that, Rumi said. Okay, if both of them are fine with being us transported, then Momo and I also don't have any problems. After all, I don't want a second set of parents and neither did Momo. With that thing clear, I decided to think about which family should I select. Peveril is good and nice and I could use it to get the Deathly Hallows, but everything except the Cloak of Invisibility is useless for us in the next worlds, and being a Peveril might get us into Slytherin and the old goat fucker would keep a closer eye on all of us. Also, being in Slytherin, being a Muggle-born, would not end up nicely for any of us. Being a Slytherin also brought the same problems, and I don't want any of my girls in that pure-blood bigoted house. Ravenclaw seems to be the best option, as they are always left out of the farce going on between Slytherins and Gryffindors. Ravenclaw also seems to be a nice house, even if they are quite bigots in there too, but they usually don't act on it. Most of them are just bothered with their own matters and getting the highest marks. Ravenclaw, I want to have Ravenclaw bloodlines along with my lovers, I answered to God. Done. Now, I would be giving all of you new powers as I have said before, and you will still have your current powers, the voice spoke and became silent for a few moments. Momo Yaoyorozu, I grant you the power of conversion. You will be able to convert anything non-living within 10 m around you into anything. If you want to make a coin into a car, you could do that, but you need to supply energy to do that. Transforming a coin into another kind of coin would be quite effortless, the voice said. Damn, that's hella OP. It might sound like nothing useful, that it would be awesome. She could create a gun from a lump of metal. She could make a ship or vehicle if needed. She could even make a fucking nuke if she wants. Yeah, I know that she would need to train herself, but it is still OP. Namiri Kayama, I grant you the power of perfume magic. You already own a part of that whole magic, and now I have given you the complete set. Now, you would be able to release healing perfume, or strengthening perfume, the list keeps going on. But like the Momo Yaoyorozu, you have to train to use its full potential, the voice said. Damn, again that's hella OP, God just gave her Ichiya's magic. If she uses it wisely, she would also become a force to reckon. Rumi Usagiyama, I grant you the power of armament hockey, it is body strengthening method. But you also need to train to master it, the voice said again. Damn. God seems to be in a good mood. He is giving out these OP powers like a packet of popcorn. And finally, Itsuki Ryo, I see that you already seem to like lightning, so I will give you the power over the law of lightning, and like the others, you would also have to train if you want to reach its full potential, the voice said. I nearly fainted. I know I can control and generate lightning from my body, but that is minor when compared to the law of lightning. Now, with that done, tell me in which year you want to arrive and at what age, the voice, or to be exact, the god asked us. I want to be transported in the year of 1984, we want to be 4 years old at that time, while only Namiri would be only 10 years old, I spoke. I had already prepared some plans for the future there. Accepted, enter this portal and you would be there, the voice said, and the same eerie black-looking portal appeared right in front of us. Well, let's do this. I said excitedly, and my 3 girlfriends nodded their heads, and we walked straight into the portal. A/N, this Harry Potter world would have only one change. Helena Ravenclaw wasn't the only daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. She also had a son who survived and kept leading the Ravenclaw family. They were highly respected, and because of pureblood views, they decided to not spread out their line, which lead to inbreeding. They were the richest family in the 1700s, but within the century their family disappeared because of inbreeding and continuous birth of only squibs in the family. Due to being them squib, they sent them away from the family, and the Ravenclaw line finally died out. They left behind huge mountains of monies and several properties around the country. Rio and his girls are going to use this loophole to claim their inheritance without raising up any questions. They are going to pose as magical children who originated from squibs. 3 4-year-old kids, 1 boy, 2 girls along with a 10-years-old girl walked out of an eerie-looking black portal. I hate this. I won't be able to fight anyone like this. Rumi screamed, annoyed. There is something more important right in front of us, Momo said while looking forward, and I completely agreed with her. The 4 of us stood in front of a huge castle. We were standing outside the whole property, which was surrounded by a tall wall. We were standing right in front of a metal grill gate, and it had an eagle sculpture on it. I walked forwards and reached the huge metal gates. The gate didn't have a lock on it but only have a circular plate on it with a mark of a human hand on it. I quickly understood that it wanted to place my hand there. I knew that God didn't send me here to die right off the bat, so I placed my hand over the mark. The mark flashed with bright white color and gates split open. Wow, that was almost like biometric recognition, Momo said looking at what happened right in front of us. Yes, magic already seems amazing to me, Namiri spoke then paused for a moment. Imagine what more we could do with magic while having sex. Namiri said while making a perverted face. Well, that's just like her. Fighting with magic would be completely new for me, but I would be able to fight new kinds of opponents, Rumi spoke while nodding her head. Well, we would have a lot of time to plan ahead. Why don't we head inside first? I asked the most important question for now. All 3 of them nodded their heads and we finally walked by the gates and entered the property. The castle was still far and this was just the front yard of the castle. There were several trees and flowers planted there, but we have never seen one of them before. We kept walking forward towards the castle while we kept checking our surroundings. Somewhere else in Britain, an old woman was sitting behind a table with a crystal ball in front of her. Anyone who would lay their eyes on her would know what she was doing. She was doing divination, but the problem was that she was the only one in the room. Throughout her long life, she had never predicted anything correctly. Her eyes suddenly became glazed and she seemed to stare into space and began speaking in a blank voice. Guests from other plane have arrived. With powers no one knows anything about. Huge changes would be brought along with them. If they are for better or worse still left to be seen. Whoever stands between their goal would pay the ultimate price. Guests from another plane have arrived. The old lady came back to herself. She was slightly confused but let it go, thinking that her age is affecting her. Nobody noticed the prophecy she made, but a small ball appeared inside the Hall of Prophecies located inside the Department of Mysteries with her name on it. Chapter 60, Planning, Future and Mission, I. Edited. POV Rio. Slowly walking towards the castle while looking all around us, it was really beautiful with all these new kinds of trees and plants all around us. So, we finally reached the huge metal doors of the castle. There was an eagle engraved on the door, and this door also has a metal plate in the middle with a handprint over it. I did what I have done previously and the door flung open after a bright flash. We were about to walk in but a sudden pop sound was heard and a small creature with tennis ball-sized eyes and long ears appeared in front of us. Eek. What the hell? Namiri shrieked in fear when she saw the small creature suddenly appeared from thin air and hid behind Momo. All 3 of us gave her a blank stare. She is the older one among us, she shouldn't freak out like this. The small creature dropped to its knees and started to cry. Momo immediately became worried seeing that. Momo also kneeled down beside the house elf and started to pat its back. It's okay, little guy, she didn't mean to scare you, she was just surprised that you appeared out of nowhere, Momo said, trying to console the little creature. It was also kind of funny watching how Momo calls the elf little guy, but she is similar to its height. I just stood at the side and decided to watch the show. I knew exactly why the house elf was crying, but I wanted the girls to find out how odd were these house elves were. A/N, the way the elf speaks and pronounces someone's name is odd and peculiar, so I wanted to say it beforehand that wrong names are not going to be typos. Little guy, you can tell us what's wrong, Momo said, and she kept petting the house elf's back. The elf finally stopped wailing and raised its head, and its face was now marred with a huge grin. Finally. The great and most noble house of Ravenclaw would become active again after more than 200 years. Dixie is so happy. Just like the late Lord has ordered, Dixie and the other elves have looked after the great castle of Ravenclaw, the house elf named Dixie said and started to dance around the 4 of us. Dixie, you need to calm down, I said to Dixie, and her celebration immediately stopped and her ears plopped down. No, I meant you can celebrate later, but first we need to introduce ourselves. My name is Itsuki Rio. Hearing me, the elf's ear immediately rose up again and started to smile ear from ear. Master Rios is going to be the new Lord Ravenclaw. He doesn't need to be humble to Dixie, the house elf said while looking happy. Even if I am going to be Lord Ravenclaw, that doesn't mean that I can't treat you nicely. Now, are you the only house elf in service of Castle Ravenclaw? I asked the house elf. Momo, Namiri, and Rumi just stood at the side completely dumbfounded hearing the 2 of us talk like that. I noticed their looks and expressions and I remembered that they don't know anything about this world. I will explain everything to you all after we get seated, I told them, to which they just nodded their heads. To my question, Dixie shook her head and replied, no, There are currently 4 house elves including Dixie workings here to keep the castle Ravenclaw clean for the next lord, Dixie said happily, and immediately 3 more pops were heard and 3 more house elves appeared in front of us and started to cry. After finally calming them down, we were finally able to introduce ourselves to them. Dixie was the head house elf of Castle Ravenclaw, the other elves were named Trixie, Lipsy, and Nixie. We understand that you are our servants, but that doesn't mean you should be dressed in rags. I will give you all clothes, Momo spoke. The elves immediately became horrified and kneeled in front of Momo and started to wail loudly. No, please Missy Momozy, please don't throw us out. We would work harder, please forgive us Missy Momozy, Dixie said while wailing loudly. Momo was stunned and confused about what happened now and looked towards me with begging eyes. Don't worry, she didn't mean to throw you guys out. She wanted all of you to wear something nice. All of you are house elves of House Ravenclaw and you should wear clothes fitting your status, I said. Hearing me, the 4 house elves immediately stopped crying and became happy. We finally walked inside the castle following Lipsy while the others went to prepare the main bedroom for us and prepare some snacks for us. The castle was massive from the inside. All of us were completely speechless seeing this huge place. We were finally led into a huge room with table and chairs. It was a meeting room. Wow. I never imagined living in my own castle, Momo said. Yes, it almost feels like we arrived in some medieval age, Namiri said, still looking around the room. Yes, but we won't be having electricity here in magical places. Magic and technology don't mix well, I spoke. Rumi was just looking around like a small girl who got the candy she wanted. Now let me explain this world to you. It's a world filled with politics and pure-blooded bigotry. I started to explain about the world. 1 eternity later. So, I have to join the school called Hogwarts in 1 year, and before doing that I have to learn what you call diplomacy. Namiri asked. She was excited to go to this new school. She wanted to spread her philosophical ways there. Yes, I replied. And we would be joining the same school 6 years later, Momo said. Then, who am I going to fight? Rumi asked, looking completely dejected. You can always fight with me. From what I have noticed, we still have all of our previous powers. Getting younger didn't affect that, I said. This turned Rumi somewhat happy. I can't imagine that I have to wait for so many years before you can impale me again. I thought being the perverted older sister would be nice. Namiri whined and her face faulted on the table. Yeah, I am gonna miss it too. So, you said that we can't use technology here, right? Momo asked me and made an MP3 player from a few coins. I don't know how magic would affect the stuff you make using your new power, but it would be awesome if your stuff doesn't get affected by the magic around us, I replied to Momo, and she turned on the MP3 player. The storage was empty so she could play no songs, but there didn't seem anything with the MP3 player, at least for now. So, why exactly do I have to attend this school? Namiri again asked. Well, I can completely understand why she is asking this. I didn't tell her the reason why she needs to do this. Because in the magical world there are only 2 ways you can get an inheritance from a family. 1, you complete the newts, or you become 17 years old, whichever comes first. So, I want you to get the ladyship when you turn 17, so there would be no need for our magical guardian, I told Namiri. All 3 girls listened to me intently, even Rumi. Now, every Muggle-born student, no matter who they are, even if they have parents, they get a magical guardian, which is usually the head of your house, but they can also sign a magical contract for you using that right. Now, this doesn't happen, but I don't want others to hold so much power over any of us, I explained. All 3 of them were slightly worried hearing all this. Now, I want Namiri to attend the school, because if you suddenly appear out of nowhere and taking your ladyship, then everyone will immediately become interested in you, but if you study through Hogwarts and get your ladyship, then no one will try to investigate you. Most wizards and witches would underestimate you because you are a Muggle-born and would try to use you. We can use this in our favor and instead use them. I explained my plan further. This calmed them down slightly. Now, it might seem that we would be fine without family background while we are in school, but as soon as you leave the school you will find a huge amount of discrimination. Most Muggle-borns have to return to the Muggle world because no one would employ them. And if a pureblood commits a crime against you, then the law won't do anything because the laws are made by purebloods for purebloods. Even though we aren't purebloods, our family holds a huge amount of power in their government. I finally finished my explanation. I understood all that, but why do you want all of us to learn occlumency? Momo asked me, looking curious. Namiri and Rumi were both interested. For a few stuff, learning occlumency would let us arrange our mind in order, our magic and powers would improve a lot. No one could read our minds, and the last and main problem, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of Wisengamot, supreme mugwump of ICW, I said, looking completely serious. Hearing me, all 3 girls became slightly confused. Why are we so worried about that single person? Momo asked me, looking confused. Well, that's because. I started to explain. Chapter 61, Planning, Future and Mission, 2. Edited. POV Rio. Well, that's because he is not a simple man, he is known as the leader of light. Many families follow him like blind sheep, they can't see, speak, or hear for themselves. Whatever he says, it's like words of God for them. They are ready to die for him with just a word. If he says you are a Dark Lord, then the whole magical Britain would believe him, even the dark families, I explained, and by each second Momo, Namiri, and Rumi became dumbfounded. From the knowledge I got from God, I came to believe that he is a chess master, a manipulative bastard through and through. All his allies are just pawns for him to reach a certain goal. Everything he does or allows to happen is completely planned by him. Many think that he has gone senile, but every time he has a hidden agenda. I kept speaking. It's true, I received some knowledge from God about this world, even though I already have some knowledge previously. So, I would be sneaking around a person like that? Namiri asked. Yes, I know it would be hard, but you fit the role perfectly. Just stay low-key and make him believe that you trust him completely, I said to Namiri. So, is he the enemy you need to kill this time? Momo asked me. No. I still haven't received a mission from God. I don't know if that would be my mission. But I personally don't think that my mission would be that simple, I said to Momo. I honestly don't think that God would ask me to kill Dumbledore. I am not overconfident, but I am pretty sure that I can kill him without even lifting a finger. My mission is going to be too difficult this time, I guess. Namiri, you have to learn occlumency enough to feed Dumbledore with false thoughts when he uses his passive leglumency probes. I looked at Namiri and spoke seriously. All the four of us sat there silently. All of them must be mulling over what I said just now. Suddenly Momo's stomach growled like an angry lion. I think we should eat dinner and go to sleep. It already seems pretty late, I said while looking outside, and it was already dark. I don't know at what time we arrived here. The three of them agreed instantly because they felt really tired. We have been talking for too long. I called Dixie and asked her to prepare dinner. The house elves completely went over and cooked us a large meal. Momo was happy to see so much food. I clearly noticed Namiri and Rumi giving her a stink eye because Momo could eat as much as she liked and maintain her figure. After dinner we went to take a bath. It's pretty awesome to have house elves. They had already prepared the bath for us. The bath was attached with the main bedroom. We would be using the main bedroom as our room. It was a massive room. Only kings or queens would have these kinds of rooms. After taking the bath, all of us stripped out of our robes and crawled into the sheets. I have never thought that a bed could be this comfortable, Momo said while laying on the bed while her head was resting on my chest. Even though we have suddenly returned to our 4-year-old bodies, we have still decided to sleep together. Of course, this bed must be charmed with several spells that would make it much more comfortable, I answered Momo, who didn't reply to me because she was already asleep. I looked over to my other side and found Namiri was also already asleep. Rumi was also asleep. She was by Momo's side. Even though I felt sleepy, I needed to make several new plans if I want to turn around this world. Let's see, wizards and witches only have 4 means of traveling. 1. Night bus. Honestly, it could be used, but I would myself never prefer it. 2. Flow travel. Most witches and wizards use this method, but I already know that No Nose has his death shitters there who would close the flow network. 3. Portkey. This is also a common means of travel for the magical population, but it could be also stopped with anti-portkey wards, one of the favorite wards of death shitters. 4. Apparition. The best and most versatile means of travel, but this can be also stopped by anti-apparition wards, another favorite ward of death shitters. These are the only means to travel. I have the law of lightning, so I can easily make some method to teleport or travel at lightning speeds, but since this is a magic world, I should make a new method of traveling. Maybe some kind of teleportation moves like Hiraishin. The next thing is that I have to invest this whole year teaching Namiri occlumency, and we also need to visit the Gringotts, so I buy a muggle house for the 4 of us. I don't want our Hogwarts letter to be addressed to Castle Ravenclaw. Honestly, I don't want Minerva McGonagall popping up here to take Nemri for her introduction to magical world. From what I remember, the Hogwarts letters are received by the children when they are around 11. I have already checked and we have arrived in the month of September 1984. So, Namiri is going to receive her letter in March 1985. Muggleborn's letters are personally delivered by some Hogwarts staff. Harry Potter received his letter by all post because his uncle and aunt already knew about the magical world in Hogwarts. So, I need to get a muggle house even before the winter starts. I don't know if our names are already written by the magical quill, but I think that God would make it possible. I am damn sure that Ministry can't have their trace for wands working here in Castle Ravenclaw. I might have to ask the elves if they have some legacy wands in the castle that we could use. That would make it a lot easier for us. So, let's point down the stuff I needed to do in the nearest future. 1. Look for legacy wands. 2. Visit Gringotts. 3. Teach Namiri occlumency. 4. Buy a muggle house. 5. Research about new teleportation methods. 6. Training my new power and continue mastering magnetokinesis. With all these plans made, I finally decided to close my eyes. And fell asleep pretty quickly. I suddenly myself in the same dark place where I have always received the message from God. I wonder what kind of mission I would be getting. Please, don't give me the babysitting duty of Harry Potter or some other spoiled brat. I see that you have settled into the world. I think it is a good idea to not let your girlfriends know that they were just a character in your world, the voice was heard. Well, I have wasted a lot of time, though it won't matter for me. But let's get this over with, mess up with both Dumbledore's and Thomas Riddle's plans. It doesn't matter how much you mess them up, as long as you create problems for them directly or indirectly, it works for me, the voice said. Wow, shit. I have already planned to do all that. Only me being in Hogwarts would fuck up Dumbledore's plan to the next Sunday. I could have asked you to kill Thomas Riddle Jr., but that won't work. He is already protected by fate and can only be killed by Harry Potter. I don't care if you help Harry or not, but if you decide to help him, then it would be much easier for him to kill Thomas Riddle Jr., which would be really a favor to this world, the voice spoke again. I didn't even get the time to reply and my world turned completely black. The next day I woke up when I felt something moving near me. I opened my eyes and found Rumi exercising. Good morning, Rumi. Looks like you are already getting used to your new body, I greeted Rumi. Seeing me already up, Rumi stopped exercising. Good morning to you too. I was trying to use my new power. I could feel it inside my body, but I am currently unable to activate it. It feels like I need to train my body to access the power, Rumi said with a smile on her face and resumed her exercises. Last night, I received the mission from God. It's pretty easy but hard at the same time, I told Rumi and looked over to Momo and Namiri and they were still sleeping. Does this mission needs to fight someone? Rumi asked the question, which was the most important thing for her. Yes, there are several ways we could complete this mission. I would be doing this from all the sides, I said to Rumi, whose smile turned into a feral grin. Chapter 62, Setting Up Everything, I. Edited. POV Rio. I think the house elves might have a secret agenda. They might be trying to kill all of us by feeding us so much. Though Momo is a keeper and ate all of the extra food, Rumi, Namiri, and I weren't able to finish. It's quite ridiculous to see a 4-year-old gulp down food half of her weight. What's even more ridiculous is that the elves looked quite happy with themselves when they saw Momo gulp down everything on the table. Dixie, do you know if the Ravenclaws had a treasury or not? A place where they could have kept some legacy wands? I asked, looking at the small creature. Oh yes, Master Rio's Dixie knows such a place, Dixie said while jumping. Honestly, I have thought that I could understand them before I came to this world, but now it seems that they are out of his comprehension. Even though I am really weak in the science department, I don't think they work on that. Dixie led us through the castle while the other house elves decided to take over their regular duties. After walking through the castle for about 8 minutes, we finally arrived in a huge basement. The basement was filled with gold coins, usually referred to as galleons. Silver coins, known as sickles, and bronze coins known as nuts. If I remember the conversion ratio correctly, it would be 29 nuts in a sickle, 17 sickles in a galleon, meaning 493 nuts in a galleon. And honestly, the room is completely filled with literal mountains of those. Am I seeing right, or this room is actually filled with gold? Momo said, completely shocked. Now that I think this, I never explained the currency to them. I then went and explained to them that this was wizarding currency. It wasn't shocking that a rich family like Ravenclaws would keep money stored like this in their basement, but there is something that I find really odd, and I have noticed this since I arrived here. Dixie, Ravenclaw is an old magical family, so why don't I see any magical portraits in this castle of any of our ancestors? I finally decided to ask Dixie. I have been dreading over this fact. There could have been a portrait here like of Walburga Black. After all, the Ravenclaw family in this world was destroyed by inbreeding. Oh, that, the beliefs of the family that knowledge should be acquired and not given, so if some new heirs should ever show up, they should acquire all that knowledge from books instead of portraits. Dixie spoke with mixed feelings. She must be missing her old masters because she doesn't have any remainder of them. On the other hand, she couldn't complain as it was a decision taken by her masters. Well, it works better for me this way. I have all the required knowledge for now, at least. I could mess up several plans of No-Nose and Dumbledore with the knowledge I have of the future, but I can't underestimate them or stick my head in the sand thinking that they won't plan anything new. I don't plan to babysit Harry Potter, but this doesn't mean I can help him indirectly. I honestly pity Sirius Black, after being framed for selling out the Potters to No-Nose and killing the rat and 12 muggles. He rotted in actual hell called Azkaban. Even though he was able to escape and confront the RAT, he still wasn't pardoned and finally died as a criminal because of other people's schemes. After the conversation with Dixie, we decided to look throughout the room. The first thing I found was a huge metal trunk with several stasis charms placed on it. I didn't know what was inside, but using my power I opened the trunk while standing slightly away from the trunk. The trunk was an expandable trunk, and within its huge space, it was filled up to the brim with potion vials. The trunk was filled with aging potion, polyjuice potion, Felix Felicis, Verita serum, and several other types of potions stored there. I knew about what they were because of the tags under them. Wow, these helps my future plans and schemes so much. I noticed the girls also looked confused and interested after they saw so many vials. It was even hard to count them. I explained to the girls what they were. Namiri immediately demanded that I use the aging potion on everyone and fuck them right here right now. I somehow calmed her down, saying that we have much more important stuff to do right now. Namiri sulked but agreed and followed us while pouting. After looking around the room for about half an hour, I finally found the place I have been looking for. It was a stand where I could clearly see the wands. The wands were stacked up nicely there. There must be nearly 100 wands there. Finally, what I have been looking for, I said and walked through the room towards the stands. The girls followed me silently. Didn't you say that a wand chooses the wizard? So, would it be fine if we use these wands? Momo spoke while picking up a wand and waved it around, but nothing happened. From what I remember, if a wand would give the chosen wizard or witch a warm feeling when touched for the first time, even though these wands won't fit us perfectly, but I think that these could be used for the time being. No, I don't think that they would fit us perfectly, but we still could use them for the time being. It would be much better than having nothing to learn magic with. If the wands fit you, they would give you a warm feeling. Take the wand that you feel the warmest in your hands, I explained and started to pick up wands one by one. The girls shrugged and also followed my lead. After an hour passed, the four of us finally found our match. Namiri was the hardest. Her wand was also the most odd-looking one. Her wand was the smallest, about only 6 inches, and I could easily say that even this wand wasn't suitable for her. Rumi's wand was completely black, around 12 inches. She said that wand gave her the feeling of thrill, the thrill that she got while fighting. I have no idea what would or what its core was. I might have to look into wand lore also in the future, or maybe not as long as I have a functional wand. Momo's wand was completely white in color, similar to ash. It was 13.5 inches long. I also didn't have any idea what her wand was made of. I found my wand the quickest. It was 15 inches completely black, and other than that I have no knowledge about it. But even though I found my wand the quickest, and a lot of wands gave me the same feeling, though I did feel something missing from them. It was almost like I was missing half of the puzzle. Now, the first thing I needed to do was visit Gringotts and buy ourselves a Muggle house along with Muggle identities. I also needed some fake documents related to our parents. I know I didn't know many spells, but Gringotts didn't pose any threat to me because of all the metal weapons they carried along with them. I could even kill them with the galleons they love so much if I wanted. Girls, we have one more important thing to do before we can get raunchy using those aging potions, so let's get it over with, I said, and Momo immediately started making clothes for our adult bodies. I have already shown her how wizards and witches like to dress, so it was quite easy for her. As soon as the dresses were done, I picked out a vial of aging potion and all of us stripped out of our clothes. I remembered from the canon about how much Fred and George Weasley needed to drink because they only needed to become a few months older. After the calculations are done, it was quite easy for us. We downed the amount we needed and our bodies immediately started to age. After all of us finished aging, we checked out each other. I liked this a lot, and due to that I immediately got hard. Yeah, I have seen them naked and had sex with them a lot of times, but that doesn't mean they have lost their appeal. All three of them smiled, seeing me already hard down there. As you can already see that I want nothing more than having a foursome, but that have to wait, I said and started to get dressed. The girls also reluctantly nodded their heads and started to get dressed. Namiri looked like someone had killed her puppy but didn't complain. Within a minute all four of us were completely dressed like any wizards or witches. Dixie, I called, and the elf popped beside us in an instant. I thought that the elf would be surprised to see 4 20-year-old people, but it didn't even faze Dixie. Maybe it has to do something because we are connected by the Castle Ravenclaw now. What can Dixie do for Master Rios and his missus? Dixie asked and looked at us expectantly. Can you take us to the Gringotts, Dixie? I asked the house elf. Yes. Dixie can take Master Rios and his missus to the Goblin's Bank. The small creature jumped in joy while saying this. Though I like how she started to call the girls my missus. Dixie then asked us to grab her, and the next instant we were gone from Castle Ravenclaw. The next instant we were in front of a snowy white building that had bronze doors, and 2 goblins were guarding the door dressed in red and gold. It was one of the worst feelings I ever had. Damn. I felt like I was being pushed through a straw. It wasn't something I hated, and seeing the girls, I think they didn't like it too. Somehow I and Rumi held ourselves back from emptying our stomachs, but Namiri and Momo weren't that strong. Chapter 63, Setting Up Everything, 2, and Gringotts, I. Edited. POV Rio. Dixie looked horrified when she saw Namiri and Momo empty their stomachs. Please punish Dixie, master. I should have told you before what happens with sidelong apparition, Dixie said and kneeled on the ground. I looked around and saw many were giving us odd looks. Dixie, you won't be punished. Don't worry. I should have also known this beforehand, I told Dixie, who still didn't seem to calm down. I asked Dixie to clean the mess we have created. She snapped her small fingers and took care of it. Elf magic is pretty awesome. Namiri and Momo were finally up on their feet and looked slightly pale. I am never doing that again, Namiri said with full determination in her voice, but I have to dash her determination sadly. But it is one of the main means wizards and witches use to travel, I said, and Namiri immediately paled a lot. Even though she looked only 20 years now, hearing my words seemed to make her 5 years older. You said one of the main means. Their other means must be a lot better, Momo said, but unfortunately, I had to disappoint her too. No, all of them are similar to this if you don't prefer riding on a broom, I deadpanned. Hearing me made Momo's hope shatter, and I could swear that I heard the noise of glass shattering. I think, we have gained enough attention by just standing here, we should go in, Rumi said while pointing towards the people looking over us. Rumi was right, we have gained enough attention now, and after sending Dixie back we walked through the bronze doors. The goblin guards outside looked completely unfazed by our previous fiasco. After entering the bronze doors we walked down the entrance hall and found another set of doors, but this time they were made of silver. These doors were also flanked by goblins wearing armors and carrying metal axes, and like I had thought, I could also control these metals even though I didn't exactly know what they were made of. There was a warning written on the doors. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. I didn't care about the warning with all the metal here, I could walk right through here without doing anyone anything and no one would be even able to put a single scratch on me. I could feel all the metal coins underground. The metals imbued in the buildings. If I want I could rip apart the whole Gringotts like a wet paper bag, but why care? While we walked by the doors the goblins seemed to be scanning us but didn't seem to do anything other than that. From what I remember, any forms of deception didn't work, and weren't aging potions could also be called a means of deception. I couldn't care less if goblins could see our child forms and underestimate us. As long as other humans saw us as adults I have no problems. We walked through the doors and entered a vast marble hall with long counters and goblins sitting behind desks and speaking with wizards. I walked up the smallest line I saw, the girls followed my lead and stood behind me. It was finally our turn and the goblin was giving me a toothy grin. It would most people out, and annoying was just a bonus. I want to have an inheritance test along with them, I said and pointed toward the girls. The goblin's smile enlarged and it was quite vicious, but I didn't even flinch. That seemed to surprise him slightly. The goblin snapped his fingers and another goblin came towards us. They spoke something in gobbledygook. Quite a mouthful for a name of a language. The other goblin nodded his head and turned towards us. Follow me, humans, the goblin grunted to us and started walking. I didn't need to say anything now, so I silently followed him. Within a minute we finally reached a room. On the door, inheritance office, was embedded with what seemed to me was gold. The goblin opened the door and spoke to the old-looking goblin inside in gobbledygook, and the older goblin looked at us and gestured us towards the seats. While we sat down, the goblin who brought us here left the room. I have met a lot of Muggleborns like the four of you take this test, but none of them exited this room with happy news, the goblin said while his mouth showed his sharp teeth. We think we might be lucky, just a simple imagination. Momo didn't give me time to answer. Well, I would have said something similar too. I sulked, I wanted to look cool after all. Of course, that would be 100 galleons each. If you don't want to take the test and still leave this place. After all, it would save all of our time, and time is money after all, the goblin said and gave us another of his vicious smile. Damn. I fucking forgot to galleons, I should have remembered how money hungry they are. This was quite stupid of me. Dixie, I called softly, and Dixie appeared inside the room. The goblins changed slightly seeing me own a house elf. Most Muggleborns don't own a house elf. Even though his expression changed slightly, I clearly noticed. Would you be able to bring us 400 galleons? I asked the small creature. Dixie can do that, Master Rios, the elf said while nodding her head fervently and popped away. We waited in the room silently for a minute and Dixie popped back in the room carrying what seemed to be a bottomless bag. I took the bag from her and told her to return to whatever she was doing. I opened the bag, and as I have thought it was a bottomless bag, but I can not go and count on Dixie's calculation skills next time. She didn't know what 400 galleons were and brought as much as galleons she could. I took out 100 galleons and placed them over the desk. Looking at the gold, the old goblin gave another vicious smile and took out a small bowl and knife and pushed them towards me. I have to give him my blood, and I have read enough Harry Potter fanfics in my previous life, and I know very well how my blood could be used. Before I give my blood I need an oath from you, I told the goblin. The old goblin looked like he ate a bug but still didn't look hostile. And please tell me what this oath would consist of, the old goblin asked me while his features turned slightly hostile, but I and the girls didn't even flinch. Nothing much, the oath would entail that none of my blood would be used for other purposes than the inheritance test, I said calmly. The old goblin just stayed like that for a few seconds before giving a boisterous laugh. The old goblin finally calmed down and raised up his finger. The tip of his finger glowed slightly and started speaking. I, Blade Razor, swear on my magic that all the blood you give would be used up completely for the inheritance test, the goblin said and did a Lumos spell to show that he still had his magic. Well, that was a really nice display of wandless magic. I picked up the dagger and sliced my hand open and let my blood flow in the small bowl. As soon as the blood filled up the bowl to a certain point, my hand healed completely without even leaving behind any mark or blood, and even the blood on the knife vanished. Good, Blade Razor said, and took the small bowl filled with my blood and poured all of my blood on a blank parchment. The bowl was made of something special or had some charm on it, because not a single drop of my blood remained in the bowl. The blood was absorbed completely by the parchment and some writings appeared on the parchment. The goblin didn't look impressed at first, but the moment his indifference turned into complete shock. He raised up his head from the parchment and looked at me with complete shock on his face, while my face was marred with my usual gentle smile. The goblin kept doing that a few times. He tried to speak a few times, but nothing seemed to come out of his mouth. Of course, when suddenly the heir of the richest wizard family appears, it would be shocking. Blade Razor finally calmed down his feature and walked out of his chair, leaving us slightly confused. As soon as he opened the door, he shouted something in gobbledygook, and immediately another goblin came frantically running. Hello. My name is Bone Crusher and I am the account manager of the Ravenclaw Vaults and Accounts. The goblin firsthand introduced himself before doing anything. I just gave him my usual smile and decided to introduce myself. My name is Itsuki Ryo, just call me Ryo, I spoke. Chapter 64, Setting Up Everything, 3, and Gringotts, 2. Edited. POV Ryo. After telling him my name, Bone Crusher immediately wanted me to drag to his office so that we could settle the accounts of Ravenclaw, which were frozen for more than 200 years. Bone Crusher inherited the job as our account manager from his father Skincrawler. They really have some weird names though. A/N, I have decided the MC and his harem members to take fake names only for this world. The Wisengamot always looks down on magical people from other countries. So, I thought it would be much better like this. Wait. I want these three to also take the inheritance test, I said while gesturing towards Momo, Rumi, and Namuri. Both Blade Razor and Bone Crusher looked at me like I killed someone's baby. You are the first Muggle born to get a family inheritance and you still want to take tests for them. Several thousand magical people have taken these tests every year and returned empty-handed. You are the luckiest person I have ever seen in my 117 years long life, Blade Razor said, looking enraged. It's just a simple curiosity, just entrain us, I said, and both goblins in the room just grunted, and Blade Razor sat back in his chair and pushed the knife and bowl to Rumi. Rumi picked up the knife and sliced up her hand and filled the bowl with blood. When the bowl was filled, the same thing happened as it happened with me. Rumi's hand healed up without leaving behind and blood or mark. Blade Razor poured her blood in a similar parchment. Blade Razor looked bored slightly at first, like he was sure that nothing would happen, but the next moment his eyebrows shot up and his eyes grew completely wide. He glared at the parchment, wanting to burn a hole in it. The older goblin in the room stared at Rumi and then me, and then his eyes went back to the parchment. Blade Razor rose up from his chair and started to shout something in gobbledygook. It seemed to me that he was cursing. Bone Crusher also took a look at the parchment and his eyes also grew wide and stared at Rumi immediately with complete shock written on his face. Bone Crusher also did the same thing as Blade Razor. Only after a few minutes they calmed down and looked at us. I don't think that you are playing with us, and you are also not someone who lacks knowledge about the magical world, so please tell me that if the other two girls you brought here aren't also Ravenclaw descendants. Bone Crusher spoke in almost begging expression. Blade Razor also seemed to have the same expression. Yes, all four of us are Ravenclaw descendants. So, now with that finally over, we can talk business. Like you previously said, time is money after all, I said, looking at both Bone Crusher and Blade Razor. Both Blade Razor and Bone Crusher looked completely stunned. If four descendants of an extinct family suddenly appeared out of nowhere, anyone would be shocked. Even though they were shocked, they nodded their heads. We would have to take all of you to speak with Director Ragnarok. He is also the king of Goblin Nation. Ravenclaw is still the richest family, and it would be better if we speak business with his presence. Even if you were the only heir, I would have still taken you to speak with Director Ragnarok, Bone Crusher said, looking completely serious. Well, I have no problem meeting their king, so I nodded my head. We were led throughout the halls and finally reached in front of a room with huge doors while four goblins were flanking the gates. Bone Crusher said something to the guards, who also looked quite surprised and stared at us. Only after starting for a few seconds they calmed themselves down and opened the doors. The room was really huge and an old-looking goblin was sitting on a high table. Bone Crusher said something to Ragnarok in gobbledygook and he immediately turned his head towards us. I have to say, I am really surprised to see four heirs of an extinct family suddenly appear out of thin air. Even though I still find it hard to believe, but our own tests proved your claim, and goblin magic is never wrong in matters like these. Ragnarok gestured to us sit in front of him. I have to say these chairs were a lot more comfortable than the previous ones. Now, before we could start speaking business, we must take care of something. I want to know which one of you would take the lordship or ladyship of the family, Ragnarok said. Well, this is confusing. Why did he say ladyship? Didn't magical Britain have a patriarchy system? It's true that I wanted Namuri to lead the family until I could take the mantle of head of the house. I don't understand. I thought that there will only be lordship to take, I said in genuine confusion. Well, the Ravenclaw family is slightly different from others. As the family of one of the founders, Rowena Ravenclaw, the family never looked down on women. Ravenclaw family is both patriarchal and matriarchal depending on the older kid in the generation, Ragnuk said. Well, this gives me something to think about. If I ask Namiri to take leadership of the family, it could be a problem. Several marriage proposals would start to fly in. It could be dealt with easily by ignoring, but Namiri would paint a huge target behind her. Even if she holds the fort for me for a few years in Wisingamot, she would be still painting a target on her back. But now, I don't have much to think here, so let's see the functions Ravenclaw Lord or Lady Ring would have. This could have a huge impact. Can you tell me what are the functions of Ravenclaw Lord or Lady Ring? I asked Ragnuk. Ragnuk looked quite intrigued because of the question. Well, I don't know the exact functions, but it would have any functions other families' Lord Rings would have. Like natural occlumency shields, protection from any kind of mind-altering potions, love potions, poisons, and it would even nourish her or his body with magic, making them much stronger than their peers both physically, mentally, and magically, Ragnuk said. Well, hearing all this finally sealed the deal. I would give Namiri the ladyship and make her the matriarch, but there is still a slight problem. I don't know if they ever hid something inside their family ring so that if someone with impure blood status would put on their ring would get cursed or not. From what I have seen, the Ravenclaws didn't seem to be a dark family, but they also went extinct due to inbreeding, so I won't put it past them. Bone Crusher, can you tell me what our blood status is? I asked. Even though I didn't hold up much hope with this, but since God sent us here, I think that we could be purebloods. Bone Crusher again looked at the parchment and said, both Atsuki Ryo and Rumi Usagiyama are purebloods. I was kind of expecting that, but having confirmation is much better. Namiri, I think you should take the ladyship. I told Namiri, who was stunned. Are you sure? That ring could help you a lot from what I have heard, Namiri said. Yes, but it would help you much better. I will tell you everything later, I said. Namiri looked towards both Rumi and Momo, who nodded their heads in agreement. Okay, then. I would be taking the ladyship, Namiri said to Ragnuk. Ragnuk gave a toothy grin and snapped his finger, and a bronze box with blue outlines appeared on his table. There was an eagle engraved over the box. Ragnuk opened the box and a shining blue and bronze ring with an eagle engraved was kept inside it. Namiri took the ring and put it on the middle finger of her right hand. The ring resized itself to fit her finger and flashed brightly. Well, the Ravenclaw family ring has accepted you as the new leader of the family. Now that is over with, let's talk business, Ragnuk spoke, and Bloodsusher snapped his fingers and several files appeared on the table. For the next hour, we went through all the businesses we had and how much money we would be receiving from them as rent. I declined to announce that the Ravenclaw family is back and would want to wait until Namiri turned 17. To this, I could see the respect appear in both Ragnuk and Bone Crusher's eyes. The next hour was spent with all the money and accounts we owned along with all the properties we had. We had 6 castles in total excluding Hogwarts. We also owned Hogwarts as we were the only direct descendants of the founders. There was no Nose too, but he didn't claim heirship. We owned 17 villas in total. 3 of them were vacation villas, one on the island of Miami, the other on a beach of France, and the last one in the snowy mountains of Russia. We also owned 2 Muggle buildings which were now being used as the most expensive and luxurious hotels within whole Britain. We would be receiving rent from them, too. We also talked about the business we could be investing in. The goblins showed us several prospects. They would obviously receive some percentage of the profit, so if we make a profit they would be doing that too. May I also recommend something completely apart from the business? Ragnuk asked. All 4 of us looked interested, so he continued. As all of you have foreign names, the older families would definitely look down on you even if you would be members of the most ancient and the noble house of Ravenclaw, so I wanted to suggest a ritual to change your names permanently, everyone. Even in the Book of Hogwarts, your name would be changed if you are worried about that. Ragnuk said. Well, I completely agreed with him, and I can already see everyone looking down on us as we are foreigners. I asked the girls and they didn't seem to have any problem with changing their names temporarily. We agree, prepare the ritual, I said, and Ragnuk snapped his fingers and his guards walked inside. They spoke something in gobbledygook and the goblins immediately ran out of the room, and after some minutes they came back with several goblins elder. Throughout the next couple of hours, 4 magic circles for the ritual were prepared. I decided to take the name Edgar Maxwell, Momo decided to take the name Alice Croftwell, Rumi decided to take the name Roxanne Thrift, and Namiri decided to take the name Vicky Parsons. All of us decided to change our name to Ravenclaw when Namiri would announce being the lady of Ravenclaw family. All 4 of us entered the magic circles and stood there. The goblin elders did the incantation in gobbledygook, the magic lines shined and vaporized from existence, and the ritual was complete. Bone Crusher showed us parchment showing us our connection to Ravenclaws, and our name there was already changed to our new ones. With that finally over, I asked the goblins to acquire a Muggle flat for us. They said that we would get the letter and a portney for our new flat by tomorrow. With that finally over, I called Dixie and operaed back to Castle Ravenclaw. As soon as I entered the room, I was brought into a passionate and hungry kiss by Momo. I knew that this is going to be a long night. New names of MC and the harem members. Itsuki Ryo, Edgar Maxwell. Momo Yaoyorozu, Alice Croftwell. Rumi Usagiyama, Roxanne Thrift. Namiri Kayama, Vicky Parsons. Chapter 65, Namiri Enters Hogwarts, I. Edited. POV Rio. The next day we woke up nice and satisfied and we were already back in our child forms. I also need to find out if there are any long-term problems due to the use of the aging potion or not. I know that I won't run out with the stocks I have here, but the health of our bodies is much more important. I spent the whole morning studying occlumency. On the table in front of me, several books related to mind arts were stacked up. The books were N0T only related to occlumency. There were also books on leglomancy, obliviation, confundus, compulsions, and finally the Imperious Curse. I would be looking closely at the Imperious Curse. It could be really useful in the future. I had another book in front of me. This wasn't related to any mind arts at all. It was a book on the effects of potions with long-term and continuous use on a wizard's or witch's body. When Alice, Momo, finally arrived at the table after taking a shower, I handed her the book on the long-term effects of potions. She immediately checked the index and shuffled through most of the book before stopping. Both Alice, Momo, and I only stopped because of lunch. During lunch, we received the letter and portkey to our new Muggle flat. After making some small preparations, we were whisked away to our flat with the pull we felt on our navel. All the four of us landed on our asses as we arrived inside the flat. I have to learn how to stabilize myself right after portkey travel. Vicky, Namiri, and Alice, Momo, whined like they did when we sighed along Operad for the first time. This made me even more determined to find another means of teleportation. Apparition and portkey both seem to use space displacement as a medium, so making a new teleportation method from the ground up would be hard but not impossible. Wow, this is quite nice and cozy. I have to say the goblins seem to have a good choice, Alice, Momo, said looking around the flat. Well, I completely ignored her comment since her standards were different than ours. It was the biggest flat I have ever seen. The whole floor was ours. What are we going to do about my parents? Vicky, Namiri, asked. Well, it is quite an important question. I would make fake documents through the goblins that Vicky's, Namiri, parents passed away recently and the child services weren't able to sort everything out by this time because of all the money and property she had inherited from her late family. I will make some fake documents about your parents. You don't have to worry, I reassured Vicky, Namiri. Roxanne, Rumi, was completely silent and looked around the flat. She seemed to like it quite a lot because of the smile on her face. The flat was completely furnished, so we could already start living here. It's a good thing that the goblins provided us a portkey for our return, and in the back of the flat, there was a flue too. We returned to the castle after some time and I sent a letter to the goblins thanking them for the fast procedure and asked them to set up a simple magic masking ward in our new flat. I also asked them to arrange some fake documents regarding all of our parents with specific details I wrote down. 6 months passed in a blink of an eye and March was already starting. Throughout these 6 months, we have worked really hard with occlumency and some magic important spells. Vicky, Namiri, was the strongest one of us when compared magically, hands down, even with my pirated version of Zenkai Boost. The Ravenclaw family ring is feeding and nourishing her body with magic, making her a lot stronger. I made her work hard on occlumency, confundus, compulsion, obliviation, and the Imperious Curse. All of us already knew the first-year spells and have completely mastered them, but we didn't have time to practice them non-verbally or wandlessly. Vicky, Namiri, even practiced and trained her perfume magic. Now she could even make colorless and odorless confusing mist using her powers. This was the only thing she had trained her power for within these 6 months. Alice, Momo, and Roxanne, Rumi, also grew stronger throughout these 6 months. Alice, Momo, had been working on making iPhones for us that would be connected to other iPhones that we would be using without any cellular network. Alice, Momo, had already taken up on runes and arithmancy as she liked them a lot and was able to set up a grid that would be used as the cellular tower for our iPhones. I asked Alice, Momo, if simple mobiles would do, but she rejected that idea immediately because she wanted to have an iPhone again in her hands. She was already finalizing the process of synchronizing the iPhones with the grid she had made. Roxanne, Rumi, didn't stop training her body throughout this month. She still wasn't able to form armor around her body, but she herself said that she was growing stronger by each day. She continued this same training for more than 9 years back in the MHA world and didn't improve even in the slightest. I worked mostly on the occlumency and learning whatever I could learn about the principles of apparition and portkey. I also worked on my law of lightning, trying to convert my whole body into lightning, but I had close to little progress with that. I didn't move on to new things with my magnetokinesis and continued to train my gravity manipulation. I have made the most drastic improvements in that matter. I had recently started to form my mind palace. I decided to take up the idea from the Sherlock Holmes series and made a memory palace. My memories were stored inside a huge labyrinth filled with traps and monsters. Even if you pass through the labyrinth and find my memory vaults, you would need to break through a safe that was made up of adamantium, vibranium, and you are you. Like I have thought I was God inside my mind, and your defenses would be only strong how strong you imagine them to be. For me, adamantium, vibranium, and you were unbreakable, so they were unbreakable inside my mind, but they could still be broken by a master-level legilimencer. I think this was enough for now, and I would have a lot of time to improve myself in the coming years. Vicky, Namuri, didn't need to worry because she has the family ring which made her completely immune to leglimancy, and no one could even see the ring until she wants them to see it. She also got protection from mind-altering potions of any kind, so she didn't need to be trained to throw them off. I have also found a custom wand shop in Noctrum Alley. They would make wands for the customers, and the wands didn't have the ministry's trace. I decided to take it afterward. She completes her shopping with Minerva McGonagall. I don't think anyone would send Snape or Phileas Flitwick, so it could only be Pomona Sprout or Minerva McGonagall, and I put my money on old Minnie Go. I removed the ward stone from our flat so that whoever comes here to deliver the letter won't get suspicious. 9 days passed and it was already March 9th when someone finally knocked on our door. Alice, Momo, Roxanne, Rumi, and I immediately climbed the roof and cast a notice me not charm around us. POV Vicky, Namuri. So the day has finally arrived. I saw Edgar, Rio, Alice, Momo, and Roxanne, Rumi, went to hide. Today was my birthday, and even though I didn't want anything, they were planning something. All 4 of us were always together, so it was quite hard for them to plan something behind my back, so they gave up on doing that and started planning right in front of me. I got up and walked up to the door. I wonder if there is a thing like an exhibitionist witch. I think not. I finally opened the door and saw an older woman completely dressed like any typical witch I have read about in both worlds. The only thing she is missing now is the broom between her legs. Oops, she looks kind of old to have a broom between her legs. Are you Vicky Parsons? I came from Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft. Can I speak with your parents? The old woman asked me. No, Edgar, Rio, had trained me multiple times on how I have to act. My face immediately turned sad. They passed away 2 weeks ago. Since then I have been living alone in here, I said. The old woman looked quite shocked and surprised to hear this. I am really sorry for what you have to go through. May I come in? I would have left you alone, but this is really important, the old woman said. Now, why would I do that? Any normal 11 years old with the smallest brain would know not to let strangers in the house, especially when you don't have any parents. No, you said you are from Hogwarts School of Magic. Do they teach people how to con using tricks? You didn't even introduce yourself, I fired off. Hearing my words offended the old woman when I said if they thought tricks to con people. I can assure you that we perform real magic with wands, and my name is Minerva McGonagall, and I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the head of the House of Jurfighters. Minerva saw that we were the only 2 on the whole floor and vanished the door by touching it with her wand. I acted my part and looked shocked at her and let her enter the room. She made the door reappear. Now that we are past that magic is real, let's talk about further topics, Minerva spoke. Chapter 66, Namuri enters Hogwarts, 2. Edited. POV Vicky, Namuri. Okay, so you are saying that there is a hidden magical society within Britain? I asked, looking confused. Even though she showed me magic, I can't show her that I believe her completely. Yes, there is a hidden magical society in Britain. Now if you accept to attend Hogwarts, then I will be taking you shopping for all the school supplies you will be needing throughout the year, Minerva spoke calmly. She was sitting right in front of me on the couch. And if I don't? I asked her, looking slightly worried. Acting like this is really hard. Then sadly I would have to erase your memories of meeting me. We can't let our world come out in the open, Minerva spoke sternly. I turned horrified hearing that, but inside I was laughing. If she even tries to erase my memory, then she could forget ever leaving this house. Fine, I will accept. I have nothing holding me back here except this house and money my parents left me, I said, and Minerva again gave me a sympathetic look. Though I have a question myself. Why are you living alone here? Your parents must have some relatives, or from what I have heard there is something called child services. They should have taken care of you, right? Minerva asked me, looking quite curious and interested. My parents don't have any living relatives, and the child services don't seem to be sure what to do because of all the money and property I have now. They are having some problems sorting everything out, I said, making quite a sad face. Edgar, Rio, you better fuck the living daylights out of me when this is finally over. I would have never thought that acting like this could be tough, but Edgar, Rio, has been teaching me all this since we moved into the flat. Minerva nodded her head after hearing me. She handed me something that seemed to be a brochure of Hogwarts. It has moving pictures in it and another rule and guidebook. After our conversation finished, both me and Minerva got ready to leave. We left the flat and went down the streets, where Minerva whisked out her wand, and with a sonic boom a triple-decker purple bus appeared in front of us. Night Bus was engraved in front of the bus. So, this is the night bus. Damn. I can already feel my pussy senses are tingling. But I wonder how bad a bus ride could be, must be a fluke. We entered the bus and I looked around completely surprised. The bus didn't have any seats, instead, there were beds with curtains and fire lamps. Minerva sat on the nearest bed as fast as she could. I was slightly confused why that was, but I found it the hard way. The bus went off with a loud bang which threw me over a bed. I grabbed the bed tightly for my dear life. Magical people are crazy and insane if they call this a valid option for travel. We finally got off that purple monstrosity and I thank God for keeping me alive. How bad a bus ride could be, I should have trusted my pussy senses rather than my logic. This place is called Leaky Cauldron. If we want to enter Diagon Alley we have to go through here, Minerva said and started walking in front of me. I followed her like a good girl. The barkeep smiled and nodded towards Minerva McGonagall and she also returned the nod. We walked up to the rear courtyard and facing a brick wall. Minerva pulled out her wand and turned towards me. To enter the Diagon Alley you need to tap the brick 3 times counting 3 up and 2 across. She spoke and counted 3 up and 2 across and tapped the brick 3 times and a doorway opens up showing the much familiar Diagon Alley. Though Minerva doesn't need to know that. This is the first time I have arrived using this method. Diagon Alley is a cobblestoned wizarding alley and shopping area. We could see the assortment of restaurants, shops, and other sites. Minerva started to lead me towards the north side of the Diagon Alley. We finally arrived at a place called Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. Both Minerva and I entered the store and met with an older woman. Minerva and the other woman started to talk. I decided to look around the shop and I have to say it was highly disappointing. They didn't have any lingerie here, they only had some underwear called knickers. No. We can't have this. How will this world know the glory of sexiness? I would start with Hogwarts. I would introduce every girl to my philosophical ways. The old lady of the shop found me and dragged me back and started to take my measurements. This is going to be a real torture for me to wear such heavy clothes after wearing thin clothes for so long, but I can do this for Edgar, Rio. After all, he gave me his love and his protein shake. After giving my measurements, Minerva took me to a trunk shop. She brought a trunk for me which I didn't need to pay for. This confused me heavily. I could pay for my own things, you don't need to pay, I told Minerva, and she froze for a moment before giving me her answer. School provides the funds for any orphan kids for their school supplies, Minerva answered. I didn't say anything after that and I followed her. Yes, it's true that I have all the money that I could never spend, and Minerva knows that I got all of my parents' money after their death, so she must be thinking that because of my age I can't withdraw them. From there we went to the bookstore called Flourish and Blots. We entered the bookstore and saw that it was completely filled with a huge collection of books. But it didn't hold any candle in front of the library we had in Castle Ravenclaw, and Edgar, Rio, has collected all the books from all the castles and brought them to Castle Ravenclaw. Minerva went up to the owners and asked for a set of books for the first year. I again sneaked off to search for magical porn. I wonder if magical people would have made new ways to give and get orgasms. I looked throughout the store but unfortunately didn't find any. Do they have a restricted section or something like that, or the magical people are so prude that they can't express the greatness and pleasures of the flesh? No. I can't let this happen. I will spread my heavenly ways in Hogwarts. I finally returned to Minerva, who was now paying for all the books I got. After completing the payment we left towards the apothecary to get the ingredients for potion classes. Minerva explained quite a lot about the classes I was going to have and brought the ingredients. After getting the potion ingredients and cauldron for potions class, Minerva asked me if I wanted to have a pet and told me that I would have to buy that on my own. I will definitely get something on my own, or maybe not. I learned that I could only bring owls, frogs, or cats. Yuck. What kind of ingrates makes frogs their pets? Apparently magical people from Britain do. After that, we went to the shop I have been waiting for all this time, the wand shop. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, was written on the top of the shop. We entered the shop and found it was empty. Minerva didn't mind and looked completely normal. I walked up to the desk to ring the bell, but before I could do that a creepy old man creeped out from behind the desk. Eek! I shrieked. Fuck it, damn bastard. I almost used my powers and blew up my cover, you fucker. I felt my heart would almost pop out of my mouth. Watching me freak out like that must have amused the bastard. He was giving off a smug grin. I will get you back for this fucker. Minerva McGonagall, 9.5 inches, fur, dragon heartstring. It's good to see that your wand is faring well and you have been taking care of your wand. The creepy bastard spoke to Minerva, who didn't seem bothered by it. You have been saying that whenever I come to this shop with new students, Minerva deadpanned, and the creepy bastard seemed to ignore Minerva completely and looked at me with interest in his eyes. Is he a pedophile too? I would bust his balls if he tries anything. Well, let's get this over with. My dear, which hand is your main hand? The creepy bastard asked me. I am a righty, I said to him. He asked me to extend my arm. He took some measurements of my hand and ran inside and brought back several boxes with him and took out a wand and handed me. As soon as he did that, his lamp exploded. No, no. That isn't right, the old creep said, and snatched the wand away from my hand and handed me another, but nothing happened this time. He again snatched away the wand and handed me another, and the wand flew out of my hands. The old creep looked at me and his eyes became more excited. Soon, he gave me all the wands he brought with him, and none of them seemed to be a good match. Interesting, you are the most interesting customer I ever had in a long time, the old creep said in joy and brought another batch of boxes. Nearly 2 hours have passed and none of the wands seem to be working for me. The old creep looked like a 5-year-old who got an autograph from his favorite hero. Minerva also looked tired but didn't speak anything and just stood at the side. I take back what I said previously, you are the most difficult customer I ever had. None of the wands I have in this whole shop is a fit for you. None of them even act with you positively. For the first time I started selling wands, I would be making a custom wand for someone, the old creep said, completely excited, jumping like a small kid. But now Minerva decided to speak up. I am sorry, but Hogwarts doesn't use its funds for someone's custom wand, Minerva said. No, you don't have to do that. This is the most difficult customer I ever had. I can't miss this chance to make a wand for her, so I will only charge 7 galleons for the custom wand like I would have charged you for any other wand, the creep said while showing an expression that he wasn't going to back down. If it costs 7 galleons then it won't be a problem, Minerva said and stood back in her previous place. Now let's head back and see what we have to work with for your wand, the creep said and gestured me to follow him. I didn't want to, but if I want a wand I needed to follow him, so I did. Chapter 67, Namuri enters Hogwarts, 3. Edited. POV Namuri. The old creep led me to a room in the back of his shop. The room was completely stacked up with different types of wood. I quickly lost interest in them as I was only interested in Rio's morning wood. The old creep took out several pieces of wood and laid them in front of me on the table while jumping around the table. How in the heavens such an old man can jump around like that? Touch each piece of wood and tell me which one of them gives you the warmest feeling, the old creep said and stood at the side while looking at me expectantly. I did what the old creep asked me and started touching the wood pieces one by one. Most of them were quite unpleasant and some were completely cold to touch. After touching more than 10 pieces of wood, I finally found a wood piece that gave me a warm feeling similar to what I get when I grab Rio's dick. Wow, this felt nice. I had to hold myself back from stroking the wood. I continued touching the woods and found another piece of wood which gave me a similar feeling. The rest of the pieces of wood didn't even give a small reaction. Marvelous, quite marvelous. I have never seen a person react to both of these woods. Acacia, a very unusual wand wood that creates tricky wands that often refuse to produce magic for any but their owner, and also withholds their best effects from all but those most gifted. This sensitivity renders them difficult to fit for anyone. I personally kept a very low stock of them because of how they react, the old creep said excitedly and picked up the wood piece and placed it inside another box. Hornbeam selects for its life mate the talented witch or wizard with a single, pure passion, which some might call obsession, more kindly, vision, which will almost always be realized. Hornbeam wands adapt more quickly than almost any other to their owner's style of magic and will become so personalized, so quickly, that other people will find them extremely difficult to use even for the most simple of spells. Hornbeam wands likewise absorb their owner's code of honor, whatever that might be, and will refuse to perform acts, whether for good or ill, that do not tally with their master's principles. A particularly fine-tuned and sentient wand, the old creep picked up the other piece of wood that gave me the warm feeling and put that inside the same box. Both of the woods that reacted to you have the similar tendency to choose someone special. I can already say that this wand is going to be my life's best work, the old creep said and spoke on his own and started to pull out several small boxes and place them on the table while he used his wand to banish all the other pieces of woods lying on the table. He opened the boxes and inside every one of them were the oddest things I have ever seen. Some were hairs, feathers, horns, and many more. These must be the wand's cores. Follow the same process and tell me which one of them gives you the warmest feeling, the old creep said and again backed away and kept looking at me with interest. I started placing my hands on the wand cores one by one. A golden silvery hair gave me a warm feeling similar to the woods. The old creep looked quite interested. I kept moving on to the next cores, and finally, another black-colored hair gave me a similar warmth like the previous objects. Fascinating, a Vela hair. This is going to be my first time using Vela hair as a wand core. I always considered them unstable for my taste, so avoided using them, but it seems I have to use them too. Marvelous, the old creep said and picked up the box containing the Vela hair and placed it inside the same box where he kept the wood pieces. You are the only person I have ever seen with my own eyes to choose Ruguru hair. According to wand lore, wands containing the hair of this beast were rather suitable for performing the dark arts, the old creep said. I got slightly worried. I know that I am already dark because I already know how to cast Imperious Curse, but my wand didn't need to announce that outright. Fascinating. I could already say that in the future you are going to become very strong and do great things. Evil or good but great things indeed, the old creep said. It would take 3 days for me to complete this wand. I will send the wand to you by all post, the old creep said and returned outside where Minerva was waiting patiently. The old creep told Minerva that he would be sending me my wand via all post and Minerva paid him 7 galleons like agreed. We finally returned to Madame Malkin's shop to get my robes. They looked really constricting but it's okay. Only Rio has the right to see my sexiness so it's fine I guess. I kept the robes inside my trunk and left Diagon Alley following Minerva McGonagall. She again summoned that purple monstrosity. After another hellish ride, I came back in front of my flat. Minerva then told me how to get to platform 9 3/4. I have to board the train before 11 o'clock. After telling me that she escorted me back until I entered my house. Afterward, I heard a pop sound meaning she had already operated out. I then looked inside the flat and it was completely dark there. Hello, are you guys here? I asked and walked inside. Surprise. Happy birthday, Namuri. I heard Rio, Momo, and Rumi wish me a birthday. They made several things but the most important thing was all of them were completely naked and Rio was holding a vial of aging potion which he handed to me. Hell yes, this is the best kind of birthday celebration I wanted. I stripped out of all my clothes in an instant and gulped down the aging potion Rio was holding for me. My body started to change and within seconds I was already close to my 20s. Rio immediately grabbed me by my waist and kissed me hungrily and started to lead me towards the bedroom we used to sleep. I entered the room and saw that the room was filled with several toys and bondage stuff. I immediately became excited and I could already feel my nipples hardening. Hell yes, orgy and bondage for the win. I exclaimed and dragged Rio with me on the bed. Momo and Rumi also followed me. Needless to say that the night was really awesome. 6 months passed in a blink of an eye. I have already mastered everything I could master in all these days. Rio has taken me to Noctrum Alley and got me another custom-made wand without a trace. This wand wasn't good as much as the wand I got from the old creep. Rio also brought me an expensive trunk with expandable storage. It had 5 rooms inside it. I kept the books that I was taking with me. I used the second room as my training space where I could practice my spells. The third room was used to keep potions and potion ingredients I got from Castle Ravenclaw with stasis charm on them. The fourth room was my personal favorite. I kept all the porn I was able to get my hands on in there. The fifth room was set up as my bedroom like back in my own world. So, today was September 1st and I booked a cab. I didn't want to use the purple monstrosity or side-along apparition. I was carrying a portkey with me if I needed to escape because of some emergency. Rio assured me that I should be going to Ravenclaw, but if by some misfortune or mistake I got into Slytherin then I needed to fuck the plans and announce my background. I finally arrived at the King's Cross station and walked in. I quickly found the wall between platforms 9 and 10 and without worrying too much I walked through the wall. The feeling wasn't pleasant at all. I looked around and saw several parents have come here along with their kids. The magical people must be sex Nazis, they have no dressing sense. I was wearing blue jeans and a blue shirt, they were glaring at me. I clearly heard some of them called me mudblood, but honestly, I don't care. If I decide to react to all this I can't be called mature. I have been called much worse names in the last 15 years in my own world. I walked by them with my head high, this seemed to piss them off much more and I finally boarded the train. I walking by the compartments looking for an empty compartment but didn't find any. I remembered a compartment in which a girl of my current age was sitting. I hope she isn't a blood bigot like Rio called them. I knocked on the door, the girl opened the door. The girl opened the door and I rubbed my eyes due to the shock. Did her hair color just change from brown to purple? Damn. If you don't mind can I sit here? I asked the girl politely. The girl gave me a beautiful smile. From only her smile I knew that she wasn't a blood bigot because they would never smile. Yes sure, the girl gestured towards the other side. I whisked out my wand and levitated my trunk over the seats. The girl looked slightly surprised but didn't say anything. I sat down on the opposite side and decided to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Vicky Parsons. Nice to meet you. Are you a first year like me? I asked the girl acting like a girl of my age. Yes, I am also a first year, my name is Tonks, just Tonks. Nice to meet you too, the girl introduced herself as just Tonks and extended her hands towards me. I like her, we would become great friends and I know it and I would definitely teach you my philosophical ways. Everyone has to start somewhere. Just Tonks, I think we would be good friends, I said while chuckling and accepted her hand and shook it. Tonks gave me a fake annoyed look but the next moment she also chuckled. I also think the same, Tonks said and with that, I got my first student and friend. Chapter 68, 2 years time skip. Edited. POV Rio. 2 years have passed since Namuri started Hogwarts. In these 2 years neither Momo, Rumi, or I have slacked. We learned any kind of spells we can get our hands on. Namiri lacked in this department because she had to spend 10 months in Hogwarts where she couldn't practice the spells. Like I have thought, Namiri had an interesting conversation with the Hat, and the Hat had to automatically place her in the Ravenclaw because she belonged to the Ravenclaw family and she was already the lady of the family. Namiri also told me that the Hat was quite surprised when suddenly the Hat had to sort Lady Ravenclaw. She had already made a best friend, Nymphadora Tonks. Momo had already made the iPhones that could be charged from ambient magic energy. She handed Namiri one when Namiri came back for the Christmas holidays. It really offended Namiri when saw the enmity between Gryffindors and Slytherins. What pissed her off, even more, was that no faculty members did anything to stop this, and even the head of Slytherins himself fanned the flames, and no one could complain against him because the headmaster would use his authority to suppress them. According to Namiri, the potion master Severus Snape, who was also the head of Slytherin House, was a piece of work. Everyone outside of Slytherin House hated him with passion because how he treated everyone, and got away with it because the great goat fucker was protecting him. This was the first time ever I have known Namiri. She asked me to kill someone. Snape would pick up on students and he was actively bullying them, and she hated how a person like him could be a teacher. She has been a teacher herself and she can't stand seeing a person like him. Snape had picked up on Namiri on several occasions throughout these 2 years because how she was. Namiri listened to what I said and kept her head down, but everyone knew she was definitely had a perverted personality. For this, several Slytherin girls hated her with passion, so Snape also picked up on her. Namiri was also not like the other Ravenclaws who were mostly loners. Namiri was an outgoing girl who could be usually seen hanging out with her best friend Nymphadora Tonks and other Hufflepuff students in her year. Namiri would sit with Hufflepuffs during most of the times, and for many she was destroying the status quo. As Ravenclaws shouldn't mingle with the leftovers, which everyone liked to call the Hufflepuffs. A lot of pureblood bigots were not happy with her, but they didn't do anything because they thought Namiri was just a Muggleborn and she would be lost after she graduates Hogwarts. But if someone ever tries to harm my Namiri, then I would kill him along with his or her pure-blooded family. Fuck the consequences. In these 2 years I was able to coat my whole body like 3rd and 4th Rakage did and achieve similar effects. I got the speed, the strength similar to them along with their unbreakable defense. But I still wasn't able to transform my whole body into lightning, so my own teleportation method was still far away. But I was able to make a lot of progress in the teleportation method I wanted to make using magic. I was finally able to break down how magic worked behind apparition and portkey. I was able to understand how wizards and witches used magic to utilize space element. But the next step was quite hard for me because I have to understand how everything would react when I put my magic to utilize the space element. Now, I was also strong enough to make smaller massive bodies using my gravity manipulation, but it was still far away from what Pain or Madara or even Sasuke did. And dropping meteors was still a dream for me. Momo also became a lot stronger than before. She could now convert any objects with similar mass into something else with no effort on her part, but if she wanted to convert an object with smaller mass to a bigger one, she would tire herself out. Momo's had already become an Occlumen. Her mental defenses were quite impenetrable now. She had also worked really hard to improve herself. She has already mastered all the magic spells up to 5th year along with all the other spells I wanted her to learn. She was naturally a master in transfiguration and conjuration. There was no one in this whole world who could even compare themselves with her. Rumi continuously trained her body for these 2 years, and now she could already form the metallic armor around her legs and arms. Her armor was colored black with white tint on it similar to her hair. She wasn't at my level or Momo's level in occlumency, and her mental shields weren't strong enough to fool old Dumbles, but she still had a lot of time to improve. I have learnt about the 3 unforgivables as much as I could and found that no matter how much Namiri, Momo, or Rumi tried, they couldn't cast the Cruciatus Curse or the Killing Curse. They were unable to produce the emotions necessary to cast those spells. Rumi has killed before, but she couldn't bring the feeling of wanting to kill someone. The 3 of them could only cast the Imperious Curse. But I was different. I could cast all 3 of them without feeling any change within me. There was something called dark magic addiction, but due to whatever reason neither of us were affected by it. There was a spell you could use to check how much someone is addicted to dark arts, and every time I practiced the 3 unforgivables, I asked Momo to check me and the result always came empty, like it happened with the 3 of them. I also have God to thank for this, I guess. The 4 of us have already learned apparition, but none of us like to use it. We only learned apparition because of emergency situations. If someone attacks us, they would never imagine that we knew apparition, but if someone attacks us, it would be his or her last, but that was completely different thing. So, as emergency situations, as an excuse, we learned apparition. I have already started one of the reasons I came to this world. Legilimency, the girls haven't started learning it for now. But I didn't make much progress because I didn't have anyone to cast Leglimency on. I would never use it on any of my girlfriends, so I have already found it a viable person to practice Leglimency. My occlumency shields were completely impenetrable now. I have transformed my mental labyrinth into the dungeon in which Sung Jinwoo received his powers. So, if anyone comes into my mind, they have to fulfill the challenges Sung Jinwoo completed to survive. Quite impossible for any magical people because they usually lack any common sense and logic. Now, for my target practice for legilimency is currently hiding with Weasley family. I have already located the burrow, which was quite easy to find. I knew their location from the story and went to Ottery St. Catchpole and looked around for some time until I noticed ramshackle house of 4 stories. There should have been 7 members in house, as Bill or William Arthur Weasley along with Charles Weasley should be in Hogwarts, but there were 8 members there. I made a plan to rip right through the defenses, which were completely miserable and pathetic, and take Scrabbers or Peter Pettigrew right in front of them. I could always give my name as Magneto because Momo had remade my hero costume with her powers. So, I also needed to break Sirius Black out of the prison. But first I needed that fucking rat. I also made a plan to meet Amelia Bones. So, here I was standing outside Ottery St. Catchpole looking over the laughter-filled house. It was school time, so only 8 members were in the house including the rat. I was already in my adult form and wearing my hero costume along with the helmet. The eye holes of the helmet were glowing blue. I decided to do this in a bold style so I could get old Dumbles busy with my fake persona and he would be always wary of me showing up and messing with his plans. I have planned to use this persona too when I break out Sirius Black. I could really create several problems like this. Thinking of this I started to chuckle, and honestly it was a completely dark chuckle. I could easily scare off even teens with this laugh. Well, let's get this over with, I said, and metal sand started to drop out of my hero costume and I started to float in the air and flew towards the burrow. Before reaching burrow I used Death Eater's favorite ward. Anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. I have added a small touch of Momo in the ward. Now, it would also mess up the Flu network. I felt an invisible force field around the house, but I hardened the armor around me and ripped the invisible wall like a wet paper. Several screams were heard from inside the house. After a few seconds the house turned completely silent. Chapter 69, Causing Mayhem, I. Edited. POV Rio. Several screams were heard from inside the house. After a few seconds the house turned completely silent. I could still feel their life signs inside, but all of them saw that they couldn't run and must be waiting to ambush me. The only problems I could face were from Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley, and for Peter, I decided to stay cautious. He could be carrying his wand too. If I remember correctly, he had no Nose's wand with him. Their door had metal hinges and a metal doorknob, so I easily opened their door and walked in. I felt them hiding in several places. The smallest life signs were hiding on the top floor and 2 life signs were on the ground floor. One adult was hiding behind the door frame of the next room while the other was hiding behind the couch so that they can attack me from 2 sides at the same time. If I had to go upstairs I needed to walk up the stairs, which was in the next room. Good hiding places, but rather useless if you ask me, I said in a calm tone, but nobody moved or came out of their hiding spots. The iron sand was moving around me slowly, but I could feel the blood in their bodies started moving faster. Fine by me if you want to play like this, I said, and the iron sand immediately rushed towards the person hiding behind the couch. No. No. What is this? A loud female shout was heard behind from the couch, and as soon as the woman shouted, the person hiding behind the door frame came out and fired several spells at me, and all of them were stopped by the wall of iron sand. It was Arthur Weasley, and Molly Weasley was the one who was behind the couch. What the hell is this? Who are you? Arthur Weasley screamed while firing spells at me. Seeing that I didn't answer, he continued firing spells. Let my wife go, you bastard. Arthur Weasley said, and kept waving his wand at me while several different colors of spells hit the shields. Arthur couldn't hold it back anymore. Bombarda Maxima, he pointed the wand at me and a white light sped in my direction. I enforced the iron sand shield in front of me. As soon as the spell hit the shield, a huge explosion happened which blew apart the whole front of the house, but my shield was completely intact. Soon the dust dissipated and a shocked Arthur could be seen kneeling on the ground. My, that was quite a strong spell, I said in a mocking tone, and by this time my iron sand has gripped around Arthur and took his wand out of his hands. Both Molly and Arthur wrapped around and iron sand floated in front of me. Rot in hell, you Death Eater bastard. Molly Weasley screamed and spat at me, which was stopped by a new wall that rose up. Please don't compare me with those thugs of no-nose half-blood. I am similar to you in some ways, as I myself don't hate muggles or preach pure-blooded bigotry. Even though I am a pureblood, I kept speaking while I kept walking around looking at the damage they did. Bombarda Maxima, a nice spell. It's lovely meeting both of you, but unfortunately, I have some business to conduct. Now if you don't mind, please follow me, I said, and entered the next room and picked up Arthur and Molly's wands. Wands, such a marvelous creation but pretty useless. Both of you are pretty brave and intelligent. You waited for me to come closer so you could attack me. Good. I said and threw the wand at a nearby table. Usually, I never use monologue like a typical villain or a bad guy, but I wanted to make an image for myself as this was my first appearance in this persona. I found the stairs and started to walk upstairs, completely ignoring the protests I was getting from Arthur and Molly Weasley. I finally reached the top floor and found everyone hiding inside a metal trunk. I used my powers to rip away the locks from the trunk and found 5 kids huddled together in fear, but I didn't let my guard down, as they were from a magical family. They could be also carrying a wand and they could get lucky if I am not careful. I looked carefully and found the rat. I immediately used my powers to bring the rat towards me. The rat started to squeak in pain when I used my powers on his blood. I was careful not to hurt the rat too much for now. I grabbed the rat within my hands and looked at it. None of the kids tried anything. They were too much horrified to see me and their parents captured. "Well, aren't you a fat little rat?" I said to the rat, and the rat squeaked more and more. I used my lightning power and paralyzed the rat. Well, I got what I came for. "Next time, I expect better hospitality," I said, and walked down the stairs while Arthur and Molly were completely gobsmacked seeing me leave them wrapped in iron sand just like that. I could even imagine what they were thinking. They must be completely shocked to see me do all these just for a rat. "Who the hell are you?" While walking downstairs I heard Arthur's voice. "Oops, I forgot to tell them my name." "Magneto, call me Magneto," I said while walking downstairs, and I was easily loud enough for them to hear me. While I kept walking downstairs I slowly kept retrieving my iron sand. Soon I walked out of the burrow and kept walking out of their ward coverage area and operated out. Even though I ripped apart the ward before entering the house, old families still kept some traps if someone wanted to apparate out without the owner's permission, and Weasleys were definitely an old family. Even if they were light, they could be hiding something stupid and outrageous spells. I quickly returned to Castle Ravenclaw. I didn't bother to greet Momo or Rumi now and directly headed towards the dungeons. I have already prepared a special room for my new small guest. I have prepared a small ward that would prevent someone from turning into his or her animagus ward. Apparently, our whole castle had an animagus ward, but it was inactive for now, and I copied the ward from there. Momo and Rumi didn't know about my plans. They knew that I would be going somewhere and doing something nefarious, but they didn't say or ask me anything because they knew that I will tell them later tonight. I finally arrived in the dungeon and opened the special cell I have already prepared and threw the rat inside. As soon as the rat entered the room, it changed into Peter Pettigrew and collided with the wall and dropped on the ground. Peter groaned in pain and started to stir awake and tried to fire a spell with a wand he had been hiding. But before he could do that, all 4 of his limbs were shackled. "How do you like your new room, Pettigrew?" I asked him. I was still in my hero costume. "Please, let me go. I have to go into hiding or someone would try to kill me." The man immediately got on his 4 and started to beg while acting. Wow. I have to say he acted really nice. Yeah. I know Sirius Black, but don't worry, you will be meeting him soon. Won't it be nice that 2 marauders will be reuniting again? I asked him in a mocking tone, and a look of horror marred his face. Before he could say anything, I walked away from the cell, closing the metal door. I can't stay here chatting. I still have places to be tonight. Back in the burrow. Aura report. Amelia Bones finally arrived at the burrow and asked the Aura who was making the report. She would be naturally called here as this was the biggest attack after the boy who lived vanquished you know who. Madam Bones, it was a single person. He ripped through the wards like a wet paper. None of them saw his face as he was wearing a metal mask and metal armor. We have already received their memory, and the most shocking thing is that the attacker didn't use a wand. He was controlling sand-like material wandlessly, and he wasn't even carrying a wand, the Aura reported. Amelia Bones went into shock after hearing the Aura's words. She has never heard someone to be that strong. Yes. Weasley wards weren't the best there could be, but there was no one who could directly rip right through them. Even Dumbledore would have to fire several spells to drop the wards. And wandless magic, what the hell was that? Yes, she knows that a lot of people can use magic wandlessly, and she herself could use several spells like that. But they were usually weak magic spells like the summoning charm or Lumos, but this guy did everything wandlessly. So, how many dead? She finally asked the most dreading question. Weasleys were poor, but they were a pure-blooded magical family. So, it would cause a huge uproar, and they are also one of the biggest supporters of Dumbledore. Many light families would cause an uproar. No casualties, ma'am, no one was even harmed. Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley tried attacking the assailant, but he just unarmed them and wrapped them in the sand-like material and went to the kids, but he also didn't do anything to them. He only took their pet rat and said he got what he wanted and left, the Aura said with a straight face. Amelia Bones was completely stilled. This must be a joke, right? Someone tore right through someone's wards and attacked a whole family to take a pet rat. What a fucking joke. Did you just say that he did all this just for a pet rat? Amelia Bones asked again to make sure. Yes, ma'am, we think that his objective might have been something different, but for now we haven't found anything. He walked straight into the house, immobilized Arthur and Molly Weasley, took the rat, and left after that. He must be simply a crazy drunk bastard, the Aura said. But Amelia Bones did not think that the person was just a crazy drunk bastard. No strong guy who could rip through wards like paper is not a crazy bastard. She was sure that there was much more to it. She could have thought more, but he only took a pet rat, which was pretty much crazy. But Amelia knew that this guy would be a lot more trouble. "Oh, and ma'am." The guy called himself Magneto, the aura said, and waited for the order. Amelia Bones for now etched the name in her mind. There was something in her mind that was whispering to her that she was going to meet this Magneto person quite soon. She didn't know how right she was. Chapter 70, Causing Mayhem, 2. Edited. POV Rio. After leaving Pettigrew in the dungeons of Castle Ravenclaw, I operated right in front of the Ministry of Magic. If I needed to get Sirius out of the prison, then I needed the location of the island of Azkaban, and this is the only place from where I could get the location. I was going to invade the Ministry of Magic, but to do that without calling in all the unspeakables and auras, I needed to be silent this time. I walked into the broken-down telephone booth and dialed 62442, and immediately a robotic female voice was heard asking my name and my reason to visit Ministry. "Magneto, and I want the location of Azkaban," I said, and a silver badge with Magneto name and my reason to visit the Ministry appeared, and the lift immediately started to move. How the hell is the Ministry so stupid? Can't they understand I came here to get the location of Azkaban? Are all the magical so senseless and logicless? I think I shouldn't have expected much from them. I morphed the metal armor on my body into metal robes that exactly looked like a wizard, but my face was kept hidden by a mask and a hood. After about a minute, the door finally opened and I was already in the atrium. I expected this place to be crowded, but I can't be always right. After all, the Ministry is closed, so how the hell did they let me enter? Most stupidest people must have made this place. The ceiling was peacock blue with golden symbols moving across it. The Fountain of Magical Brethren was halfway down the atrium. A group of golden statues, depicting a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, spouted water into the surrounding pool of water. At the end of the atrium, there was a set of golden gates, next to which was a security stand. The security stand was empty. I feel really bad for them. How lax can these people be? I walked up to the lift. All of them were inactive and could be only activated by Ministry workers using a special key, but since they were made by metals, this pathetic security was useless in front of me. I opened the doors and entered the lift, and the lift immediately started to go up. I took out a simple and regular invisibility cloak and donned it over. I reached the level 2 and opened the doors of the lift and exited and looked around if someone was guarding this level or not. After all, this was the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I looked around for a minute and I took off the cloak and morphed my clothes back into my armor. You know what? I won't complain if they make my job of invading the Ministry so easy. I should even hang a thanking note for welcoming me like this. I used my powers and easily mapped the whole floor using my metal sense. Even if these magical buildings, they still seem to have metals inside the walls. I spent the next hour inside the room they kept the case files and found Sirius Black's files, or their lack of. There was nothing in the case of the file, as there was only the arrest report and Sirius Black being sent to Azkaban for the crime of murdering 12 muggles, Peter Pettigrew, and selling out Potters to you-know-who. Even after No-Nose's death, they can't call his name. So pathetic. But I didn't find anything related to the location of Azkaban in there. I suspect that I won't find the location in some Auror's office, so I knew where I needed to visit next. The only person who would definitely have the authority is Amelia Bones. So, I directly made my way towards Amelia Bones' office while holding Sirius Black's file. I found her office, and good thing her door lock is also made of metal. I don't know what kind of magic stuff was embedded in the door of her room. I activated my lightning armor and unlocked the door, and a wave of red light hit everything in the room. It seemed to me like a stunning spell or something similar. I walked inside her room and started to search for the location of Azkaban. I quickly found the location of Azkaban, but there was a small and minor problem. Several people have appeared inside my sensory range and arrived on this floor, and 3 life signs were directly coming towards this room. Well, at least, now I can send the message that I can also invade the Ministry of Magic if needed. But one person separated from the group and only 2 people were coming in my exact direction, meaning one of them might be Amelia Bones. After all, I have caused a huge ruckus for the Aurors by invading the burrow. Well, this should be much better for me. I locked the door and the iron sand in my armor started to spread around the room. I sat in Amelia Bones' chair and turned around. Soon I heard the click of the door and heard 2 people speaking. This is going to be a headache, Shacklebolt. I can't imagine what would happen if the Daily Prophet gets the wind of this. Who's there? Amelia Bones finally noticed me and pointed her wand at me, and Kingsley Shacklebolt also did the same. I was turned away from them, looking at a board filled with pictures of several convicted Death Eaters. Who are you? Drop your wand and turn around, Shacklebolt said, and moved slightly away from Amelia Bones so I can't attack them both at once, but I honestly didn't need to do that. Wand. I don't need a wand, I said, and the door snapped close and iron sand laying dormant on the floor rushed up and started to wrap around their body. Both started to fire spells at the iron sand, but there was no stopping the inevitable. Soon both Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt were both rid of their wands, and Iron Sand handed their wands to me, and I looked at the wands with interest but didn't let the wand users go. So, you are Magneto, Amelia Bones said calmly. I shouldn't expect anything less from her. She has seen too much action to remain calm even now. Only now I turned towards Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Well, meeting Shacklebolt is an added bonus. He would take this news straight to Dumbledore. I don't remember if he had joined the Order of Fried Chicken already or not. Even if hasn't joined, it's much better for me like this. Madam Bones, it's so nice of you to join me this auspicious evening. Oops, sorry night. You can understand when someone is so busy that they forget the time. You can surely relate as you are also a busy woman. I asked Amelia Bones and sat down in her chair and made her and Shacklebolt sit in the visitors' chairs. I can relate, Amelia Bones said, and I could clearly feel the disgust in her voice. I finally turned my head towards Shacklebolt. Ah, forgive my manners, or Kingsley Shacklebolt, I didn't greet you before. Sorry for the incident in the burrow. After all, I ruined both of your evenings, but I needed to do something, I said, looking at both of them. Hearing that I knew Shacklebolt rang bells in both of their heads, I understood that much from their expressions. So, you attacked the Weasleys because you wanted to get me here? Amelia Bones asked. Oh, no. I needed that rat. For me that rat is much more than a pet, and in near future, you are going to get a headache because of that same rat. For that, I want to ask both of your forgiveness. This time both were dumbfounded. Their face clearly said that I must be really crazy to think that a pet rat could be so important. Meeting you here is just as an added bonus. I have been planning to meet you, but I thought that ripping through a private ward would be much easier than ministry, but honestly when I got in here I was very, very disappointed. They were practically inviting me. Hearing me, both Amelia Bones and Shacklebolt were completely shocked, and I could see rage building in Amelia Bones' eyes when she heard that I was planning to invade her home. I am a good man, so even if I invaded your house I wouldn't have hurt your niece, what her name is. Right. Susan Bones, I said, and Amelia was completely shocked and pale, as publicly no one knew Susan's name. Only some of her niece's friends of her niece's age knew what her niece's name was. So what are you? A new Dark Lord? Or some Death Eater who wants revenge for his master? Amelia Bones finally gathered all her wits back and fired off several questions, trying to get out as much information she could from me. I just kept looking at until I burst out laughing. Only after a few seconds I finally calmed down and looked back at her. Shacklebolt was still trying to get out of the wrapped iron sand, but Amelia Bones had given up doing that long ago. Smart girl. I ain't a Dark Lord. If I was a Dark Lord I would have killed all the Weasleys, and I'm also not someone from light side. I am grey through and through, and for being a Death Eater, as I would ever work for that no-nose pathetic bastard with daddy issues, I said, and leaned back in Amelia's chair. Well, I guess that this impromptu meeting has gone long enough, and threw Sirius Black's file on the table and let go of Amelia's hands. Take a look at that file and tell me what's wrong, I said, leaning on the table. Amelia grunted, rubbing her wrists, and picked up the file and looked at me. The mass murderer Sirius Black. Amelia Bones read the name on the file and raised her eyebrow, looking at me. Chapter 71, Causing Mayhem, 3, End Patronus. Edited. POV Rio. The mass murderer Sirius Black. Amelia Bones read the name on the file and raised her eyebrow, looking at me. I didn't say anything more and gestured for her to continue. She opened the file and took a look inside and frantically looked through the pages and looked at me. Where are the trial papers and the conviction papers? Amelia Bones asked me. I also wanted to ask the same question. As you already know, I am not a ministry worker, so I can't take off something from there. After all, it is magically protected, I said to her. She didn't look too convinced by my excuse but didn't refute anything. I was looking through your archive since the ministry invited me so nicely, so why not? That is when I found that file. Well, at first I have thought that since he was a Death Eater and one of the worst because he betrayed the Potters to No-Nose, everyone was angry at him and threw him directly into Azkaban, but I didn't find any other convicted Death Eater who didn't receive a trial. Even the eccentric Bellatrix Lestrange received that honor. So I thought I'd take the file to have a look, but you decided to pay me a visit, and it's much better to just ask you, I said, and leaned back in Amelia Bones's comfortable chair. I have to get myself and my girls one of these. If what you say is true, then the records in courtroom should be missing too, or there shouldn't be any records in the first place, Amelia Bones said, finally put down the file on the table. But does it really matter that a person like Sirius Black didn't have a trial? Kingsley Shacklebolt said, looking slightly disturbed, that we talking about the criminal Sirius Black, and it seemed like that we have done him great injustice. Oh, you don't even know how much injustice you did. No matter who it was, any criminal who was caught should be tried. That is the difference between us and them, Amelia Bones said, and Shacklebolt pondered, hearing her words, and finally nodded his head, signifying that he understood. Well, it was great meeting you too, but it's quite late, so I should be going. After all, I shouldn't hinder the job of the Justice Department, I said in a mocking tone, and got up from Amelia's chair and took another look at her chair. Are you scared now that others would notice that Shacklebolt and I aren't back and we would catch you? So running like a common criminal? Amelia Bones said in a mocking tone, giving me a challenging look. Well, that was really smooth. She has already bought me. Two can play this game. You think too highly of yourself. I will also give you a handicap. I won't attack any of you. Do whatever you can, use whatever you can. call as many Oris as you want, and try to stop me from leaving this place. I am going to walk right through the front door like I own this place." I looked back at her and my voice was completely challenging. The iron sand immediately retracted from both Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt and retracted back into my armor. They didn't disappoint me and immediately picked up their wands and attacked me, but I was already wrapped around in my lightning armor. The spells dissipated. Amelia Bones saw this and a huge bang sound resounded from her wand and I felt everyone on the floor approaching us. Kingsley Shacklebolt kept firing spells at me. Amelia used this time and put on several locking charms on the door. I simply used my powers and unhinged the whole door along with the door frame. This surprised both Amelia Bones and Shacklebolt and they both bolted away to avoid the debris. I walked out of doors and saw 11 more Aurors were already here, and as soon as they saw me, they started to fire all the spells towards me. It's quite surprising that none of them used any unforgivables, but thinking that Amelia Bones was here they might be holding themselves back. Amelia Bones and Shacklebolt both joined the group of other 11 Aurors, but I didn't get bothered by them. I could hear the slipping spells, leg-locking spells, stunning spells, bombardas, and many more spells raining down on me, but none of them even bothered me slightly. I walked down the halls like I owned the place. I have already told Amelia Bones that I would do this. I finally reached the elevators and entered the one I came in and crushed all the other elevator tubes. I also destroyed the elevator Amelia and the Aurors came in. While the door was still closing, I waved my hand towards Amelia Bones. "Goodbye, Madam Bones. Have a lovely night," I said, and the doors finally closed. I returned to the surface and decided against operating because they might have some way to track my destination. I floated up in the air and blasted away in the direction of Castle Ravenclaw at my max speed. I finally arrived at Castle Ravenclaw and went straight towards my room. I decided to check on my new leglomancy target later. I have more important things to take care of now. I opened the doors and found Rumi and Momo were sitting on the bed doing their own stuff. Both were in their adult forms, so I didn't need to ask what they wanted. "I hope that I didn't make you both wait for too long," I asked, getting out of my armor. My armor was metal, so doing that was quite easy for someone like me. "We have been waiting for you quite some time and you are really late, so you need to be punished because of that," Momo said, putting her books away and getting rid of her robe. "Yes, so be a good boy and accept your punishment," Rumi said, following Momo's lead. "Ooh, kinky, then whom am I to complain?" I said, jumping into the bed and landed right in between the two of them. It has been 2 months since I invaded the Ministry of Magic and got my hands on the location of Azkaban. But I wasn't stupid to invade Azkaban right then and there. No matter how strong I was still worried about those soul-sucking monsters. So, I decided to learn Patronus Charm and also teach Momo and Rumi. I have heard everyone saying that the Patronus Charm is a difficult spell, and true. It's not like it's difficult, it just demands way too much power. The three of us had no problem with the memories, but we were lacking the power. So, it took me almost 2 months just to become strong enough to cast a Patronus, but these 2 months of hard work were really worth it. I was now much stronger magically, but I was still weaker than Namiri. She was being fed magical power constantly by the Castle Ravenclaw. So, let's talk about what happened after I invaded the Ministry. The answer is nothing. Amelia Bones put down a lid on the news of the Ministry being invaded because it would look bad on her department and she would lose whatever measly funds she was getting from Fudge the fucking moron. But the news of me invading Weasley's was on the Daily Prophet, but nothing more than that. Light families caused a huge uproar at the beginning but calmed down within a week. Well, it looked like no one was interested in the poor Weasley since none of them were killed. Rumi and Momo were still working on the Patronus Charm along with their usual training schedule, but they still lacked the magical power. I would have been in their situation too if not for my pirated version of Zenkai Boost. My Patronus was really awesome, if only theatrics were considered. I also have been practicing leglomancy on the coward rat. The things I have learned from his mind are simply disgusting. He never thought of James Potter, Remus Lupin, or Sirius Black as his friends, he just thought of them as a means to use. He only stayed with them in the school because he wouldn't get bullied by the others, and when James, Sirius, and Remus were having fun he always seethed in rage. I also found that this bastard joined the No-Noses group of thugs on his own. After he graduated from Hogwarts he went straight to No-Nose and became a spy for him in the Order of Fried Chicken. He also sold the Potters happily to No-Nose and framed Sirius Black just in spite of it, but there was something wrong in his mind. From what I have learned, a third party was involved. Someone had put the idea of hating Sirius Black inside his mind before the Potters were killed, but there was no memory of who that person was. That means the rat was obliviated right after being compulsed and confounded, so if someone could do this then there are only 3 people with enough power. One Bellatrix Lestrange, but I can put her off the list since I knew that she isn't someone of such finesse. No-Nose is next on the list but he would gain nothing from it. And finally, we have the old Dumbles, he is the one who gains the most. He must have known that the rat is going to betray Potters to No-Nose because I know he keeps using leglomancy on everyone around him. I also found that Dumbles knew that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, but from what I have found, Dumbles along with Bagnold and Crouch had shipped Sirius Black to Azkaban without a trial. I am gonna make sure that Dumbles pulls out his own hair and beard due to frustration. Now, I forcefully brought myself out of my dark thoughts because I needed to go to my flat. Namiri was arriving today because of the Easter holidays. Rumi and Momo were busy with their own stuff so they would come later at night. I told them that I was leaving an opera to our flat. Not even 10 minutes had passed and Namiri popped in the room and immediately pulled me in a kiss. Where are Momo and Rumi? Namiri asked, looking around. They will arrive later tonight, I told Namiri, and immediately a glint appeared in Namiri's eyes. I have seen this glint in her eyes too many times. Then let's fuck until I can't walk straight, Namiri purred and licked my ear. Chapter 72, Night of Debauchery, R18, edited. POV Rio. We finally arrived near the bed and Namiri stripped out of her school robes in an instant. Sometimes I think that she might have made a spell to strip herself in a second. I looked at Namiri. She has upgrown quite nicely. She has just turned 14 a few days ago, and now, she is in her 3rd year. She fished out her trunk from her robes and tapped it with her untraceable wand and enlarged it. She jumped into her trunk. I laughed seeing her like this. I didn't waste any time and started to strip. She popped out in a few seconds and in both of her hands, she was carrying vials of aging potions. She handed me a vial while she gulped down the other one. Just after a second both of our bodies started to change into our adult forms. As soon as I was in my adult form I grabbed Namiri's wrist and pulled her into the bed and started to kiss her passionately. She was currently on top of me. I have been waiting so much for this, you don't know how many nights I woke up with my panties completely dripping wet, Namiri huskily said between the kiss and her hands finally wrapped around my dick and she started to stroke it slowly. I also missed you Namiri, don't worry tonight let me take care of you. I stopped the kiss and rotated both of our bodies and pinned Namiri under me. I slowly whispered into her ears and started to kiss down the valley between the boobs. My hands were now playing with her boobs and her pink erect nipples. On. Rio, just like that, Namiri moaned in lust. I didn't say anything and kept moving downwards towards her honeypot. One of my hands brushed by her vertical lips and she released another loud moan. My mouth finally reached her hot and wet core and I can clearly see her juices dripping. I extended my tongue and gave her a lick and started to eat her out. Namiri's moan became louder and thank God for the silencing spell I had cast before Namiri arrived and started any action. I was getting excited more and more with each passing moment. Namiri's body started spamming and finally came. Namiri immediately shot up and pinned me down while her eyes were glued to my dick. Now stay down and let me take care of that, she said and took my dick in her mouth. This was so hot that it almost sent me over the edge. I looked at her and her eyes met mine and she started to bob her head up and down. It felt really heavenly, and I knew that I was slowly reaching my limit. But suddenly she stopped and it frustrated me. Not yet, inside me. Do it inside me, Namiri said and positioned herself over me and impaled herself on my dick with as much force as she could. I grunted out in pain and lust. Namiri started to move her hips up and down. I started trusting matching her rhythm. My hands reached up to her chest and I started to pinch and pull her nipples. She leaned down to make it easy for me. I am almost at my limit. I can't hold anymore, I grunted. She had already brought me to the edge once and left me. Namiri leaned and kissed me. Just a little bit more. I am also close. Let's come together. Namiri pulled slightly back from the kiss and said to me. Easy for her to say. But I still held back for a few seconds and I was finally unable to hold back. I am coming, I grunted and painted her insides with my spunk. Namiri moaned loudly and she also came and shot her head backward. As soon as she finished coming she fell over my chest breathing heavily. I love you Namiri, I said while I moved her hair away from her face. I love you too, Rio, Namiri said to me and gave me another kiss. Namiri got up pulling me out of her and our mixed cum started to drip down her thighs. I was slightly confused at what she wanted now. Namiri got on her fore and pulled on her ass cheeks showing me her butthole and pussy from behind. Try my back door. I always wanted anal, Namiri spoke in a perverted voice. Are you sure? I asked her. I was also excited hearing Namiri's proposition but I still wanted to make sure before doing anything. Namiri licked her lips and nodded her head. I immediately shot up and positioned myself behind her and lined my dick with her butthole and started to push in. Namiri moaned in lust while I kept pushing inside. Her back door was really tight and I finally sheathed myself inside her. Are you okay? I asked Namiri who gave me her ahigo face. Her face told me everything and I started to move slowly trying to ease both of us. Namiri started to moan loudly and right at this moment, 2 pops were heard. I turned my head and saw Momo and Rumi have finally arrived. Are you seeing this Momo? Rumi asked pointing towards us. Yeah, older woman, so horny, Momo said. Rumi and Momo looked at each other and both shrugged their shoulders and started to strip out of their clothes. After they stripped they entered Namiri's still open trunk and after a few seconds they came out in their adult forms. By this time I have picked up my speed and I was pistoning inside Namiri's ass. I also fingering Namiri's pussy. From her moans I knew that Namiri would come really soon. Momo got up on the bed and moved to my right side and grabbed my head and pulled me in a hot and steamy kiss. Rumi got on my right side and guided my free hand towards her pussy. Namiri finally came and due to her climax, her butthole became tighter like it wanted to milk me. I also came after 2 more thrusts. I pulled out of Namiri and she was finally on the bed breathing heavily and she still had her ahigo face. I was still kissing Momo so I pushed her down on the bed and pulled Rumi along from my right side and made her get on her knees right beside Momo. I positioned myself between Momo's legs and she happily stretched her body more showing me her glistening pussy. I slowly pushed in and started to piston inside her. I pulled Rumi into a hot and lust-powered kiss, my lips slowly trailed down her jaws finally reaching her tits and my hand reached her hot and dripping core and started to massage her slit. I slowly entered my 2 fingers inside her and started to finger her. The room was filled with both Momo and Rumi's loud moans. This boosted my ego so much to make 2 of my lovers moan like this and leave another in a state of drooling mess. I am gonna come. Rio. Let's come together. Momo moaned out. Hearing that, I smacked Rumi's ass with my free hand, this made her scream my name. Suddenly I felt a lick on my balls and saw that Namiri was already up and her lips were on my balls from behind me. This was so exciting for me that it sent me over the edge in an instant and I came inside Momo. Momo moaned my name and she also came and her eyes rolled back in ecstasy. Momo was breathing heavily and I slowly pulled my dick out of her and both of our mixed cum started to drip down. I finally turned all my attention towards Rumi who still hadn't come once but looked like she was about to come but I stopped fingering. This surprised her, shocked her. Hey, why did you stop? I was so close, Rumi said. Don't worry. I will make it up to you, I said and pinched her nipple. Rumi moaned out loud. When I let go of her nipple she pushed me down. I understood what she wanted and laid down on the bed. Like Namiri she positioned herself over my dick and slowly slid down impaling herself on my member. I was about to reach out to suck her tits but Namiri stopped that by sitting on my face. So, I did what I could do at that moment and grabbed Rumi's hip so I could pound her and my tongue slithered inside Namiri's slit making Namiri scream my name loudly. Rumi was the first to come and she was having what everyone called spontaneous orgasms feeling her cum wash over my dick I also came. Rumi's eyes rolled back and dropped on the back completely tired from her spontaneous orgasm. My tongue became more vigorous and Namiri also reached her limit the next second and finally reached her climax. I slowly picked Namiri by her ass and laid her down on the bed and then picked up Rumi and placed her by Namiri's side. Both were breathing heavily. I turned towards where Momo was lying and found Momo was already up and she was giving the look that she was ready for another go. I complied and made her face towards the wall while I positioned myself behind her. I didn't bother this time to do it slowly and pushed inside Momo. Momo moaned in pain and pleasure. I grabbed her tits from behind her and started to piston inside her. Harder, harder. Momo moaned out and I happily did what she asked and increased my speed and force behind the thrusts. Our session of debauchery continued long till the sun was up. We finally decided to lay down long after the sun has risen up. Namiri was by my right side, while Rumi was on my left and Momo was sleeping on my chest. All 3 of them had a peaceful and satisfied expressions on their faces. Chapter 73, Chaos in Azkaban, I. Edited. POV Rio. The Easter holidays were over and Namiri went back to Hogwarts grudgingly. I was back at making plans for the future. I have already planned out how my magical teleportation method would work. I was looking for something fast, so what could better be than Flash Step or Shuinpa? Hiraishin was nice and all but I think that only Rumi's body was strong enough to go through a process like that. I did some initial tests and found that long-distance jumps would put a lot of burden on your body that it could handle and there were several safety charms inserted in a portkey. To make a portkey the spell Portus was used, and the spell itself contained several other charms bundled inside it. So, portkey travel gets more and more uncomfortable and unbearable with the distance even with the safety charms inside it. Now let's talk about apparition. Apparition spell also has some safety charms bundled inside them. That is why apparition gives you a feeling that you are being pushed through a straw or a narrow tube when you are traveling. So, the spell can protect your body from tearing up because of the spatial displacement. But this protection has a distance limit which is why everyone uses portkey for long-distance travel and not apparition. Now, why no one knows about these kinds of stuff? Because magical people never ask why, and they are plain stupid. So, why can't I make Hiraishin and include some safety charms in them? That was also because of a simple reason. I have found how the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards work. Both wards just simply disable the safety measures that are embedded into portkey and apparition. There is another small safety charm embedded in the spells. It would stop the portkey or apparition from working if other safety charms are nullified or not working. So, if I make Hiraishin, I would need to put some safety charms in the spell to protect the bodies of the users, and they would be nullified with the anti-portkey or anti-apparition wards. Now, I could change the safety charms to make Hiraishin work right. But I can't. The wards in anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards cancel any safety charms in general. They nullify or make them stop working any kind of safety charms forcefully. So, even I make new safety charms from scratch, I will end up being stuck if anti-portkey or anti-apparition wards are set up. Now, both of these wards can be put on separately as many wizards and witches use them in their houses, but at that time it uses some specific wards to cancel some specific safety charms to stop from working, so no one could portkey in or out, or in some other cases apparate in or out. Now, how are the members of that houses get in or get using apparition and portkey and nothing happens to them? That's also simple. They use their blood in the ward stone so that the ward stone would recognize them and don't stop their apparition spells or portkeys. Now, when the Death Eaters attack, they directly put up an anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards around the house. So, making a Hiraishin with safety measures is completely useless for me now. So, I ended up with small distance travels which won't need any safety charms because of the short distance. But it would be more than enough to leave the anti-apparition or anti-portkey ward so anyone could use portkey or apparition to get out of there. Tonight I decided to visit Azkaban and see if I could kill those soul-sucking monsters or not. I remember how the Dementors were able to grab the door handle to enter Harry's compartment in the third year. So, they are not intangible and I might be able to kill them using metal, and if not I can still fire off my Patronus and drive them off. So, you are going to Azkaban? Momo asked me, looking slightly worried as she have read about those soul-sucking monsters in the library. Yes. I need to save that guy Sirius Black. He has rotted enough in that hell, I said while looking at Momo, and she just nodded her head. But I also want to accompany you. Rumi whined, I have been expecting this. She knows that there is going to be a fight or I would be performing some awesome moves, so she didn't want to miss it. Throughout these years, she was only able to fight us. So, she was kind of getting bored. I would have taken both of you if you have mastered the Patronus charm, I said while caressing Rumi's head. Though Rumi didn't show it on her face, I could easily say that she was happy that I cared so much about them. I finally got up and started to strip. Finally getting out of my boxers, I gulped down the aging potion kept on the table and my body started to change into my adult form. I used my powers to wear my armor. Ask Dixie to make food for our guest, I said after I put on my helmet and flew out of Castle Ravenclaw. I already knew which direction I needed to go to reach Azkaban, so it was pretty easy for me. After about 30 minutes of flight at my full speed, Azkaban came into my view and I finally slowed down my speed drastically, finally coming to a stop. I floated in the air and looked at Azkaban, and no matter what, the actual place was really awesome and impressive. If I ever visit another world where I could build my own fortress, then it would be definitely like this. I spread my sense around Azkaban and found more than enough metal in the buildings. Now, what should I do? Barty Crouch Jr. is already out of here. He was smuggled out of Azkaban in 1982 by Crouch SNR. I should take out Sirius Black and look around. If I can kill the Dementors, then I am going to kill all of them. After all, that would mess up several future plans of No-Nos. And if I can kill them, I will look around if I can find anyone else who is innocent using leglomancy, and I would rip apart the whole fortress like a tin can. Finally making the plans, I headed straight towards Azkaban, and I have already started to feel the depressing atmosphere around here because of the presence of Dementors. I finally landed on the island and found all the life signs on the island, but there was a slight problem with the plan I previously made, as if I crushed Azkaban into the ground, then what the hell was I going to do with the guards? I don't know Portis, and I have 2 port keys on me and both of them were configured to Castle Ravenclaw as their destination. So, turning it to the ground is out of the question now. But I was still going to kill all the Death Eater and any Dementors I can find, and if I can even kill them. While I thinking about these things, I didn't notice my surroundings become chilly and foggy. Until a black-cloaked figure finally descended over me, I didn't notice anything. But as soon as I saw the Dementor coming over me, I knew I fucked up and pulled out of my wand and cast the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. I chanted and a huge blackish Leviathan came out of my wand and kept growing in size until it was massive. The Dementor shrieked in pain due to the presence of such happy memories and ran away. The Leviathan Patronus kept growing in size and it finally reached its full size, and now it was big enough to wrap the fortress of Azkaban. My Patronus was so huge that it was really absurd, and that was the reason I didn't fire off my Patronus firsthand. My Patronus must have notified the Aura guards. It was like a beacon, and I was also pretty sure that everyone saw my Patronus even from the mainland. I could already see more than 100 Dementors running away from Azkaban while shrieking. This put another dent in my plans, as now I won't be able to try to kill any Dementors as they were already gone. Damn. I should stay more and more focused during a mission like this. My Leviathan Patronus gave out a huge roar, but no sound came and finally disappeared into thin air. I sighed again and headed towards the gate. I already felt 6 life signs gathering around the gates. Well, that makes it a lot easier for me as the guards are gathering in a single place. Who are you? Identify yourself. A voice was heard from the other side of the door. "Shut up, stupid. Don't give him our position. We already know he isn't someone from ministry, as now one has a Patronus so powerful like that," another voice yelled at the previous voice. "Honestly, I also don't know why my Patronus is so huge, and now that I have practiced it for more than 2 weeks I have become much more efficient casting it, and my magic reserves have also grown many folds, almost reaching the Muri's enhanced magic reserves. So, now I always cast Patronus when training to increase my magic reserves." I finally thought of answering the question, as I have already decided to leave my name over Azkaban as a message. "I am Magneto," I said, and ripped apart the huge metal doors exposing the 6 auras. Chapter 74, Chaos in Azkaban, 2. Edited. POV Rio. "I am Magneto," I said, and ripped apart the huge metal doors exposing the 6 auras. The auras were completely surprised, and I recognized one of them. I remembered him from the time I invaded Ministry. He was there with Amelia Bones. But their surprise didn't last long and pointed their wands at me, but it was too late for them. 6 lightning bolts erupted from my hands and hit the 6 auras. The auras dropped to the ground, knocked out. I decided to check something. I didn't see any of the auras casting Patronus, so how they were able to protect themselves from the Dementors. It's just like I have thought all 6 of them were wearing a ring-like pendant, which was giving me a similar feeling of a Patronus. So, they must have found a way to make these, or charm them using some method. I need to do some research on them. I used my power on 2 knocked out auras and laid them over the other 2. Then I took their ring pendants and put them in my pocket and finally entered Azkaban. Even with the Dementors gone, the whole place was giving me an eerie feeling. It was very, very depressing. I felt that some wards were already affecting me since I have entered this place. The first 2 were anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Those were quite obvious. The other wards were quite odd. I wanted to research them, but I didn't have time. I know that the DMLE must have already been notified about the strange Titanic Patronus seen near Azkaban, and they must be gathering a team now. I finally arrived at the stairs. I could feel the life signs of the prisoners. Their cells were from the 4th floor and kept going up. I increased my speed, but this time I decided not to drop my guard. I don't want to get surprised by another Dementor and fire another of my gigantic Patronus. I finally reached the 4th floor and started to look around the cells. All of these were minor criminals, who were here for minor crimes like theft. This must be the low-security part of Azkaban. I climbed up to the 5th floor, and this was also the low-security prison. Finally reaching the 6th floor, I knew that this must be the high-security part of Azkaban. As soon as I reached the 6th floor, I came face to face with another pair of giant metal doors. The doors were ripped apart from the hinges within a second, and I walked inside. Most of the criminals were murderers, rapists, and all of their kinds. I kept checking their minds with legilimency. All of them were by their cell doors as soon as they heard the doors being ripped apart, and all of them were hoping that someone was here to take them out of here. Some of their crimes like rape truly disgusted me, so I outright killed them. Only now I imagine what the minds of Death Eaters would be like. I finally finished my round on the 6th floor and headed towards the 7th floor. Most of them were just minor. There were only 6 prisoners here, but killing them here would definitely mess up No Nose's future plans. So, I killed all 6 of them and headed towards the 8th floor. It was the last floor, and I knew it was the topmost floor where prisoners were kept. So, all the fanatical supporters of No Nose must be on this floor along with Sirius Black. The first cell belonged to Antonin Dolohov. I ripped apart his cell door and entered the door. Antonin was immediately scared of me and backed away from me and started shivering. I didn't need to look through his mind and made a hole in his chest using railgun. The wall behind him also got a similar-sized hole. The next cell belonged to Augustus Rockgood, the ex-Unspeakable. If I have decided to look through his mind, I would have learned a lot, but I preferred my sanity, so I killed him using Rupture. Everything in the cell vaporized along with Augustus Rockwood without leaving a single trace. After 3 more cells, I finally found the Lestrange trio. The first was Robestan Lestrange. He had already seen what I have done to 5 of Death Eaters, and all of them he had worked together, so he was huddling in the corner shaking. I entered the cell and looked at the cowering Robantan Lestrange and expanded the blood inside his veins. Robestan screamed in pain until his body exploded in blood and gore. The next cell was owned by Rodolphus Lestrange. He also met his end with his own blood exploding inside him. Finally, I arrived in front of the cell of the renowned Dark Witch, Bellatrix Lestrange. "Who are you? When my lord comes back he will take revenge for all of us," Bellatrix snarled, and she was the only one who was standing straight, looking directly at me without any trace of fear. She must truly believe in her master. "In fact, I am counting on that. After all, I am doing this so I can piss him off," I said calmly, and hearing me, Bellatrix started to cackle madly. Well, I wasn't in the mood now. I have wasted enough time here. I raised my hand towards her, and used a minor level of Shinra Tensei. Bellatrix's body was slammed on the wall and several cracks were heard. She spat out blood from her mouth. She was slowly sliding down the wall towards the floor when I again used Shinra Tensei and her body was again slammed onto the wall and similar sounds of breaking bones were heard. I have decided to paint her on the wall, she deserves a death like that. Bellatrix breathed her last after the fourth slam and the back of her body was already painted on the wall when I finally let her body drop on the floor. Giving her body the last look, I walked out of the cell and killed the rest of the Death Eaters on the floor and finally reached the last cell. I could clearly see Sirius Black sitting inside the cell with his eyes closed. I ripped apart the door and entered his cell. Sirius finally opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. James and Lily. I am so sorry I let you down. I have let you down the most important time, it was all my fault, Sirius said. Are you done? You see we are really short on our time, I said and ripped apart the chains bounding Sirius to the room, but I didn't break the shackles so that I could control his movements. Where are you taking me? Aren't you going to kill me too? Sirius asked me looking confused. Well, my main objective was to get you out of here, but since it was too much of a nice opportunity for me to give up, I decided to send them to the next world, I said happily. Sirius' face is still the same as before, but I think he slightly paled. Who sent you? Why did you save me? Sirius fired the questions. I didn't even know how he was still able to ask these questions in his current condition. A great injustice has been done to you. I found the actual secret keeper of the Potters and his mind gave me a lot of secrets, including how Dumbledore allowed you to be sent here even after he knew the truth, I said, and Sirius's eyes grew wide and looked at me like I grew a second head. Tell me where you found that bastard. Tell me now. I am going to kill that backstabber. Sirius yelled and tried to grab me, but his hands didn't raise up because of the metal shackle still around his wrists. Calm down, if you kill him then I won't be able to clear your name and you won't be able to spend more time with Harry Potter, your godson, I said. This made Sirius calm down slightly. He finally nodded his head. The two of us were finally out of Azkaban and still, no Dementors could be seen. Now, I need you to be knocked out. I have a small message to leave behind, I said, and a lightning bolt from my hand hit Sirius and knocked him out. I placed one portkey around his neck and activated it. Sirius was immediately whisked away to Castle Ravenclaw. I turned my eyes toward the fortress of Azkaban. It looks like it's missing something, my name actually. I rose both my hands and started to manipulate the metal in Azkaban and started to punch holes in the fortress to write my name on Azkaban. I finally smiled looking at my handiwork, and my grin grew widened as I felt several other life signs appear on this island. How do you like the art? I asked. My head was still turned towards Azkaban. You sure have a lot of guts, Amelia Bones said looking at me, and all the aura she brought started to surround me. That. I have. I also did an interior job, if you are interested, I said and finally turned towards Amelia Bones. What happened to my auras? She asked, her voice was completely cold. Oh, they are having a nice nap. I have tucked them in before I headed inside. I hope you don't mind. I said, and by now the auras have surrounded me. Forgive me for this short meeting, but I have other places to be, I said and activated my portkey and I was whisked away. The portkeys I brought today were slightly different, they were untraceable. The goblins were nice to provide me the portkeys, obviously at a price, and I wasn't about them betraying me because they would lose their biggest account holder and money was everything for them. Chapter 75, Manipulations. Edited. Back in Azkaban. This is going to give me a huge headache. I don't even imagine what his final objective is, Amelia Bones said while rubbing her forehead. All of them have finally arrived on the topmost floor and saw the carnage. Amelia Bones was very happy from inside when she saw all the Death Eaters' fate, but her duty wasn't allowing her to celebrate. After all, she was a dutiful Auror and has been an Auror for a long time, but that didn't mean that she can't be happy from the inside. But currently, she was in a dilemma. It seems that Magneto has already killed Sirius Black in the same manner he has killed some other inmates. Magneto has found a way to vaporize them, and the most shocking thing is that they didn't find any traces of magic. They found traces of only a Patronus spell and nothing else, and Magneto seems to have also taken 2 Patronus pendants from the Aurors. She gave another look at the wall on which Bellatrix Lestrange was painted, and once again she cheered internally. Her whole family, Susan's parents, were also killed by Death Eaters, so it was really happy news for her, but she still needed to catch Magneto because he had broken the law, and protecting the law was her duty. Amelia along with her Aurors decided to leave the fortress because they couldn't find anything else, because everything they did depended on magic and there wasn't a single trace of magic here except that abomination of Patronus. She has seen the memory of the Patronus taken from her Aurors, and she can't even imagine how strong Magneto was to be able to cast such a titanic Patronus like that. She along with her Aurors finally came out of the fortress and saw a group of people she wanted to avoid. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was already here. Amelia, what the hell happened here? Cornelius asked Amelia while panicking. Amelia always wondered how a moron like this was able to become the Minister of Magic. If he had seen the interior design, then he would puke out his guts. Magneto happened. He walked down here like he owned the place, slaughtered every Death Eaters and wrote down his name on Azkaban and left, Amelia said in a bland tone. Magneto, the same guy who attacked the Weasleys. I thought he was a crazy drunk bastard. Lucius told me that he was just a drunkard who had something against Weasleys and attacked them. Cornelius spoke frantically. He had no idea what he was going to do now. He knew for sure that he can't sweep an incident like this under the rug and he would lose huge political clout. I can assure you, Minister, that Magneto isn't just some crazy drunk bastard. Any crazy drunk bastard can't rip right through anyone's wards and they don't have guts to break inside Azkaban, Amelia said to the Minister. She had previously put a lid on the news about Magneto breaking in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and she wasn't going to mention that now. She was sure that her measly funds would be cut if she tells him that. So, what is he? What does he actually want? Cornelius asked worriedly. With each moment he can feel the pressure on him increasing. We don't know at this moment, he hasn't shown anything which points towards a final objective. Amelia felt that it was true. She herself didn't know what Magneto actually wanted. Is he a new Dark Lord in the Rising? He must be if he kills people like this. I am going to talk with Albus now. I hope he can give me a solution, Cornelius said and decided to leave Amelia and bother Albus Dumbledore. Amelia was quite happy that the moron was going to bother someone else. She noticed that even after this incident Cornelius didn't increase the funds of her department which she needed. She found it odd that even after an incident of the scale Cornelius didn't found it necessary to increase the funds of her department. In Hogwarts, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock, supreme mugwump, was currently sitting behind his desk and pondering over a certain topic. He was thinking about the person who attacked the Weasleys. He called himself Magneto. He was really worried about this person. For everyone else Magneto could be a crazy drunk bastard, but for him, he was a dangerous element. Everyone thought him crazy because he attacked Weasleys and took their pet rat, but Albus Dumbledore was the only person who knew the true identity of the rat. He was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and he knew a lot of secrets that he kept close to his chest. He knew about the Marauders from the beginning. After all, he uses the portraits to spy on the students, and on a certain day a portrait saw 3 of the Marauders turning into animagus, so he knew their animagus forms too. So, when Dumbledore saw the rat with the Weasley family he immediately knew that it was Peter Pettigrew, and he also knew that Sirius Black was innocent. After all, he was there with the Potters when the Secret Keeper was chosen, but Sirius needed to out of his way so he could gain complete control over Harry for the greater good. When Sybil Trelawney gave the prophecy for the first time he immediately stunned Sybil Trelawney and started to make a plan. He knew that the prophecy could only be about 2 families, Frank and Alice Longbottom, and the other family James and Lily Potter. As long as either of the kids lived, the Dark Lord Voldemort couldn't be vanquished. It was clear in the prophecy that only either of their newborns could vanquish the Dark Lord, and both newborns would take at least 15 more years to be even able to stand ground against someone like Tom. So, he needed to make this prophecy pass as soon as he could, so he decided to leak the prophecy to Tom. After all, Tom can't be vanquished by 2 newborns who can't even stand on their own. So, he arranged a phony interview in Hogshead, but due to his relations with his brother Aberforth Dumbledore, it was quite hard, so he decided to use 3 broomsticks for the interview. He knew about Severus Snape joining Tom, so he invited Severus to the interview and used a mild confundus on him so that he would eavesdrop on Sybil Trelawney's interview. He put Sybil Trelawney under the Imperious Curse and made her only recite the first part of the prophecy. He couldn't afford Tom hearing the whole prophecy. If he got his hands on the whole prophecy, then he might get scared and refrain from attacking any of the families in fear of marking the newborns as his equals, and Albus can't have that. He was finally able to pull it off, and like he had thought, Severus Snape took the prophecy to Tom. Tom immediately started to search for the Potters and found them when Potters decided to make Peter Pettigrew their secret keeper. But he needed Sirius to be out of the way or he might do something to ruin the plan. That's why he decided to frame Sirius using Pettigrew. The plan worked perfectly. Tom attacked the Potters, but he didn't expect Lily Potter to use some kind of sacrificial protection spell to protect Harry. Tom killed both James and Lily, but Harry was protected by Lily's protection. But at least Tom lost his body when he attacked Harry. At least now the days of Tom's terror was over temporarily, and he could use this time to make Harry walk down the path of a martyr and use his sacrifice as a rallying point of the light side. Albus knew for sure that Tom wasn't dead as there was no body. Avada Kedavra never destroys someone's body. His backup plan of getting Sirius out of the way seemed to be a boon at this moment, as he would be able to get Harry to grow up like he wanted to be. Peter Pettigrew performed well and framed Sirius. Albus used some of his political power and sent Sirius Black to Azkaban without giving him a trial. Now, he needed Harry to grow up friendless, loveless, and family-less, and Albus knew the exact place to take Harry. He took Harry to Lily's sister, who despised everything related to magic. Albus needed Harry to grow up feeling insignificant so that when he brings Harry to the magical world, he would latch onto anything he gets. He had planned to use Weasleys to keep a tight watch on him so that Harry doesn't get too much knowledge than he wanted, and he always stayed ignorant of his background. Albus also wanted to get his hands on the Potter fortune, but that didn't seem to work as only a Potter could enter the vaults. After all, wars can't be fought with empty pockets. So, he regularly got reports on how Harry was growing up, and this brought him huge guilt, but it needed to be done. After all of this was for the greater good. But just 2 months ago, an unknown person appeared and took Peter Pettigrew from the Weasleys. Albus wasn't stupid and he was sure that this person who called himself Magneto knew exactly who this rat was. Albus was finally brought out of his thoughts when the flue blared with green fire and the face of Cornelius Fudge appeared in the fire. Albus! Are you there? Cornelius screamed frantically. Albus felt a bad foreboding. Yes, what can I do for you, Cornelius? Albus asked in his usual grandfatherly tone. It's bad, Albus. It's really bad. Magneto attacked Azkaban and killed all the Death Eaters and several other prisoners. Can I come over? Cornelius said, panicking. Albus felt his whole world shattered. He can't have another monster like Tom appear now and mess up his well-laid plans. He was sure now that Magneto got Sirius out of Azkaban since he already got his hands on Pettigrew, and knowing how much of a coward Pettigrew was, he must have spilled everything. Albus didn't think much and opened the flue so Cornelius could come over. He needed to know everything, but he really felt a bad premonition. Chapter 76, Little Whinging, Surrey. Edited. POV, Rio. After bidding Amelia Bones farewell, I finally activated the untraceable portkey given to me by Gringotts and arrived in Castle Ravenclaw. Well, I know that goblins are greedy and could sell anyone out for the right price, but I wasn't worried about that in the slightest. If they sell me out, they would again lose their richest customer. I started walking towards the room where Sirius's portkey was configured to take him. Dixie, I called the house elf who popped in beside me. What can Dixie do for Master Edgary? Dixie asked me while I could clearly see the expectation in her eyes. Can you please bring some food for our guest? I asked the small creature who beamed after hearing me giving her work. Yes, Master Edgary, Dixie can do that, Dixie replied and popped out. I finally arrived at Sirius's room and entered. Sirius was still knocked out. Dixie popped in the next moment and placed a tray of food and popped out. I was still in my armor, so there was no worry that Sirius would get to see my face, and I also won't be showing Sirius the castle. I might be helping him, but I am not stupid that I would lay all my secrets bare in front of him. I also didn't save him just because of goodwill, it's 50-50. I saved him because of pity, and it would be a nice wrench in old goat's plans. I pulled out my wand and cast a renovate on Sirius. Sirius immediately gasped for breath and got up. He looked around and was completely shocked to see the room he was currently in. He turned his head around and finally found me. So it wasn't a dream. Sirius exclaimed and started to check his own body. So, it wasn't a dream after all, you got me out of Azkaban. But do you get out of this? Sirius asked me, looking slightly worried. Honestly, I am quite surprised to see that he can think clearly like this even after he spent 5 years in Azkaban, but he must have used his animagus form mostly to keep his sanity. Let's just say that I don't like Dumbledore, and saving you would have ruined a lot of his plans, I said, and make an iron chair from my iron sand and sat on it. Sirius pondered for a few seconds before nodding his head. You said something about Harry, what happened to him, where is he? Sirius asked me, and I could clearly see he was not acting or anything. He was really worried, and it was like the most important thing for him now. He lives in Little Whinging, Surrey. I will take you to him, but you need to get cleaned and fed before that. I can't have you pass out because of hunger, and I am also sure that you don't want to meet your godson like that, I said to Sirius, but I don't think he heard any of that. His face looked completely horrified. Did that guy know where the Dursleys live? It could be possible. Please tell me that he doesn't live with Petunia, Sirius spoke to me in a begging manner. I could already see the tears forming in his eyes. Unfortunately, yes. Dumbledore in his infinite wisdom thought that it would be the most loving family for him, I said, and by now Sirius was on the floor crying and slamming his fist on the floor. I think he must know that Petunia despised everything related to magic and her sister, and if Harry lived there then he can only imagine how miserable his godson's life had been. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I am so sorry, James. Lily, I have let you down. I am the worst, Sirius kept muttering. Honestly, I feel bad for him, but I am currently short on time. I know that old goat would know that helped Sirius to escape prison, and Sirius would definitely try to reach Harry, so he would tighten the security around Harry. I used my powers on the shackles that were still on Sirius's wrist and ankles and pulled him up. Get yourself together, it isn't too late. You can still save him, he can know that he is loved by his godfather, but we need to be quick before Dumbledore gets the news or suspects that you escaped, I said. Sirius heard me speaking and wiped away the tears he had in his eyes with the rags he was wearing. He immediately headed towards the food tray and started to chomp down and mutter about how much he loved food. Sirius was done with the food in just 5 minutes. I looked at the huge tray that was filled with food just a few minutes ago and thought that the current Sirius could give Momo a small challenge. Though the house elves were still trying to kill us with the amount of food they prepare for us, but Momo is our guardian angel and glomps down all the food. Quite funny that I remember it now. Good. I guess you could still meet your godson like this. At least, he would know that his godfather was in jail because he was framed and wasn't able to take care of him, I said, and got up from the chair. The chair dissolved into iron sand and entered my armor. I walked up to Sirius and placed my hand over his shoulder. Sirius didn't say anything, and the next moment both of us appeared in an empty street with normal houses on both sides of the street. Sirius immediately recognized this place and rushed forward to number 4 house of the Privet Drive. The house of Dursleys, the same place where Harry was abused throughout his childhood. I didn't stop Sirius and he finally arrived at the door and started banging on the door. I cast the most powerful Notice Me Not charm. I was right behind Sirius and turned back and found Arabella Fig looking at us. I let her be, she can do whatever she wants, I honestly don't care. If she calls Dumbles here then it would be really great, as I would beat him up and hang him in front of Ministry or Hogwarts. The door finally opened and a purple-faced vermin came out carrying a club in his hands. You! Verson yelled and swung his club towards Sirius, but Sirius, even in his current condition, was much faster and punched Vermin on his nose. Vermin dropped to the ground with his broken nose and started to yell, but Sirius didn't wait and headed inside the house. Petunia was standing in the hall and saw everything that transpired. How can you do this to Vermin? I am going to call the police. Petunia yelled and tried to back away towards their phone, but I was much faster and used my powers on her blood and she dropped to the ground screaming in pain. I stopped using my power on her and she stayed on the floor breathing heavily. Sirius wasn't idle and was looking for Harry all around until I called him and pointed towards a cupboard under the stairs. There were fresh blood stains right in front of the cupboard. Sirius's face became completely pale. I also clenched my fists together. No matter how much of a monster I am, I would never abuse a child like this. Yes, I destroyed a whole city filled with people. There might have been some kids there and I killed them, but I won't torture them or abuse them. I ripped apart the door from its hinges and Sirius and I looked inside to find a small kid with messy black hair and green eyes. He has a distinct lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The kid was only dressed in rags. The kid was lying on his side, his back facing towards the doors. His whole back was marred with bloody marks of belts. I could see Sirius was already crying. Sirius crawled inside and Harry had already noticed us and huddled back in a corner in fear. This broke Sirius's heart, but he didn't back down. Harry. I am so sorry. I am sorry. I wasn't here when these monsters beat you up. You won't remember me, but I am here now. I would protect you even with my life. Sirius kept speaking, making several promises. This kept going for more than 5 minutes. I looked towards the house of Arabella Fig and found that she wasn't at her window now. Because of the Notice Me Not charm, none of the neighbors bothered with the screams and noises. Finally, Sirius came out of the cupboard while carrying Harry in his arms. He immediately rushed towards Vermin and started to kick him. By this time a miniature version of a whale came down and hugged his mom while crying. I can't kill a small kid of my actual age in this world while I knew he was there. If I have killed kids before, I haven't known about them, but I am not going to kill one knowingly. I used my power on Dudley's blood and rose him up in the air. No, please let him go. He is innocent. Petunia exclaimed. Don't worry, I am actually letting him go. His only punishment would be he would go up without having parents, I said, and hit Dudley with a lightning bolt and knocked him out. He was still floating in the air because of my power. I floated him to Arabella Fig's house and dropped him right in front of her door. Petunia's face was completely pale now that she had heard me. Vermin's face was completely bloody now with all the kicks Sirius landed on him. Do you have a place to hide? I asked Sirius. Yes, I will be taking Harry away with me to France. My family had a vacation house there and nobody knows about it, Sirius said and gestured me to come closer. I walked up to him and he said an address to me and I immediately knew the location of the house. So, the house was under some sort of Fidley's charm. Goodbye then, I will visit sometime when I can, I said to Sirius. I don't know how Sirius did it, but he upright along with Harry in his arms. Must have been some family magic involved in there, after all Blacks are one of the most ancient and noble houses. I walked out of the house and Vermin was groaning in pain while Petunia was tending to his injuries. It seems like she forgot that I told her that I was going to kill her, stupid people. I pointed my wand in their direction and cast a spell that even most dark wizards would fear to cast. Fiend Fire. I cast the spell and a Leviathan made of fire erupted from my wand and clashed with the building. 2 screams could be heard from inside, but my attention was brought by several popping noises of apparition. I turned around and saw Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and Severus Snape looking at the scene with pure horror on their faces. Thanks for joining me this auspicious night, I said in a dramatic manner. Chapter 77, Dark Times. Edited. POV Rio. Thanks for joining me this auspicious night, I said in a dramatic manner and extended my arms. The house behind me finally collapsed. Wow, I didn't expect that to happen, but it must have been badass. I cheered internally and almost did a jig externally, but stopped myself. After all, I have an image to maintain. I looked at the 4 horrified faces and I knew that I had the effect I wanted. Yes, paint me as a new Dark Lord, this is all I wanted now. How could you? Dumbles gave me a horrified and disappointed grandfatherly look and shouted. Well. I pointed my wand and cast Feigned Fire. If you want I can teach you too, I said being sarcastic and pulled out my wand and cast an anti-apparition and anti-portkey ward. After all, I don't want them running away now. The four of them were dumbfounded but I could see rage surfacing on all four of their faces. They must think that I also killed Harry, they must have missed the scene of Sirius apparate out with Harry. They didn't wait and all four of them fire a stunning spell towards me, lightning armor formed around my body and tanked all their attacks. Really? That was pathetic. I expected much more from you Dumbles, can't you see, all of your plans falling apart? You should be completely enraged, I said in a mocking manner to Dumbles. Dumbles didn't show any reaction on his face but a passive probe of leglomancy told me otherwise. How could you murder 2 kids? Ha! Minerva shouted and sent some creatures she made using transfiguration. 2 iron lances formed beside me from my iron sand and impaled the creatures one by one. Sorry. I am a murderer but I am not a child killer. You are the one who brought the child killer, I said and pointed towards Dumbledore. All the spells flying at me stopped and Minerva, Filius, and Snape turned their heads towards Dumbledore. If you didn't kill Harry then what did you do to him? Dumbledore asked me, his face was completely cold now. Oh. I allowed Sirius to take him after all Sirius was his magic sworn godfather, I said and put my wand back in my armor. Sirius Black is the one who betrayed Harry's parents. Filius squeaked out and looked at me with disgust. Really? Are all of you magical people so stupid? I just said that Sirius was Harry's magic sworn godfather so if Sirius would have betrayed Harry then magic would have killed him, I said and even I couldn't see my own face now, I could clearly say that I was having a deadpan. Lies. Sirius was the secret keeper of Potters. Minerva exclaimed and I could see that she had unshed tears in her eyes. Only Severus Snape didn't speak anything and he was slowly moving towards my left side trying to get on my blind side, smart but it still wasn't enough. So, I decided to play this game. Why don't you ask Dumbles, he was there when Potters made Pettigrew their secret keeper, I said and this time Dumbledore's cold visage cracked but I knew it was all an act. Hearing me Minerva and Filius immediately turned their heads towards Dumbledore. This time even Snape looked towards Dumbledore stopping his advancement towards my blind side or so they thought. Yes, it's true that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper but Sirius was also a criminal and killed Pettigrew along with 12 muggles, Dumbledore said in a manner that would have obviously gained someone's sympathy. Oh, is that right? So, you mean to say that you have no hand in Pettigrew framing Sirius? I asked Dumbles. To my surprise, Dumbles didn't react but in his place Minerva did. How can you say something like that about such a great man? Minerva said looking at me. Snape continued to make his way towards my left side. But this time Filius also started to move slowly towards my right side. Well, believe whatever you want, honestly I don't care. Why don't we continue the game we have been playing before? I said and before they could do anything I appeared in front of Minerva, I wanted to knock her out but she somehow unnaturally dodged my attack. Wow, her cat instincts must have helped her to dodge. Wow, you are quite nimble for a human so I guess you being a tabby cat helped. I wonder if you like catnip or not. I started to mock Minerva who was huffing due to the unnatural dodge. She must have hurt her old body by doing that. I was about to continue more but 2 spells from different sides were fired towards me. A wall of iron sand rose up and defended me from the attacks. Nice, very nice, I again rushed towards Minerva with my lightning armor, and this time she wasn't able to dodge and was knocked out cold by my lightning. I was thinking why wasn't Dumbles making a move, is he trying to break through the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards? If he is, then he can keep dreaming. My next target was the quarter goblin, several lightning bolts shot towards the little guy from my hand and hit him right on his chest knocking him out too. Snape. Snape. Snape, you have been a naughty boy. I have received so many complaints about you but sadly your time hasn't come, I said and used my powers to manipulate his blood. Snape bellowed out a blood-curdling scream and dropped on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Now, that nuisances are gone let's start with you, I said and turned my head towards Dumbles who was looking at me contemplating something. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to push this world into destruction? Dumbledore finally decided to give up his ruse but his grandfatherly tone came back along with the damn twinkle in his eyes. I felt a probe brush on my shields. Damn, he is a strong leglomancer, even without direct contact with my eyes, he was able to use leglomancy. But even if he can use leglomancy on me I am sure that he won't be able to destroy my mental defenses. Well, because I like it this way, this is so much fun. Just a prophecy, now that the major players will be growing up on their own and all. No chess masters like you could influence a naive young boy to be a martyr, I said in a mocking voice. If Dumbledore wasn't surprised until now, he was shocked to his core now. How do you know about the prophecy? He asked me in a horrified tone. Good, he is reacting just like I have wanted him and didn't notice the iron sand surrounding him. This wasn't in my plans but when I saw the death stick, I decided to take it. If he loses both the Death Stick and Harry on the same day, then he will go spare. Now, if I want to get the Death Stick I needed to disarm him to win Death Stick's loyalty or it won't work for me. So, I made this plan. No matter how strong I am, if I decide to fight Dumbles magically then I would surely lose, no argument there, but if use methods like this who cares? Well, a little birdie told me, as soon as I finished saying that my iron sand wrapped around his wand hand and ankles to stop him from moving. Dumbles was surprised, but he was quick to react and tried to grab Death Stick with his other hand, but it was too wrapped around by iron sand. Seeming him like this. I pulled out my wand and pointed towards Dumbles. Expelliarmus I cast, and in an instant his wand flew out of his hand and I caught it with my free arm. The Death Stick really lives up to its name. When I grabbed the wand, I immediately felt complete. It didn't give me the feeling like the wand I have been using gave me. It was like a missing part of me was found. But what happened next surprised me even more. The Death Stick vanished, but I didn't feel that it vanished just like that. It was like it became a part of my body. I was shocked. I wasn't a Peveril, so it shouldn't have happened, and I also didn't gather the three hollows together, so I had no idea why this happened. I put my other wand back in my armor and tried to cast magic, and just like I have thought I could cast magic wandlessly, the Death Stick became a part of me. Suddenly the world turned black and I was back in a familiar black space where I received the messages from God. Don't need to be scared. I used my powers so that you could absorb the Death Stick. I didn't tell you that when you were in this place before. I wanted the Elder Wand to leave this world with you. This single wand has caused so much death that you can't even imagine, and it also acts as a power boost for you. I heard the same voice, but before I could say anything I was back in the real world. Wow, even though it kind of sounded a flag to me, I would happily accept this gift even if it gives me a slight boost. I looked over to Dumbles and he was completely shocked. His eyes were wide and his jaw was hanging. I didn't want this information to get out. I pointed my hand towards Dumbles and obliviated him. Now, he would only remember that I became Death Stick's master and nothing more. After erasing his memories, I punched him hard on his nose and knocked him out. I grabbed Dumbles by his beard and hair and the iron sand got back inside my armor. I started to drag Dumbles by his hair and beard. Due to the pain, Dumbles woke up and started to scream. I operated along with him to Diagon Alley. This seemed to surprise everyone around there, and when they noticed who I was dragging, they back away completely horrified and scared of me. I used my powers and ripped out metal beams from the nearest building and wrapped Dumbles on it, making iron ropes from my sand. It was right in the middle of Diagon Alley. I quickly rose up a platform and hanged Dumbles by his hands on the platform. I was in a hurry because I didn't want to be interrupted by the Aurors. Finally, I wrote my name using metal beams I had pulled out and positioned them above Dumbles' head. A new dark era has arrived. I shouted and operated away. It felt awesome to act like a villain. Haha, kudos to my dark side. Chapter 78, Unrest in Magical Britain, and Unexpected Visit. Edited. One day passed since a beaten Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard since Merlin, according to several witches and wizards, defeater of the Dark Lord Grindelwald, the leader of Light, headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of Wisengamot, supreme mugwump, and according to many undefeatable, was hanged right in the middle of Diagon Alley out in the open. This was a huge impact on the whole wizarding population. Cornelius Fudge has been running around like a headless chicken. He had tried his best to put a lid on the news. He likes to do that, but this time the news was too public to be suppressed. At first, when Magneto appeared for the first time, most people have dismissed him as a crazy drunk bastard because he attacked the Weasleys and took their pet rat. The second incident was not known by many because Amelia Bones immediately put a lid on it, or the DMLE would have been treated as a joke. Magneto broke into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement like he owned the place and walked out of the place in a similar fashion. The third incident didn't get time to become public. Magneto broke into Azkaban and slaughtered many prisoners along with all the Death Eaters sentenced there, and while leaving wrote his name on the fortress of Azkaban. But the fourth incident was the cherry on top. Magneto suddenly appeared right in the middle of Diagon Alley while dragging the great Albus Dumbledore by his hair and beard and hanged him in a similar manner of crucifying, and wrote his name right above the hanging Albus Dumbledore and declared that a new dark era has arrived. So yes, it was complete chaos in magical Britain. No one knew what to do as their minister was a complete moron and he was only good at sticking his head in the sand. Even his dear friend Lucius Malfoy didn't have any idea about controlling this mess. There were still some things that he couldn't buy with money, and the current situation was something like that. This scared the three existing factions of magical Britain. The Light was scared because their leader was defeated, whereas the Dark and Grey were scared because of the Azkaban massacre. The Grey and Dark families were scared that Magneto would attack them next. The Dark and Grey faction hated Albus Dumbledore, so shouldn't they be happy? But even if they hated the person, they knew about his strength, and this new guy called Magneto defeated the strongest wizard in whole Britain, so none of them hoped to defeat Magneto. Only now they were taking it seriously about how easily Magneto ripped right through Weasley's wards, so most of the families have started to enforce their wards, but they didn't know that if Magneto attacked, then those pathetic wards won't mean much. The only good thing that happened is that Magneto is already recognized as a new Dark Lord. Albus Dumbledore was hospitalized and he had put up a lid over the news of Harry Potter being kidnapped by Sirius Black. With him defeated, the witches and wizards would place their hopes on Harry Potter to defeat Magneto. After all, Harry Potter defeated Dark Lord Voldemort when he was only 1 year old. So, if Dumbledore allowed the news of Harry Potter's disappearance to be made public, then magical Britain would lose hope and would finally implode on its own with Magneto out on the loose. But what Dumbledore didn't know was that for this exact reason Magneto beat him up and dragged him through Diagon Alley and hanged him. If it wasn't for that reason, then Magneto would have beaten him up and left in the middle of Privet 4 Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Amelia Bones was having a massive headache now. She wasn't able to return home to her niece since Magneto invaded Azkaban. Right after that incident, Magneto decided to bring Albus Dumbledore to Diagon Alley and hang him. She was currently cursing Magneto's 7 generations. She could only wish to meet the guy now so she could hex him into the next generation. What she didn't know was that her wish was going to come true and not in a way she would like. Amelia Bones was finally able to get away from the shitstorm and used her office float to return home. She entered her house and felt the anti-apparition, anti-portkey along with several other wards wash over her. She felt her body turn cold. She knew who used these wards and this method of attack. She pulled out her wand and only wished that her niece would get out of this mess. She immediately rushed upstairs towards her niece's room but stopped when she heard her niece was laughing happily. She was confused about what made her niece laugh like this at this moment. Until she heard the voice she knew very well and the previous feeling of dread again returned to her. She slammed the door open and fired several spells with all the speed and power she could muster, but the same thing happened that happened previously. The person was protected by a wall of iron sand. "Good morning, Madam Bones, please forgive me for visiting unannounced. You see, your niece saw me so I decided to play with her. I hope you don't mind," Magneto said without turning around and continued to play with Amelia's niece. Amelia turned her head and saw several toys of iron were dancing and floating around her niece, making her niece laugh. It has been really long she has ever seen her niece laugh like that. One part of Amelia Bones wanted to scream at her niece to get away from that person and another wanted her to smile seeing her niece so happy. She was facing an internal struggle which Magneto noticed and decided to speak up. "Susan, I have to talk with your aunt." "So I have to cut short," Magneto said while getting up from the floor. Hearing Magneto, Susan obviously became sad. "Will you visit again?" Susan asked Magneto expectantly. Amelia Bones wanted to cut in the middle of the conversation but Magneto was faster. "Yes, I will. Don't worry, nothing could stop me from visiting you again and playing with you," Magneto said, and this made a tick mark appear on Amelia's head. Just after Magneto broke into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and told her that he wanted to visit her home, she has tightened and upgraded her wards and Magneto was still able to walk in like he owned her home. With that over, Magneto finally walked out of the room. Amelia had to hold herself back from attacking him again, but she knew one thing now, that if Magneto wanted to harm her or Susan he could have done that easily. She also followed Magneto and finally reached the kitchen. She was surprised that Magneto came here, into her kitchen. "So, what would you like? Tea? Coffee?" "Since I came unannounced, let me get something," Magneto said like it was a matter of fact and he was going to make Amelia's house his backyard. "Fire whiskey," Amelia said and walked up to a cupboard and pulled out a glass and poured herself a drink and sat down. "So what do you want?" "I don't think that a new Dark Lord would visit my home just for kicks and fun," Amelia spoke and took a sip from her glass. "Well, I wanted to tell you why I have been doing all this and maybe get you on board," Magneto said and sat right in front of her. She was caught off guard and she was completely bewildered for a second there. "I am sorry, but I won't be joining a Dark Lord or his merry band," Amelia said, looking revolted even thinking about the idea of joining a Dark Lord. For a moment though she was worried that Magneto would use Susan as leverage against her. "Good for now, but I still want to tell you my reason and I assure you that you won't back away after that," Magneto said calmly and leaned on the table. Amelia was very interested but her rational part was stopping her. "So, what do I have to promise or do to know those secrets?" Amelia asked in a mocking manner. "Nothing much, just a small oath that everything discussed between the two of us won't spread out to others using any method," Magneto said. "I can't do that. I don't even know that if you are going to tell me the truth or not," Amelia said and gulped down the whole glass. "Well, I would also be taking an oath that I will only speak the truth," Magneto said. After all, he wasn't worried about making an oath. He was obviously going to use Itsuki Ryo as his name, as that name meant nothing in this world after the ritual in Gringotts. Amelia contemplated for a few seconds before pouring herself another glass. She started to think about what she could gain and lose. If she didn't take the oath then she would miss this chance, and if she made the oath then she had to do everything on her own to stop Magneto. Her job as the head of DMLE was stopping her to take the oath, but on the other hand, her curious side wanted her to take the oath. Until now, she wasn't able to make any head or tails about Magneto's objective. She thought that even if she tried later, she might not get this chance ever. And even if she knew what Magneto wanted, she was doubtful that she would be able to stop him because the moron of a minister was still busy sticking his head in the sand. I, Amelia Susan Bones, swear on my magic that whatever I learned from Magneto today would stay between the two of us present in this room, so mote it be. Amelia Bones pulled out her wand and said. Magneto knew that Amelia kept a huge leeway in the oath, but he wasn't losing anything. It would be a lot better for him if he gets Amelia Bones on his side. After all, she was the head of DMLE. And she could search the whole world for the name Itsuki Ryo, but she won't be able to find any. I, Itsuki Ryo, swear on my magic that whatever I tell Amelia Susan Bones today will be only truth, so mote it be, I said while pointing my wand upwards. I used a simple lumos to show her that I told her my real name. Chapter 79, Unrest in Magical Britain, 2, and Allies, I. Edited. While Magneto or Itsuki Ryo was meeting with Amelia Bones, chaos was breaking out inside a castle in Scotland, namely Hogwarts. Because Hogwarts was a boarding school, the students were not able to get any outside information. There are only 3 ways for them to get information from outside. 1. If the teachers tell them, but all of the teachers looked solemn and none of them wanted to tell the students that the greatest wizard, according to them, was beaten up and hanged publicly. That would have caused a huge panic. 2. They could get the information from Daily Prophet. The teachers decided to block the Daily Prophet at least until the students come to know about what happened outside from their parents. 3. Obviously letters from parents, and that is what exactly happened here. During breakfast a huge horde of owls arrived. The only students who weren't receiving a letter were Muggle-borns. Every pureblood and half-bloods received a letter. This confused them a lot, but as soon as they opened the letter their face looked completely horrified. No matter, the news was too much for light, dark, and gray families. Hey, Tonks, did someone post these sex Nazi some porn? Namiri asked Tonks while sipping pumpkin juice. She missed vodka so much. Tonks, who also had a horrified look on her face after she read the letter, looked at her best friend robotically. A new Dark Lord has appeared, Tonks said with a look of fear on her face. Tonks might be an easygoing girl, but what her mother wrote in the letter really scared her. Who? Namiri asked nonchalantly. She wasn't much interested in the news. She just wanted to go to the boring classes and imagine Ryo's member. She had priorities. Magneto. Tonks was only able to say this before she was covered by pumpkin juice Namiri was drinking. Hearing the name, Namiri spat out everything in her mouth, and Tonks was, unfortunately, sitting directly in front of her. Tonks's face turned completely blank, but she knew one thing, that her super perverted best friend never reacted like this and must know something about this name, but she thought of a much better place of having this conversation rather than the Great Hall. Oops, sorry. Namiri took out her wand and used Scour Jiffy to clean Tonks while was still giving her best friend a blank look. Finally, the Daily Prophet arrived and both Tonks and Namiri got a copy. Right on the front page, there was a moving picture of Magneto hanging Albus Dumbledore right in the middle of Diagon Alley. All of the students who saw that got a horrified look on their faces except for one. If anyone knew this girl's thoughts, then they would definitely spit out blood and die even when they were in a magical world, and not a cultivation world. He looks so hot. I am already getting wet. Well, now I gotta change my panties. Well, seeing the chaos all around, the teachers may cancel the classes and I will be able to scratch the itch. This made me so horny. He. Thankfully Namiri's mental shields were now strong enough for her to maintain a specific expression on her face. If that wasn't the case, then she would creep everyone around her with her perverted grin. But unfortunately, Namiri's wishes didn't come true and she wasn't able to scratch her itch. Well, she just thought that holding it longer would give her much more satisfaction. She is a huge M, after all. Back in Bones Manor. I, Itsuki Ryo, swear on my magic that whatever I tell Amelia Susan Bones today will be only truth, so mote it be, I said while pointing my wand upwards. I used a simple lumos to show her that I told her my real name. So, what is your main objective? Amelia Bones asked now that Magneto had taken the oath. She knew that the name Magneto used as his real name was Asian, so she wondered if Magneto was from Asia. Well, she isn't wrong. She decided to search for that name later. Let's start with No-Nose. Do you know his real name? Magneto asked Amelia. Amelia has tried before, but she didn't find anything because there was no pure-blooded wizard with that description, and purebloods won't follow anyone who is not a pureblood. Amelia just shook her head in denial. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He is a half-blood. Magneto was only able to say this before Amelia cut him off. What? These blood bigots were following a half-blood? Amelia asked. Magneto just nodded his head. Seeing Magneto nod his head, Amelia started to laugh. She found it really funny that all these blood bigots have been kissing the feet of a half-blood. After a minute, Amelia finally calmed down and gestured to Magneto to continue. His mother Maripi Gaunt, who used a love potion on a muggle named Tom Riddle, but when Tom Riddle finally got out of the effects of the love potion he upped and left. From the Gaunt family, No-Nose got his Slytherin airship, which he used to rally the blood bigots and started his war against muggles and half-bloods, Magneto said, but this confused Amelia. Voldemort was also a half-blood, so why did he have to do that? But wasn't he a half-blood too, and why did he hate muggles if he had a muggle father? Amelia asked. Well, after his father left his mother on the streets and finally died giving birth to No-Nose, so No-Nose grew up in an orphanage and his childhood wasn't happy. This made him hate the muggles, and when he found that his father left his mother to die on the streets, this put more fuel in the fire. But these are topics for other time, Magneto said to Amelia, even though Amelia was interested in that, but she was much more interested why Magneto decided to tell her all these after all Voldemort is already gone. In the year of 1980, the peak of No-Nose and his thugs were most dangerous. Sybil Trelawney, currently the divination teacher in Hogwarts, gave a genuine prophecy during her interview in front of a person she shouldn't have given. What I am going to tell you next should be kept a secret for now. Only 2 people know the things I am going to say, Magneto said, and the atmosphere turned completely heavy. Amelia Bones knew that she was getting into really messy stuff now. The moment a genuine prophecy was mentioned, she knew that the conversation would become messy, and what she was going to come to know now might turn the magical Britain upside down. Amelia Bones worked in the ministry and she herself was a head of a department. She knew a lot of stuff about prophecies. And she knew exactly the reason why these prophecies were kept in Room of Prophecies, and no one else except the prophecy involved could even touch them. This was done so that a third party can't interfere in the prophecy and let it run its course on its own. There were thousands of prophecies that weren't even active, and there were thousands that were still active, and thousands of which came to happen and completed on their own. She had heard from an unspeakable that a third party should never interfere in someone else's prophecy. And in the way Magneto said that Sybil Trelawney gave the prophecy in front of a person she shouldn't have given must mean that the person has been actively manipulating the prophecy to get his desired results. I, Amelia Susan Bones, make an unbreakable vow that whatever Magneto or Itsuki Ryo is going to tell me now, I won't disclose it to another person using any means until he himself allows me to. So mote it be. Amelia Bones made an unbreakable vow. If what she had imagined being true, then this could have serious repercussions which could result in thousands of deaths, if not magical Britain getting completely wiped out. Magneto was slightly surprised by the unbreakable vow, but there was another reason Amelia did this. With this, no one get the information out of her no matter what method they use, the oath would protect it. The contents of the prophecy were, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Now you already guess who she gave the prophecy in front of. Magneto recited the prophecy and asked Amelia. Actually, Amelia Bones didn't have an idea. She was sure, since Magneto already said that Sybil Trelawney gave the prophecy during her interview, and she was currently working in Hogwarts even though she was known as a fraud. She gave the prophecy in front of ableist fucking Dumbledore, and he had used the prophecy to meet his own ends. Yes, she gave the prophecy in front of the old goat, and he immediately knew that only 2 families fit the description, the Potters and the Longbottoms. Magneto said, and Amelia got a feeling that this was going to become worse. Chapter 80, Allies, 2. Edited. Yes, she gave the prophecy in front of the old goat, and he immediately knew that only 2 families fit the description, the Potters and the Longbottoms. Magneto said, and Amelia got a feeling that this was going to become worse. So, old goat decided on his own that this prophecy should come to an end, or No-Nose can't be defeated. After all, a small newborn can't defeat a Dark Lord. So, he himself decided that No-Nose should come to know of this prophecy, at least the first part of the prophecy, or No-Nose might get scared in fear of marking someone his equal and decide not to attack any one of the newborns. Magneto kept speaking, and Amelia just heard all this and was completely dumbfounded. She can't even imagine how could someone especially like Dumbledore do all this stuff. Even though she never had trusted Dumbledore like others did, but she thought Dumbledore to be a good guy. She already understood where Magneto was going with all the stuff he spoke about. So, Dumbledore decided to leak the prophecy through Severus Snape, right? Amelia asked. Her voice was really low, it was almost like a whisper, but Magneto still clearly heard her because they were the only occupants of the room, kitchen actually. Amelia was sure that Albus Dumbledore used Severus Snape. After all, during the trials of Death Eaters, Albus Dumbledore only came to the defense of Severus Snape, claiming that Snape was his spy within the Death Eater ranks. Yes. Albus Dumbledore used Severus Snape to leak the first part of the prophecy to No-Nose, but something happened that Albus didn't anticipate. Lily Potter used some sort of blood sacrificial magic so that her son would be protected from No-Nose, Magneto said and leaned back in his chair. The things they have been talking about were pretty serious. So, Magneto decided to take a small break so Amelia could digest all the information he gave her. If Amelia didn't make an unbreakable vow, then Magneto would have held some information back, but the oath Amelia has taken didn't leave any loopholes for her to exploit. This was a wrench in Dumbledore's plans, so he decided to do it another way. He decided to make him grow up in an unappreciated and abusive household so that he would grow up weak and negligent. Dumbledore could easily use this to mold Harry Potter to be a martyr. Later he would use Harry's death so he could rally up the support from the Light and Grey families. But he still wants Harry to actually die so that the prophecy could be fulfilled and No-Nose with daddy issues could finally be vanquished. He never believed that a kid or teenager could defeat No-Nos, Magneto said, and Amelia's expressions kept changing with each sentence Magneto spoke. Amelia didn't need to check the credibility of everything Magneto said because she thought the Magneto was bound by the oath, but it's not like that Magneto or Itsuki Rio spoke any lies. When she heard that the reason for the death of Potters and Longbottom, she was completely enraged, but when she finally came to learn that Albus Dumbledore knowingly placed Harry Potter, a 1-year-old baby, in an abusive household, she was about to blow a gasket. By each passing moment, she was getting enraged, but she knew that she had to hold herself back, at least for now. But he needed to take control over Harry, and to do that he needed to get Harry's godfather out of the way. So, Albus Dumbledore decided to use Peter Pettigrew to frame. Magneto was speaking but was cut off by Amelia Bones. Magneto was slightly surprised to see Amelia's reaction, but Amelia didn't notice that because of the mask. "What, you mean that Sirius was innocent?" Amelia asked in an almost scared expression. Magneto was taken aback watching how Amelia reacted. He never knew that Amelia would react like this. For now, Magneto was sure that there was something between Bonesy and Padfoot. Well, yes, after all, Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper of the Potters, and he was also a Death Eater, and Dumbledore knew that. Old Goat was present when the Potters decided that Peter should be the secret keeper because Sirius Black was obvious, but I wonder what is your connection with Sirius Black? No matter what I spoke about, you didn't have a reaction like that, Magneto said and looked intently at Amelia. Amelia also didn't budge and kept staring Magneto straight in his eyes, or his glowing blue eyes where Magneto's eyes should have been. After a few seconds passed when both Magneto and Amelia Bones continued to stare down, but finally Amelia Bones gave up and sighed. I was Sirius Black's betrothed, though even weren't so close. Hell, we didn't speak with each other more than 5 times, but I was pretty sure that I was going to marry him, so I had started to think of him as my unmarried husband. Everything changed when Sirius Black decided to run away. Even though his mother burned off Sirius's name from the tapestry, she wasn't able to get Sirius to get kicked out of the family. Amelia said, and she had a longing look in her eyes. After that, both Magneto and Amelia Bones kept talking, and they finally decided to become allies like Magneto had thought that Amelia would be after she learned the whole truth. For this they didn't need to make an oath or unbreakable vow, they just decided to trust each other. Finally, Magneto decided to leave Amelia's Bones' house and head towards another family he needed to visit for today. He needed to visit Tonks' household. Rio actually didn't need anything particular from them except that he wanted to visit them. No matter what Rio himself said, he was having too much fun acting like a villain and scaring the shit out of everyone. From him, the moment he saw Amelia Bones entered Susan Bones' room was golden for him. Even though he was looking away, but he had a mirror pointed towards the door that no one noticed. Magneto finally arrived right in front of a simple-looking 2-story house. It was a Muggle house, so every magical person should ignore the house, but the presence of wards in the house was a dead giveaway. Magneto pointed his hand towards the house and set up his current favorite set of wards. The anti-apparition, anti-portkey, and several other wards that would render the flu useless. The house was already silent, so Magneto didn't thought much of that and walked up to the front door and knocked. After waiting for 30 seconds there was no answer, so Magneto knocked again. Magneto may be a murderer or killer, but he was a gentleman. He won't enter anyone's house like that. Well, Amelia Bones was an exception because Magneto found it too much fun to tease her. Magneto knocked on the door for the 3rd time, but there was still no answer. He could already feel 2 life signs hiding behind a couch or something similar to that so that they could surprise the intruder. Magneto sighed because even though he wanted to be polite, it was not working, so he had to enter the house on his own. Magneto used his powers to unlock the door opened. It was an easy job. He could have used Alohomora, but it didn't give the same feeling like using his own powers did. Magneto didn't have enough time, for now, to check all his powers after the death stick was absorbed by him, so he still wanted to keep that part a secret. Magneto pushed open the door and entered casually, and walked towards the 2 life signs he was feeling. He walked up to the couch, but still, there were no flying spells or anything. "Hello, would you mind coming out? It's a disgusting hiding place. Do they teach this in Hogwarts, to hide behind a couch if someone breaks into your house? And sorry for breaking into your house. I knocked on the door several times but none of you answered, so I decided to welcome myself in," Magneto said and sat down on a chair opposite to the couch. After all, Magneto had all the time he needed for now. After some time, one witch and wizard stood up from behind the couch. If Namiri was here in place of Magneto, she would have definitely called out Quickie behind the couch. According to Magneto, the books didn't do any justice to how similar Andromeda Tonks was to Bellatrix Lestrange. Andromeda Tonks just looked like a few years younger version of Bellatrix Lestrange. "How, you look really similar to your sister, but no worries, after all, I painted her on the wall of her cell," Magneto said in a happy tone. Hearing the first part, Andromeda looked revolted that Magneto would compare her to Bellatrix, but when Magneto finally finished what he was saying, both Andromeda and Ted Tonks had a horrified look on their faces. Though Andromeda's face was a mixture of joyous and horrified expression. Magneto really wanted to know how she did that. Maybe he would ask later. "Why are you here? Are you here to kill me and my wife?" Ted Tonks finally spoke up. No. If I wanted to kill you then I wouldn't have greeted you and killed you firsthand. I am not that kind of person who keeps speaking bullshit like a typical villain, Magneto said and leaned back on the chair. So, do you want to join my merry band? Magneto asked in a happy and cheerful tone that scared the shit out of both Andromeda and Ted Tonks. Chapter 81, Rumi's Night Out. Edited. 2 years have passed since Magneto visited the Tonks residence and asked them to join his merry band. Well, at first both Ted and Andromeda Tonks were completely scared, but still, they held themselves strong. Even though they were scared for their lives, they didn't show it. They directly denied Magneto's offer. Magneto expected that, so he decided to explain. After that, Magneto told them why he has been doing all this, and Andromeda was the first one to accept his offer to join his merry band. She already has a positive impression of Magneto, as he had killed Bellatrix Lestrange and beat up Albus Dumbledore. Even though she belonged to a light family, she never trusted Albus Dumbledore blindly, and looks like it worked out. She was the first one to become Magneto's ally. Ted Tonks was slightly surprised that his wife decided to become Magneto's ally so quickly, since Magneto was regarded as the rising Dark Lord. But when Magneto continued telling them the reason why he has been doing all this, Ted Tonks was horrified and surprised that Albus Dumbledore was such a villain. So he also joined Magneto's cause. So, Magneto finally returned to Castle Ravenclaw after getting 3 new allies. Ted and Andromeda Tonks didn't matter much. His only main aim was Amelia Bones, who was really happy to become Magneto's ally after he told her the truth. Ted and Andromeda Tonks were just a bonus. He honestly visited them just for kicks and fun. But if they decide to join him, then it was just a bonus. Andromeda Tonks was really happy that Sirius Black wasn't the one who betrayed the Potters. She always believed, at least in one part of her mind, that Sirius Black didn't betray the Potters. She never believed that Sirius could never do that, but getting the confirmation was much better than false hope, and Magneto told her that Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, but Dumbledore still had his hands in sending Sirius to Azkaban. She blew a gasket and was about to apparate into St. Mungo's to tear off Old Goat's beard, but fortunately, her husband was able to stop her. Magneto didn't make another public appearance since that day. Though he would visit Bones Manor from time to time, obviously unannounced behind Amelia Bones' back, and would play with Susan. Magneto also liked to visit Tonks' residence just for kicks and fun. It was too much fun for him to let the magical people know that their trusty wards were useless against him. POV Rumi, Roxanne. It has been 5 years since I have arrived in this world. If I had to explain this world in one word, then it would be boring. It is fucking boring. I had thought that I would be fighting new opponents and new kinds of battles, but this is completely different from what I have imagined. I have never been in any battle since I have left my own world. I have finally made a decision, and was currently walking towards the place where Rio was reading a book about space and stuff. Honestly, I can't always understand those stuff. I am not someone smart like Rio or Momo. I finally arrived at Rio's study and approached him. From his expression, I knew that he had already noticed me. "What's up, Rumi? Do you need something?" Rio asked me. He saw through me. That's what I have always loved about him. He always knew if I wanted something or not. Well, not only that, he was able to understand if I was having some problems or not. I am bored. I mean really, really bored. I want some action, I said with a serious face, but it almost sounded like a whine. Okay, go out and have fun, but use a mask and take a few portkeys, Rio said with a smile and pulled me into a hug. I was already happy since he allowed me to have fun. After that, I left the room and picked up 3 portkeys from Momo's room. I asked Momo to make me a suit similar to Rio's but without any metal plating so I could freely move. Momo took a few minutes. While she was making my suit, I was just pacing around in Momo's room. It was too hard to control my excitement. I knew where to go for my type of fun, and with Nixie's help, I was able to find out the exact place. With my suit ready, I went towards my room and took off my clothes. I might have to learn the magic Namiri uses to get out of clothes. I gulped down a vial of aging potion and turned into my 20 years old form. I donned my new costume and stretched my body. I have to say, this is a nice fit. Momo really knows what she is doing. Nixie, I called in a soft voice, and Nixie, the small house elf, appeared beside me. I have to say it took me some time to get used to them, but when I did, they are really nice, but I would never understand their obsession with work. Maybe it is something similar to my battle junkie nature. Nixie, take me to that place, I told the small creature. Of course, Missy Roxy, the house elf said, and grabbed the hem of my suit and apparat. Apparitions are so annoying. I finally looked around to see if it was the right place or not. I liked the ambience of this place. It was a muggle building or a common building or non-magical building, apparently an abandoned warehouse. It was a warehouse from the outside, but there was something completely different inside. It was an underground fight club. I ordered Nixie to go back to Castle Ravenclaw and entered the warehouse premises. I had asked Nixie to search for a place where muggles fight against each other and other muggles bid money on them. Nixie had found several places like this, but this was the best for my tastes because here, even girls or women can enter the fights and they can also bid on themselves. I finally walked up to the door and knocked on the door. A small crack opened in the door and I could see 2 eyes. "What do you want?" the man asked me. "Fighter," I said, plain and simple, and crack closed and the door opened after a few seconds. There were 2 guards behind the doors, both of them carried revolvers along with them. I didn't give them any attention and walked inside. I was wearing my new suit and a mask, like Rio's. I finally entered a room where several fighters were sitting casually waiting for their chance. There was also a girl in the room who was registering the fighters. I walked up to her and registered my name as Mirko. She gave me a number plate and told me to wait for my fight. After waiting for more than 45 minutes, my chance finally came. It was really hard for me to hold back for 45 minutes. The girl led me towards a pit. Several high-class men and women were sitting outside the pit bidding on the fights. I entered the pit and for the first time looked at my opponent and cheered internally. The dude was huge. This guy was even taller than adult Rio, and adult Rio was 6 feet 4 inches in height. This guy was not only tall but also muscular like a boulder. I wonder how long he would be able to fight me before going down. "Attention! This fight will be no rules no bar match," a guy with a microphone announced. This was another reason I choose this place. No rules. For me, rules in fights are really restricting. Fighting without any rules is awesome. I could already feel my blood rushing in my veins. I knew it, this fight was going to be awesome. "Start," the announcer yelled in his mic. But none of us made any moves. "Are you scared, little girl?" the man asked me in a mocking voice and started to laugh. Well, that's rude, but I didn't make any moves. Hearing the men, the audience also started to laugh. "Look how she is frozen in the place she has been standing." "Haha, don't worry, little girl, why don't you suck my dick right here and now? I might let you why." The man continued teasing me, but how dare he make a comment like that? The only man I would ever allow to touch me is Rio. I rushed at him with a speed none could see clearly and kicked him on the chest before he could even complete the sentence. The huge man, what everyone thought undefeatable, has just flown back about 5 meters with my kick. The audience was completely silent. Heck, the whole arena was completely silent. No one expected this. The men groaned and finally got up. "Ugh, you will pay for that, little girl. When I would take you from the BA." Even this time I didn't let him finish what he was saying and landed a high kick on his head. The head slammed down on the concrete floor and a sick crunching sound was heard. "Arg, you bitch. You broke my nose." The huge man yelled with his head still planted on the floor. I didn't reply and rose my leg and again kicked his head like a football. The man yelled in pain and the next moment he was sprawled on the concrete floor with his back down and legs wide open, legs wide open. Good. I will take away any chances of him having another fun night. I crouched on the floor and shot forward and kicked the man's family jewels with all the force I could muster. Every man in the audience flinched and gasped. Another sick crunching sound was heard throughout the arena. "Arg!" the man yelled in pain and grabbed whatever was left of his family jewels and started to roll on the floor. I stood above him with a smug grin on my face. I was 100% sure that his little brother won't be standing up, ever again. The huge man kept rolling on the floor while grabbing his crotch and kept screaming in pain. No matter what. I had fun even though my fight was against a perverted violator. But it was just one fight and the night was still long. Chapter 82, Weisengamot, I. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. It has been 2 years since Magneto's last appearance. Magical Britain has already moved on and they have forgotten Magneto for a long time, and they have also forgotten how much horror and chaos Magneto has created during the last time. They are the true definition of sheep. I might have to make another shocking appearance and make them shit their pants. I haven't even visited Sirius and Harry. Well, I was quite busy with the new space magic I have been making and I was just finalizing the last part. In these 2 years, a lot has happened but nothing monumental for the public. The 4 of us have grown a lot stronger than before. I am now strong enough to bring down meteors as Madara did, and I was also strong enough to make black holes and close them after my work was done. But I still didn't make any notable progress with the law of lightning. I was strong enough with my magnetokinesis that I could move whole countries. I wonder how Magneto from the movies would feel if he ever sees me. I have made another level of progress with my occlumency. I have never read in the books that someone could achieve this level of mastery. Because of occlumency, now I able to process multiple thoughts at the same time, but there was still a problem. For me, physics was still a subject that was completely evasive. I don't know why I had problems with this specific subject. I had multiple thought processes and even had a small mastery over accelerated thought processes, but physics was still something out of my thinking capacity. I still needed Momo's help with that, in a way that made me depressed. So, while I was having these thoughts, I was also working on the space magic I have been working on. Getting the Elder Wand was a great help. It has been a huge boon for me. I was finally brought out of my thoughts when I sensed Rumi heading in my direction. She finally arrived in the room and entered. Well, she just wanted to go out and have some fun. I knew what kind of fun she wanted. She must be heading towards some fight club or something similar. Even though she left without asking me, I wouldn't have been angry because I know that it must be torture for her to be holed up in this castle without any fights, but I still appreciate her informing me. I just asked her to wear a mask and take some port keys. She immediately became happy, even though she didn't want to show it. I could clearly see her feelings. I pulled her into a hug and she left the room. Both Namiri and Rumi were different than me and Momo, who liked to study and make new stuff. Rumi was a fighter, a warrior, a battle junkie, and Namiri was Namiri. She would spend her whole time reading porn or making plans about something super perverted while thinking about perverted things. I still haven't fulfilled my dream of having sex in the air. Now, how should I make another appearance in this public? I suddenly heard a pop sound from beside me. I already knew that it was Dixie. What's up, Dixie? I asked my loyal house elf. Master Edgary, the coward rat, tried to escape again and Dixie had to stop the rat person. Dixie spoke in an excited and expectant tone. I placed my hand over her hairless head and started to pat her. This made the small house elf even happier. I knew that she wanted to be praised. Good job, Dixie, I praised her, and this seemed to make her happier. Now, this rat is really becoming a problem, but I can't kill him or it would fuck the future. Did I just thought of keeping the plot intact? Fuck plot. But no killing the rat. Maybe I should hand him to Amelia and make her arrange a trial. But I am sure that the bearded bastard and the moron minister would try to get him declared innocent and may give him another order of Merlin for successfully hiding. Yes. Why don't I use this trial as my second public appearance? Hell yeah. That's it. If I do that, then if they try to award him again and declare him innocent, then I could kill someone insignificant to scare them. I immediately got up from my table and pulled out a vial of aging potion. I stripped out of my clothes and gulped down the potion. I was in my adult version in a second. I quickly dressed in my armor and apparat out. Damn. I should have told Momo before leaving. I will bring her a present. Well, no crying over spilled milk. I walked up to Amelia's door and knocked. No answer. Did she just ignore me? Then I remembered the time and cursed myself because Amelia was still in her office and Susan was staying over with her friend Hannah Abbott for the week. Maybe I still wasn't intelligent enough. I again apparat and appeared outside the ministry. I entered the shabby broken telephone booth and dialed the number and again heard the female voice asking my reason to visit the ministry. Magneto, I want to break into DMLE, I said, and as I knew, a silver badge with my name and reason appeared. Honestly, they should tighten their security. I somehow feel really insulted. I descended into the ministry atrium and as I had previously seen, it was empty. I decided to completely ignore this and head for Amelia's office. It has been 2 years since I had known her, so we were on our first name basis. I arrived on the second level and felt several life signs on the floor, and like I had guessed, Amelia was in her office. God, she really must like her work. I walked through the halls like I owned the place and none of the Aurors noticed me. Really? I should ask Amelia to get better men. I entered Amelia's room and got hit with a stunning charm on my face. Well, exactly not my face but my lightning armor, which appeared just before the spell could hit me. Merlin. You really scared me. How the hell did you even get in here? Amelia released a sigh and sat down in her comfy chair. She was quite relieved to find out that it was me at the door. Oh, well, I just walked down the halls, nothing hard, I said casually and sat down in her chair. Amelia was already shocked and quite revolted and surprised that I just casually walked in here. Well, she should have been expecting this after the Aurors she has employed were morons. So, why are you here? I don't think that you would break into the DMLE just for kicks and fun. No, don't answer. I think you would just do that. Amelia said and started rubbing her temple. She must have liked my appearance. Maybe I should surprise her when she is making coffee in the kitchen. That would be golden. Amelia opened her cupboard and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey and a glass and poured herself a drink. Poor lady. Well, I would have done this just for fun and to give you another headache, but I ain't in the mood today. Remember how I told you that I have Peter Pettigrew? I think it's time that he should have his trial. I spoke. After hearing the first part, a vein popped on Amelia's head, but hearing me bring up Pettigrew she nodded her head, and while the last part she cut me off from finishing what I was saying. Yes, and like we have previously discussed, that if I tried to get Peter Pettigrew a trial, then Dumbles would intervene and the moron named Cornelius Fudge might even award him another order of Merlin for hiding, Amelia said and gulped down the whole glass and breathed out fire. I think that's badass. Well, I don't think they would try that because I would be paying a visit personally. I might prove to be a strong deterrent against them, I said, and Amelia looked at me like I was her lifesaver. Yes, you could do that. If we could do that, we even might get Sirius's name cleared, Amelia spoke in a happy voice, unlike her usual demeanor. Is this a hidden love kind of plot? So, you could finally get married, right? I also asked her in a teasing manner. But it didn't get the reaction I was expecting. She immediately turned sad. I don't know. I don't know if he would even forgive me. Amelia began saying in a sad, but I decided to butt in. I can't have my first ally to get depressed. After all, she is a part of my merry band. There won't be anything like that because there was nothing between you two. Yes, you might have thought of him as your unmarried husband, but that was that, and after he ran away from the Black family he destroyed all that. So, if you really want him then you can start everything from the start, I said and leaned back in the chair. Hearing me, Amelia pondered for a few seconds and nodded her head. So, when are we going to do this? Amelia asked me with a malicious look and smile on her face. Well. I have never seen an expression like that on her face. She must be having fun while thinking about what would happen in the trial. I will bring Peter Pettigrew here tonight. You arrange a short notice trial when the whole Wisengamot is present. How quickly can that happen? I asked Amelia. I knew that there were monthly Wisengamot meetings that could be used, but that was 2 weeks later. I could send a notice for summons for a trial in a short notice. I can have his trial just tomorrow without anyone finding anything out, Amelia said and gulped down the fire's whiskey and breathed out fire, again. Good, then let's get it done, I said, and a malicious smile appeared on my face as Amelia had on her face. Even though she didn't see my smile because of the mask, but I could guess that she knew the expression I currently had on my face. Chapter 83, Wisengamot 2. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. I didn't stay in Amelia's office any longer. Amelia also got busy writing the letters for the emergency Wisengamot summons. Well, she wasn't the one who was going to write the letters herself, but she still needed to give the commands to self-writing quills and arrange the letters to be sent. I left the ministry, but this time I didn't need to sneak out because Amelia added me in her office ward so that I could apparate in and out. She thought that this would be much better since I had a knack to ignore wards and break into places. But I didn't apparate back to Castle Ravenclaw. It's for basically 2 reasons. 1. I can't let Amelia track me, no matter how much I trust her, but I still think that it would be too soon for us to surface. I know I was ready at the beginning to reveal our inheritance if Namuri needed it, but we have come too far now. Namuri is in her 5th year and I can't let her hard work go down the drain. Second, I needed to get a gift for Momo. Well, Momo likes books, and because of the library in Castle Ravenclaw she didn't lack any, so my only option was jewelry. Maybe I should get her earrings. I could take a ring, but I want to propose to Momo, Namuri, and Rumi together. So, I appeared in a dark alley of Muggle London and morphed my armor into Muggle clothes made up of metal threads. They are uncomfortable, but for now, I am only wearing that. I can't just walk into a jewelry store completely starkers. I finally found a nice store and brought a pair of gold earrings and left the store. I entered another dark alley and immediately apparat to Castle Ravenclaw. I just appeared in my room and found Momo sitting on the bed and she was glaring at me. Cough *. Sorry, I should have told you before leaving. But it was something I needed to get done as quickly I could, I told Momo, but her glare didn't falter. But you could have just asked a house elf to inform me, Momo said and pouted angrily. Well, I knew that she wasn't actually angry with me, she was just annoyed. Well, I had to get something done, but I still forget about you, I spoke and leaned on the bed near her and pulled out the small box and placed it in front of Momo. Momo immediately stopped pouting and her face became filled with curiosity. She slowly picked up the box and opened it, her eyes immediately started to shine. These are beautiful. Momo whispered and took out the earrings. Well, the earrings weren't much and Momo didn't have much appreciation for expensive things as she had grown up with a rich family. She actually likes the gesture that someone has given her something. She immediately put on her earrings and a mirror appeared in her hand. You look really beautiful, I told Momo. This seemed to make her happier. She was in her child form, so I refrained myself from kissing her. It's fine when both of us are in our child form or adult form, but I find it awkward if I am in adult form and she isn't, or vice versa. Momo. I still have to do something, so you can go to sleep if you want, I said to Momo. She didn't seem to like that. But I still haven't eaten. I will wait for you to come back, Momo said with determination in her eyes. Of course, she didn't like me asking her to go to sleep. After all, she didn't have dinner, and everyone who knows Momo knows that how much she loves food. Fine, but I don't know how much time it will take, so don't wait for me if it takes too long, I said and kissed her forehead. Momo just nodded her head and I walked out of the room. Finally arriving in the dungeons, I looked at the cell the coward rat was in. I opened the cell and was immediately attacked by Pettigrew. I was kind of expecting something like that, so his attack didn't even faze me and I just knocked him out with a stunning spell. I looked at the pathetic man who was lying by my feet and kicked him in disgust. Damn, like I have guessed, the bastard was carrying Moldashort's wand with him, so I stored it in a place where it could never be found again. A wizard without his best wand is somewhat crippled. I grabbed Pettigrew by his robes and apparat out of the castle and arrived in a forest. I didn't want to directly apparate into Amelia's office. I waited for a few seconds and again apparat, but this time it was inside Amelia's office. "That's Peter Pettigrew for sure," Amelia said while looking at the fat bastard I was dragging. "So, you were doubting me?" I asked Amelia in a teasing manner. "No. It's not that, damn it. Seeing yourself and hearing from someone else is different. You should be going now. After all, I can't explain why the new budding Dark Lord Magneto is in my office," Amelia said and got up from her seat. "How are the summons going?" I asked Amelia. "They are already on the way," Amelia answered. "There must be some kind of magic involved, or else there should be no way that she was able to get that done so quickly. The trial will begin from 10. Be there on time, or else all of this would be for nothing and Sirius Black would still remain a wanted criminal," Amelia said in her serious voice. "Ha, you are not even married and you are still worried like this. Haha, young love. Oops, old love," I said in a teasing manner, and by each second I kept speaking I could see the veins popping on Amelia's head, but before she could blow out I operated out. "It's too much fun to rile up Amelia." Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Albus Too Many Names Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk while patting his familiar fox with his one hand while he was holding his new wand tightly in his other hand. Well, it wasn't exactly a new wand, but Albus Dumbledore's old wand which he stopped using after getting the Death Stick. It has been 2 years since he has lost the Death Stick and he couldn't even tell anyone. He couldn't even tell the magical people that Harry Potter, their savior, was kidnapped by Sirius Black, or the whole magical Britain would collapse. Even though 2 years have passed and all magical people have moved forward because Magneto didn't make another appearance, but Albus Dumbledore knew that the horror Magneto could bring especially now can't be ignored. Magneto had appeared out of the blue and dashed all of his well-laid plans into dust. Magneto arrived and took Harry Potter from under his control and handed him to Sirius Black, and now he was sure that without modifying Harry's memories he would never make Harry trust him, but memory charms could only work up to a certain level and trust comes from the heart. Albus Dumbledore was sure that by now Harry hated him because of Sirius's influence, and if he can't get Harry under his control then he can't make Harry a martyr. Now, the only option was Imperius Curse, but that was also too risky because long-time usage could reveal that Harry was under someone's Imperius Curse and Harry's mind could be strong enough to completely throw off the curse, even though there was a small chance of that happening. Albus Dumbledore still had to make new plans because all of the plans he had made until now are completely useless. He still had Magneto to be worried about. This person now has the Death Stick, meaning Albus Dumbledore has grown weaker by many levels since he didn't have the Elder Wand boosting his magic now. And then the last matter. Peter Pettigrew. Albus Dumbledore knows that Magneto has Peter Pettigrew with him. It would have been so much easier if Magneto had handed over Pettigrew to DMLE. He could have used his power as Chief Warlock to nullify the trail so that Pettigrew could go free. Albus Dumbledore was also sure that Magneto didn't kill Pettigrew because getting the truth out of Peter Pettigrew could get Sirius proven innocent and he could no longer get his hands on Harry Potter. Dumbledore was brought out of his thoughts when an owl arrived by his window. Dumbledore took a lemon drop from his bowl and started sucking it while he walked up to the perch the owl has been sitting on. Dumbledore took the letter from the owl's leg and saw the letter had DMLE's mark on it. He quickly opened the letter and read through it. An emergency trial for high-priority criminal. Who could it be? Did they catch Magneto? It could have been, but I am not sure. Dumbledore said to himself and returned to his chair. With the letter given, the owl was already gone. But there was something that felt too weird about this. At least Albus Dumbledore felt that it was weird, and if he thought that it was weird then it was. He had faced off against Magneto and he had seen how odd Magneto's magic is. Dumbledore has searched for the magic Magneto has been using but found nothing. That irked him to no ends. His exact thoughts were, how can I, the great Albus Dumbledore, don't know a magic like that, and a small-time Dark Lord knows? So, he was sure that they couldn't have captured Magneto this quietly, and if there were casualties then Cornelius Fudge would already be here. So, who could be this high-priority criminal for whom we are going to have the emergency trial? Chapter 84, Wizengamot, 3. Edited. The whole body of Wizengamot had finally gathered and was currently speculating among themselves about the high-priority criminal the DMLE could have captured, but none of them were able to find anything. Most of them thought that it could be Magneto because he was the newest Dark Lord, even though he went to hiding for being scared. But some smart wizards and witches knew that it definitely wasn't Magneto, since to capture him a much bigger force was needed. Finally, everyone stopped discussing when the double doors opened and Amelia Bones entered the room flanked by 2 Aurors on her both sides. Thank you all for gathering for this trial on such short notice, but this is a matter of utmost urgency or I won't have called this meeting, Amelia Bones said to the whole body of Wizengamot. The old coots nodded their heads after hearing Amelia Bones. Madam Bones, you can bring in this high-priority criminal so we can finally get on with this trial, Cornelius Fudge said from his seat. Albus Dumbledore was also present there and had been waiting for someone to speak up because he also wanted this meeting to be over with. He was getting a really bad vibe. I, Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore, asked Madam Bones to bring in the accused and proceed with the trial. Albus Dumbledore banged the gavel on the table. Amelia Bones nodded her head and turned towards the Auror on her left and said, bring him in. The Auror nodded his head and left the room, and after a few seconds entered the room while dragging a shackled fat man. Many gasps were heard throughout the body of Wisengamot. "Let me present Peter Pettigrew to the whole Wisengamot," Amelia Bones said, and pandemonium broke out. Several screams of outrage rang throughout the room. Albus Dumbledore's fears finally became true, as suspected that Peter Pettigrew could be this high-priority criminal. Preposterous. How can you accuse a hero like that? Let him go this instant. Cornelius Fudge screamed in rage. His face was completely purple. Amelia Bones didn't do anything and just stood at the place. Finally, the banging of the gavel was heard throughout the room, and this finally calmed down the witches and... "Amelia, I think that you must have made some mistake. It's really shocking that Peter Pettigrew is still alive, but he is still a hero. He can't be treated like this." Albus Dumbledore spoke to Amelia in his disappointed grandfatherly tone. "I would appreciate it if you use my title in official meetings," Amelia Bones said with a stern expression on her face, but except that she didn't do anything. Amelia Bones was waiting for something, and the next moment several screams were heard from outside and a nice smile graced Amelia's face, but she didn't have the smile on her face for long, and her face turned completely stoic. After all, she was good in clemency. The Aurors in the room, including Amelia, immediately pointed their wands towards the doors. She had to act on her part. No one in the room noticed the small smile that appeared on Amelia's face when the screams started. The screams kept getting closer and closer until all of them felt an anti-apparition, anti-portkey, and several other wards go up in the vicinity. Dumbledore had an idea who this person might be, and he honestly wanted to be wrong, at least this time. All of the members of the Wisengamot were now pointing their wands towards the gates. The doors finally slammed open, and the newest Dark Lord Magneto walked in the Wisengamot. "How can you start a meeting without inviting me? This is so unfair," Magneto said in a whining voice, and the whole room descended into silence. POV Rio, Edgar, a few minutes ago. "I operated right outside the ministry. I could have operated into Amelia's office, but if someone saw me coming out they could have linked our connection. Maybe not. After all, magical people are at the pinnacle of stupidity. I entered the shabby and broken telephone booth and dialed the magic number. Soon, the female voice was heard asking me my name and my reason to visit the ministry. "Magneto, I want to attend the trial of Peter Pettigrew," I said, and a silver badge with my name and reason appeared. "Hey, this is getting really boring though." The lift descended into the 8th level, the Artium. Amelia told me that the meeting would take place in courtroom 10, which was in level 10. But there was no lift. You have to take stairs if you want to reach level 10. The lift doors opened, and for the first time, I found guards in atrium along with several other workers. Well, I was quite well known because of my display in Diagon Alley, so the guards and Aurors on the floor immediately attacked me with various kinds of spells. But all of them were swatted away into nothingness by my lightning armor. I walked down the halls like I owned the place, and the rain of spells on me continued, but I didn't bat an eye. Still, no one here used any of the unforgivables. Boring. I finally arrived at the stairs and started walking down towards level 10. The guards and Aurors kept following me, but none of their spells harmed me, so I let them be. I finally arrived in front of courtroom 10 and the guards were still following me. This was getting really annoying now. Iron sand flew out of my body and I morphed them into chains and wrapped around the attackers and stunned all of them, finally making the place completely silent. I slammed open the doors of courtroom 10 and entered the place where the trial was being held. All of them were scared or horrified, and I finally found Dumbledore looking around. I immediately used a passive legitimacy probe and found out what he has been thinking, and honestly, I found that amusing. "How can you start a meeting without inviting me? This is so unfair," I said in a whining tone, and the whole room descended into silence. Hee. I could see Amelia's lips twitch slightly. The first spell was shot by Amelia, and soon the rest followed. Good girl, she has to act on her part or this jig would be up before it even started. Some even resorted to Avada Kedavra, but those spells were stopped by a wall of iron sand. I didn't check if unforgivables could be stopped by my lightning armor or not, but honestly I don't want to risk it. This continued for about 5 minutes. Finally, being annoyed, I used my iron sand to make a chair and sat down, but the spells didn't stop. After another 2 minutes, the spells finally stopped. While everyone was busy firing spells on me, I have been sealing the rest of the doors by morphing metals. Everyone in the room except a few were heavily breathing. They have dried up their magic reserves to fire all these spells. Pretty pathetic if you ask me. If only this much power gives them the right to boast about their blood superiority, then maybe I should really become a Dark Lord and wipe out the pure bloods. I see, finally done. Does anyone else want to try their luck again? I asked while dangling my leg over the handle of the chair. Another green spell came flying to me, which was obviously stopped by my wall of iron sand. Both me and Amelia noticed the person's face, and it was Gregory Goyle SNR. Is he really that much stupid? He actually used AK when everyone was looking and sat back down in the chair. I was completely speechless. Yes, maybe I should become a Dark Lord. Yes, thank you. Anyone else? I asked, but this time nobody made any move. What do you want, Magneto? Albus Dumbledore asked me, looking down from his podium. Ah, well, you see, I was getting bored, so I decided to attend a trial, so I thought, why not, let's break into a trail and witness it, I said in a happy tone. My voice sent shivers down snipes of various people present here. There isn't going to be a trial, Madam Bones made a mistake. Peter Pettigrew is a hero, Albus Dumbledore said in his annoying grandfatherly tone, and he had that damn twinkle in his eyes. Amelia was about to butt in, but I decided to cut her off. Madam Bones, may I know what are the charges? I asked Amelia. Amelia was about to answer me, but someone else cut her off. I clearly saw 2 veins popped on Amelia's forehead. She must be really fuming now. We don't give in to the demands of a terrorist. You are just a terrorist and must be dirty blood, or else you won't have ruined the ministry's traditions. The voice sounded like a frog croaking. I turned my head to look at a person and saw Dolores Umbridge in all her pinky frogness. Now, what should I do with her? No one is gonna miss her, but if I kill her now, future is fucked. Damn. I already fucked the future, so why care now? I raised my hand towards Dolores Umbridge, who was in her pinky frogness, and used my powers on her blood. Umbridge screamed in pain and her whole body exploded like a water balloon. Everyone near Umbridge was drenched in blood and gore, so people even puked out right where they were seeing the sight right in front of them. Anyone else? I asked in a happy tone, making everyone shudder. Chapter 85, Wisengamot, 4. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. Anyone else? I asked in a happy tone, making everyone shudder. All of them were frozen and none of them dared to say anything. Amelia was giving me a look that said, good job. Wow, that toad must have been annoying her. Everyone stayed silent, so I decided that no one would try anything. Well, now that the unpleasant rides are over with, let me introduce myself in case some of you might not know me. My name is Magneto. Now, Madam Bones, what are the charges this person is facing? I said. Hearing the first part, everyone present here nearly cursed in their minds, thinking, how could no one know me? He is charged with selling out the Potters and framing Sirius Black, Amelia said, and I could already see several people wanted to protest, but all of them turned their heads towards me and decided to stop themselves from saying anything. Don't stop on my account, I am just here to watch. I just want to see justice. After all, I consider myself a paragon of justice, I said in a righteous tone. Everyone in the room, including Amelia, wanted to curse me but stopped themselves. Hee hee, this is so much fun. I think you have gone mad. There is no need for a trial. He is a hero who showed Sirius Black's true face to the whole magical Britain. The minister spoke up from the first time. All this time he had been hiding behind his podium. When I said that I won't interfere, he finally got the courage to speak. I turned my head towards him and the Minotaur noticed and squeaked in fear, but I didn't do anything. I then turned my head towards Dumbledore to see what he wanted to say and used leglomancy on him. Oh, so he had found out that I and Amelia Bones are working together. Alas, he can't do anything since I am a renowned Dark Lord and everyone in the room knows Amelia would rather die than join a Dark Lord. Madam Bones, I also personally believe that there is no case and we are only sullying the hero Peter Pettigrew. I can't even imagine what Peter feels being treated like a criminal. Albus Dumbledore's usual attack, gained sympathy using his disappointed grandfatherly tone with the twinkles in his eyes. Yes, how can you treat me like this? You are wrongly accusing me. I did nothing wrong except exposing Sirius of his betrayal. Peter Pettigrew spoke up for the first time. He is a great actor if nothing else. He waited for the best moment to speak up. Another round of chaos broke out in the room. I felt that this is taking a bad turn again. So, Dumbles, you want to play like this, then I would get my end result one way or other. A huge lightning bolt erupted from my hands and cracked on the roof, creating a huge sound. Everyone shuddered and became completely silent. I don't understand, why are you not letting this trial begin? If he is a hero, then he would still be a hero even after the trial, and Amelia Bones and her department would lose credibility. But let me ask you, Minister, what would happen if Peter Pettigrew is found guilty and Sirius Black innocent? What kind of impact it would have on your political career? Everyone would know how justice-loving minister you are. Just imagine about using that line in your next election agenda, I said in a calm tone, and my little speech worked like a charm. I have been using leglomancy probes on Moron Fudge and he had brought the idea. Hearing my speech, Albus Dumbledore was becoming pale with each moment. He knew what kind of a person Fudge was, and he also knew that my speech would buy Fudge, and it did. Madam Bones, please proceed with the trial. Cornelius Fudge is after all an avid supporter of justice. Cornelius Fudge stood up from his chair and said. Albus Dumbledore was completely resigned now. His thoughts were, there is no stopping the trial now. If I try to stop it once more, Magneto might reveal something about my plans or directly attack me or my supporters. I can't let that happen. After all, I need to keep my position for the greater good. Now, how did I know this? Because I have been continuously using leglomancy on Dumbles after Fudge bought my speech. 2 years ago I wasn't able to breach his shields, but now I am definitely strong enough to breach his shields and read his thoughts. Peter Pettigrew was finally sitting on the chair of the accused. Peter Pettigrew, you have charged with the crimes of betraying the Potters to you-know-who and killing 12 muggles and framing Sirius Black for your crimes, a lady whom I didn't know announced. She was sitting on Cornelius Fudge's left side. Lies, all of these are lies. Pettigrew screamed. Madam Bones, can you present any proof of the accusations? Moron Fudge asked in a professional manner. I didn't even know he could do that. Well, I shouldn't be surprised since he is a politician. A/N, please don't feel offended. Yes, I have a memory of Peter Pettigrew being questioned under veritaserum, Amelia said and handed a vial filled with her memory to the same lady sitting beside Moron Fudge. The lady got to the center, used some spell on the vial and dropped the memories on the floor, and some runes started to glow. I didn't know they have something like that. I haven't seen that either in movies or read in the book. A holographic display of the memory played in the room. The questions started with something simple like name and date of birth. Then Amelia started to ask questions related to his accusations. The first was if he was a Death Eater or not. Soon Peter Pettigrew spilled all the beans, and by the end of the video, everyone in the room knew that the accusations are true. I have checked the memories and they weren't tampered with, the lady said and went back to her seat. She must be someone really important. I guess I should bring her into my merry band. Another round of chaos broke inside the courtroom and Albus Dumbledore banged his gavel a few times on the table to calm down everyone in the room. But Madam Bones, why did you doubt that Peter Pettigrew was a criminal, and how did you even find him? I think there is something more going on here, Albus Dumbledore said. Ooh. So he wants to get Amelia into trouble. Well, I could step in, but that would be problematic. Let's see if Amelia has something planned or not. He was caught inside my office. He was snooping around the documents on Death Eaters kept inside my room. He was also carrying the file which contained the location of Azkaban inside his robes that he took from my office. I didn't know what he wanted, so I stunned him and gave him veritaserum. I can't have important information leak from my room when a new Dark Lord is running around, Amelia said and looked in my direction. I just did a mock bow and waved at her. At first I thought he was someone under Polyjuice, so I asked his name after giving him veritaserum, and all of you have seen how that turned out, Amelia said. Wow, smart girl. She really has planned it all. Now, Albus Dumbledore didn't have any way to prove that both Amelia and I were working together or know each other. With the new evidence in light, please raise your wands if you vote Sirius Black to be innocent, Albus Dumbledore said, and about 90% of the members raised their wands. Sirius Black is free of all charges and declared innocent, Albus Dumbledore said and banged the gavel on the table. Now, please raise your wand if you vote for Peter Pettigrew being guilty, about 70% of the members raised their wands. I noticed all the dark families or families that supported Moldy Shorts refrained from raising their wands. Now, who think Peter Pettigrew is innocent, Albus Dumbledore said, and this time no one raised their wands. You would be really stupid to raise your wand for the support of a Death Eater, and every other Death Eater in this room has used the Imperious defense. Peter Pettigrew is found guilty and is being charged with life imprisonment in Azkaban, Albus Dumbledore said and banged the gavel on the table. Peter Pettigrew started to scream in protest, but nobody heard him. He was led out of the room by two Aurors. Good. Dumbledore is already making plans for how to bring Harry here. I just hope Harry or Sirius isn't stupid to send Harry to Hogwarts. After all, there are other schools for him. Ah, it was a nice experience, I said, finally getting up from my makeshift chair and all the iron sand gathered back inside my armor. Several people even forgot that I was here and only remembered me after I spoke up. Well, I guess I should be going. Though all of you are free to try to capture me. Gregory Goyle SNR. I might be paying you a visit later. After all, you tried to kill me and I don't like people who try to kill me, I said and walked out of the room. Hearing me, Gregory Goyle SNR's face became completely pale. Only now he remembered that he used AK on me. I walked out of the ministry like it was my own backyard, and now a single person tried to stop me. Well, this is the class I wanted. Chapter 86, Invitation. Edited. POV Namiri, Vicky. Come on Vicky, tell me, what's eating you up? I know what kind of girl you are, and I know that you are worried about something, Tonks asked, and I could clearly see that she was concerned about me. 7 months have passed since Rio, or in this situation, Magneto made his second bold public appearance. I was already in my 6th year of Hogwarts, and in about 3 more months I would be finally turning 17 for the second time, which means I will finally be able to take my ladyship. Now, Tonks is my best friend and I trust her more than enough, but I don't know if I should tell her about all my worries that have been eating me up. I guess I should tell her some parts. Fine, in 3 months I am going to be 17. I was going to continue, but Tonks cut me off. So that's it. So, you are worried that you are turning 17 and still haven't lost your virginity. Don't worry. I am also a virgin, Tonks said with an understanding smile on her face and nodded her head. Wow. I am so proud of my best friend that she can freely think about perverted stuff. After 6 years I was finally able to corrupt someone. He. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am not a virgin. I said, and hearing me, Tonks was completely surprised but quickly gathered her wits and cut me off again. But losing your virginity with your finger doesn't count, Tonks said in a mocking tone. Well, we have been together for 6 years and she knows me very well. I might be perverted but I have never shown any interest in any of the boys. Tonks definitely thinks that I swing the other way. I am not talking about my fingers or anyone else's finger. I have never been interested in any boy because I already have a lover back in home. This time Tonks was completely surprised, and as she kept listening to my words, a horrified look appeared on her face. Damn. And here I was worried that would never get a witch's witch who is perverted enough for you, so, tell me about him, Tonks said in an excited voice. Yes, our friendship is weird like that. Well, he is the best guy I could have ever asked for. I simply can't explain in words. Sorry Tonks, you might be my best friend but I can't spill all the beans about Rio to you. Fine. Why don't you bring him with you to our house for Christmas, then I could really see for myself how great he is to satiate the infinite lust of the super pervert Vicky Parsons, Tonks said with a challenging look on her face. Heh. I don't mind that, Rio has told me that Ted and Andromeda Tonks are already his allies. Fine. I will bring him, I replied and looked outside. It was snowing outside. Well, it was December so tomorrow we would be leaving for the Christmas holidays so it was obvious that it would be snowing. If he is really that impressive then we could even have a threesome, of course, if you don't mind, Tonks said while looking at me. Well, honestly I don't mind having a threesome with Tonks and Rio but I would obviously not let Tonks near him if she just wants a one-night stand. Maybe you can in the future and honestly I really want you to get on board, I replied nonchalantly and looked around the room. Well, it was my dorm room and Ravenclaws get a personal room. Tonks looked slightly confused hearing me but didn't think much of it. I was playing with my wand when Tonks arrived in the room. I have made some new magic spells and have been working on them, not even Rio knows about them. Lust, a spell I made, a simple name, but if I cast it on someone then he or she would jump on the first thing they see except the caster. It could be a professor near them or a table or a hole, next time someone annoys me is going to ruin his image and there won't be any link to me because no one except me knows about these spells. Starkers, the person hit with this spell will become completely naked no matter what kind of clothes he or she would be wearing. And I am currently working on a spell that would make them blow a load in their pants as soon as hit with the spell. It's quite hard with all the arithmancy needed for this spell. And what's golden, that neither of these spells can be blocked. There is only one way to protect yourself and that is, having a solid cover. It's quite similar to the Unforgivables in that manner, they are my unforgivable spells. Hey, are you okay? I have been calling you for some time, I don't even want to know what kind of perverted thoughts you were having now, Tonks said while shaking me. Oops, looks like I was lost in my thoughts. Don't worry Tonks, I would never try my new spells on you, but maybe I could try these spells on that Charlie guy, he is quite annoying and he has been trying to drug Tonks since last year. So, what's eating you up? Tonks again asked me the question with concern filled in her voice. A small smile appeared on my face knowing how much she cares about me. I guess I could tell her that I am the new Lady Ravenclaw, I trust her more than enough and I really hate how I have to hide everything about my life from her. Well, you know that sometimes Muggleborns go to Gringotts for inheritance test. Well, I took the test, I said to Tonks. After hearing my question Tonks nodded her head so I continued. So, you got an inheritance? Well my mom told me that there never had been a person to. Tonks swallowed her words when I showed her my Lady Ravenclaw ring. Tonks looked at my face and then again at the ring then again raised her head to look at my face. I currently had a really smug smile on my face. Damn. Merlin's balls. You are the Lady Ravenclaw. Why didn't you announce this? Tonks exclaimed grabbing my shoulders. Yep. Lady Ravenclaw here. Well, I could announce that I am Lady Ravenclaw but that would bring unnecessary attention on me since I am still not 17-inch I said to Tonks who looked at me with disbelief in her eyes. Right. You are in Hogwarts. This is the safest place and this place is protected by Albus Dumbledore, even if Magneto comes here he would be having a really hard time, Tonks said with a confident voice. A/N, that was really nice joke. Hogwarts, the safest place, haha, I really wanted to roll my eyes when she said this place was protected by Albus Dumbledore. Yeah, more than anyone I should be worried about Albus Dumbledore, I said and Tonks again got a disbelieving look on her face. What? How? He is a great man. Tonks was saying but I cut her off. Honestly from what I have heard about him and seen him doing, I would never believe that Albus Dumbledore is a great man. Why don't you ask your parents, they will tell you the truth. You are now big enough to know the truth I think, I said to Tonks. She gave me another look of disbelief before nodding her head. Fine, I will do that, but don't forget to bring your mysterious boyfriend to my home on Christmas, Tonks said and the atmosphere became light again. We still continued talking about several topics related to my ladyship and several other topics which were obviously perverted. I found out several things in Hogwarts. All of these students and teachers were sex Nazis. The students use the broom closets and empty classrooms doing adult stuff but if someone says something openly then they are bad influences. Well, they are damn hypocrites. After I leave Hogwarts none would matter, and from what I have learned from books, Rio, and now Tonks, that no matter my personality several families would be jumping over the chance to get me married to their son as soon as I announce my ladyship. The teachers are complete pieces of shit and I am not going to exclude anyone. How can any teacher let Slytherins and Gryffindors fight openly like this? And Severus Snape, he is a bastard through and through. Not only he supports the discrimination but he himself discriminates against everyone who isn't one of his precious snakes, and not even a single teacher says anything about that. Even if Rio doesn't kill this guy, I will kill him. Fuck the consequences. I was a teacher myself, and in my conscience, I can't let a teacher like Snape roam around freely. Well, I am still going to have time to plan everything. Maybe I should leave this stuff for the future, huh? Just one more day then I could again have Rio's D in my P. Chapter 87, Visiting Sirius and Harry, I.R. 18. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. My eyes flickered open due to the sunlight. Damn. I need to paint those damn windows completely black, or maybe I should nail planks on the windows. Yeah, that should do it. I got up groggily, and noticed that the bed was completely empty. Well, Rumi always gets up early to train no matter what, so she must have gone to train. I heard the water running from the shower, so I also knew where Momo was. I looked at myself and I was still in my adult form, so Momo should be too. My morning would become harder if that was even possible. I quickly jumped out of the bed and went sneakily towards the shower and found Momo taking a shower. I slowly reached from behind her and my hand snaked around her. I see, someone is excited even in the morning, Momo said huskily and grabbed my member. Lemon starts lemon lemon lemon. Well, I guess that someone else is responsible for getting me excited, I said and nibbled on her earlobe. Momo moaned and started to wiggle her ass on my member while she was slowly moving up and down on my shaft. One of my slowly started massaging her left boob while my right hand slowly reached down to her sacred garden. My index and middle slowly inserted her and Momo started to breathe heavily. My teeth were leaving hickeys down her nape. Momo was already putty in my hands. Her moans slowly started to grow in intensity. It was clear that she was reaching close to orgasm, so I stopped and rotated her and made her stand by the wall, and got down on my knees. I placed a small kiss on her honeypot and the next second, my tongue entered her cave. Momo grabbed my hair and started to run her hands through them. Her moans also grew in intensity and she finally came. I want you inside me, Momo said huskily, but I knew that it was demand. Other times I would have teased her, but my member was also throbbing and was wanting a release. I didn't say anything and got up and pulled up her leg and placed it over my shoulder. I placed my shaft by her entrance and slowly pushed in. So, tight, I grunted out when my full length was inside her. Soon, I started to move while gradually increasing the force and speed. On, faster, harder, Momo moaned in between the thrusts. I didn't let her speak more and started to kiss her passionately. Both of our tongues danced around in each other's mouths. I could feel Momo's wall getting tighter. She was close now. She didn't make me wait for much longer and came. Her walls became tighter, wanting to milk me, and the next moment I also came inside her. We stayed like that. Momo was resting her head by my shoulder. I was already getting hard while I was still inside her. She looked into my eyes and her eyes were completely filled with lust. Looks like you are ready for round 2. Momo whispered into my ears and bit my earlobe. Seeing you like this, I can't hold back, I said and kissed her. She stopped the kiss to answer. Then don't, Momo said and resumed kissing. I didn't need to be told again as I started to piston inside Momo. Like that we spent nearly an hour in the shower. Lemon ends lemon lemon lemon. After breakfast, I went to study while thinking about some stuff. It has been 7 months since I have broken into Wisengamot to condemn Peter Pettigrew. Damn. Amelia arrested Gregory Goyle SNR and I wasn't able to pay him a visit. For the use of an unforgivable he was sentenced to 2 years in Azkaban, while his boyfriend Lucy, threw some money here and there to get him a light sentence. Using an unforfeable carried a life sentence. Well, enough about that, let's note down the progress I have made in these 7 months. I have successfully made a new form of magic teleportation and named it Flash Step. I know it's not something original, but the principle, results, and mechanisms are somewhat the same, so I named it Flash Step. A teleportation method nothing in this world could block, but it can only be used for short distance travels. Well, it would be very useful in a fight where there are several wards like anti-apparition or anti-portkey wards, or in Hogwarts where apparition doesn't work and if you use portkey then headmaster would be notified. I have already taught Momo and Rumi Flash Step and now both of them can use Flash Step without a wand. I have also made progress in my law of lightning. Now I can even convert my whole body into lightning, but I still can't move my body at lightning speeds. I think I am gonna need more time to do that. I just hope that before going to Hogwarts I could master that. I have also mastered Feared Fire up to such a level that I treat Feigned Fire like any other fire spell. Absorbing the Elder Wand obviously helped me a lot. Now I don't need to practice wandless magic because I no longer need a wand. I picked up the Daily Prophet which showed that Peter Pettigrew was caught and was the actual traitor and Sirius Black was innocent. I have put this off for too long. Now that Sirius is also free, I think I should pay a visit to them. I don't know if Sirius already knows that he is free of charges or not. I would be staying in my adult form for 11 more hours, so there isn't going to be a problem. I quickly put on my armor and asked Dixie to inform both Momo and Rumi that I would be leaving. I operated out of the house and appeared on a beach. Obviously, it was a French beach since Sirius took Harry to a vacation home in France. I remembered the location, and as soon as I recalled the memory I immediately knew where I needed to go. I slowly floated in the air and flew towards the black vacation house. I finally floated down and a ward tried to stop me, but I didn't bother and placed anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards over the property. After all, I didn't want them getting away. I could clearly sense two people inside the house, a kid and an adult. I finally landed in the backyard. It's me, Magneto. Well, I was quite late to take up the invitation. Hope, you don't mind, I said and waited. Soon the door opened and a wand was pointed in my direction and Sirius's head popped out. After seeing me he finally relaxed and put away his wand. You believed me quite easily. I asked Sirius, slightly confused. I refrained from using legilimency. Well, the property's under old black family Fidelius and only 3 people except me are alive who know this place. You, Narcissa, and Andromeda. Harry. You can come down, it's all clear. Sirius shouted, and a few seconds later a 10-year-old Harry Potter came out and stood beside Sirius. This Harry was a lot more different than the stories. This Harry wasn't short and weak, but he was tall and strong like any other 10-year-old. Nice to meet you, little guy. Remember me? Here, catch this, I greeted Harry and threw the newspaper to Sirius. He caught the newspaper and gave me a look, to which I nodded my head, and he started to read it. Hello. I am Harry Potter and you are Magneto, right? Thanks for saving me from the Druzkaban, Harry said in a confident voice. Unlike in the story, this Harry Potter was much more confident. Neither of them could see, but a small smile appeared on my face looking at this version of Harry. You am mean. I am free now. Damn, that took a lot of time. Sirius dropped the newspaper and asked me while pulled Harry into a hug. I looked at Sirius. He was looking much better since it has been 2 years since he was out of Azkaban. Well, there were several things that needed to be taken care of before I could hand over Peter Pettigrew to DMLE. I couldn't just hand him over to them, or else he would have been treated as a hero and they could have given him another Order of Merlin, I said to Sirius, who nodded his head happily. But I still wanted to kill that bastard. Sirius said. Yes, I also wanted to kill that traitor, Harry said in a dark voice. Good, this Harry is much better than the story one. You will be getting your chance, don't worry, I said, and this surprised both Sirius and Harry slightly. Let's go inside where we can talk properly, Sirius said and started to lead me inside. I entered the house following them. It was a normal vacation house you could expect from any other magical people. We finally arrived in an open room with couches and a table. What would like? Tea, coffee? Sirius asked me. I am fine like this, I said and leaned back on the chair and relaxed. So, what did you mean by we would be getting another chance to get our hands on Pettigrew? Harry asked me. He sat down beside Sirius. Well, no nose is going to come back one way or other, since he is not dead, I said, and both Harry and Sirius looked completely horrified hearing me. Chapter 88, Visiting Sirius and Harry, 2. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. Well, no nose is going to come back one way or other, since he is not dead, I said, and both Harry and Sirius looked completely horrified hearing me. How? How can it be? Sirius asked in complete disbelief. Well, he achieved that feat by making some soul anchors that would stop his soul from passing over. I was saying, but Sirius cut me off. Horcrux. He made a Horcrux. Sirius exclaimed in surprise. Well, I guess I should have expected that Sirius knows about Horcrux. After all, blacks were a really dark family. What is a Horcrux? Harry asked in complete confusion. Horcrux is very horrible and dark magic. I don't know the exact details because I hated my family's magic, so I never read about them, but from what I know, a Horcrux is an object in which you put a part of your soul, so that you won't die after death, Sirius said to Harry. I guess it is really good that he didn't know how a Horcrux is made. From what I have found out, he didn't do it only once, I said, adding more fuel to the fire. Sirius looked at me with complete bewilderment. How many? Harry asked me. It was almost a whisper. Sirius gulped down hard in anticipation. 6, he has 6 Horcruxes as of now. Well, not exactly 6. The last Horcrux he made was unintentional, so it's not a complete Horcrux, I said and got up from the chair. I was really thinking hard now. Should I tell Harry and Sirius that Harry's scar is a Horcrux or not? I think I should tell him. I am not Dumble, so I am not going to hide this fact from him, and I already know a way to destroy the Horcrux in Harry's scar without killing him, but he needs to be at least 14 years old to undergo the ritual. Seeing me get up from the chair, both Sirius and Harry kept looking at me. I gave them a look. When Tommy Boy went to kill the Potters, he had made 5 Horcruxes intentionally and he wanted to make another one after killing the Potters, I said, and kept walking to and fro in the room. Wait, Tommy Boy. Who's Tommy Boy? Harry asked me. Oh, yeah, neither Harry nor Sirius knows Moldashort's actual name. Voldemort, his real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, I said. Both Harry and Sirius nodded their heads, so I continued. But his plan didn't work out as he wanted. His AK backfired from Harry due to Lily's protection and destroyed Tommy's body. A little part of Tommy got lodged into Harry's scar, making it an unintentional and incomplete Horcrux. Harry himself is the 6th Horcrux, I said, and now Sirius's face was completely pale. Harry also knew what was going on, but he didn't know how to react. No. There must be some mistake. You are wrong. I can't let Harry die. I can't lose him too, Sirius screamed at me, and by the end of his rant tears were already flowing down his eyes. That means he definitely knows how to destroy a Horcrux, or is scared that Tommy's soul would take over Harry's body. Is there a way to destroy a Horcrux? Harry asked. He was also scared, but he is much more level-headed now. There are several ways to destroy a Horcrux. Feign fire, Avada Kedavra, goblin-forged weapon drenched in basilisk poison, or simply basilisk poison, and lastly there are ritual to cleanse the container, both living and non-living, but there is a catch for the living ones. They need to be at least 14 years old to undergo this ritual, I said. Both Sirius and Harry were happy that there was a way to destroy the Horcrux in Harry's head without killing him. Even if they needed to wait, but they could wait for 4.5 years. But why did Voldemort attack the Potters? I know there was something they wanted to tell me, but Old Goat didn't let them, Sirius said. His voice contained several emotions. Confusion, curiosity, anger, rage, sadness, wow. I didn't know that someone could express so many emotions at the same time. I was getting there. Sybil Trelawney gave a prophecy. I began telling them the story. One explanation later. So, let me get this straight, that fucking Old Goat desperately leaked the prophecy so that Voldemort could kill Harry, and the prophecy comes to pass? Sirius asked in a complete rage. Harry was also looking like he was going to strangle Old Goat with his own beard if he could get his hands on him. Yes, I said, I know it is a sad story, but I am not going to go out of my way and make everything easy for Harry. Yes, I will give him some help here and there. Like hell, I would allow Harry to fight that monster. Sirius exclaimed. But you have no choice, the prophecy has already come to play, so if Harry doesn't kill Tommy then no one could, I said. Sirius was about to retort, but Harry cut him off. Sirius, you have already heard the prophecy. It clearly says that only I could kill that monster, and see here, he already marked me and I will have to fight him no matter what. Even if there wasn't a prophecy, he would still come after me because he failed to kill me. I am his disgrace, Harry said to Sirius, and Sirius finally began to think seriously and nodded his head. But no way in hell that I am going to send you to Hogwarts, Sirius said to Harry. I also don't want to go there, Harry said with complete determination in his voice. I guess that's a lot better than what I have imagined. Maybe I should stop comparing this Harry with the story's Harry. This Harry isn't a meek guy who Elle read about in the story. This Harry is much more confident in himself. But we would need allies if we want to fight against Tommy and his thugs, Sirius said. Yeah. I know. A certain Bones girl who betrothed ran away is already on my team, I said in a teasing voice. Sirius looked confused for a few seconds until his brain caught up with him. Damn, how the hell did you get Amelia to join you? Sirius asked me, completely bewildered. Well, everyone said that I am a charming guy. My words made Sirius remember something else. This isn't gonna work, she hates me. Sirius was saying, but Harry cut him off. Sirius, you were betrothed to someone. Wow, this is golden, Harry said and started to laugh loudly. Yeah, laugh as much as you want at my misery, Sirius said and smacked his own face on his palms. Sirius, don't worry, from what I have seen she doesn't think much about it and she is still slightly interested to get on with you, I said to Sirius, but Sirius's expression didn't become any better. We chatted for a couple more hours before I needed to leave. It wasn't that my aging potion was wearing off, but I didn't have anything more to discuss. I promised Sirius and Harry that I would cleanse Harry when he turns 14. Before I left, Sirius added me to his wards, nothing complex, I just needed to drop a single drop of blood on the ward stone. I finally left the house by flying. Even though I had portkeys, I refrained from using them. After reaching a safe distance, I used the portkey and arrived inside Castle Ravenclaw. Namiri was coming back today, so tonight was also going to be a sleepless night, and I am pretty happy about it. I reached my study and stripped out of my armor and wore normal clothes. Most of my personal objectives for which I came to this world are almost complete. Now I needed to start working on animagus training. From what I have read until now, not everyone can become an animagus, and honestly, I have no idea if I could become one or not. I will start the training when Namiri arrives home for the Christmas holidays. But I currently have my Law of Lightning to train. I have still a long way to go now. From what I have learned from cultivation novels or mangas, I haven't even scratched the surface of the law of lightning, but I honestly can't imagine myself having such a cringy title or a name. I would avoid the cultivation worlds as long as I can. I really hate those worlds. If you beat someone, then his father would show up, and if you beat his father, then his grandfather would show up. Now, if you are able to defeat his grandfather, then his ancestor who was cultivating under some majestic waterfall would show up. Ugh, so disgusting. I shuddered once just by only imagining going to a cultivation world. I just hope God listens to my wishes and doesn't send me to a fucking cultivation world. Maybe a movie universe would be really nice, since my first world was an anime. Now I am currently in a literature world even though it was adapted into movies, so it would be nice if I go to a movie world next. Chapter 89, Christmas in Tonks Residence. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. Can you tell me again why I have to do this? I asked Namiri. After Namiri returned from Hogwarts, she asked me to accompany her to Tonks Residence for Christmas Eve. Well, I wasn't so thrilled because I have to leave Momo and Rumi here because they weren't invited. Tonks is my best friend and she had been inviting me since third year. She also wants to meet the guy who can put up with the prodigal Vicky Parsons. Namiri said while extending her arms. I just gave her a blank stare. And maybe we could have a threesome, Namiri said quickly. It feels refreshing to be treated like that even though I don't want to be. Well, Tonks is a great girl from what I remember from the story, and honestly, Remus Lupin never deserved a girl like Tonks. I mean, what the hell? That guy ran away after finding Tonks was pregnant, and I personally don't think that his task was so important. No, there is not going to be a threesome until she joins the harem plan, I said to Namiri. I can't even imagine what she could be planning. Yeah. I know, that's why I didn't make a promise. It would also hurt our ego, you know. But I still want Tonks to be a part of your harem. She is a great girl and that bastard Charlie is trying to drug her. If I am gonna see him again, I am gonna bust his balls. Namiri must be really angry with Charlie Weasley. I can't blame her though. If someone was trying to drug my best friend, then I would have been angry too. So, how do I look? I asked Namiri. Momo and Rumi were still in bed, sleeping. Both of them were completely tired after last night's workout. Well, since I was going to leave them alone today, I had to pay them more attention last night. I was dressed in normal blue jeans and a biker leather jacket. Bikers were the ongoing trend in Britain, and a normal muggle guy can't fall behind that, especially when he owns a bike. After all, that is what Namiri had told Tonks about me, that I was a muggle guy who owns a bike. Well, when Namiri is involved, stuff related to logic jumps out of the window. You look dashing and hot. I have to hold myself back from stripping you naked and impaling myself on you. Namiri exclaimed and flared steam from her nostrils. That must be a perk of having super pervert as your job. You don't need to ride a bike, you can ride me as long as you want, he. Seeing that I didn't react to her, she immediately jumped on me and hung to me like a koala. She started to rub her boobs on my face while her face was marred with a huge perverted grin. Namiri, if you don't hurry up then we are going to be late, I deadpanned. No matter what my facial expressions were, I was already hard, and Namiri also knew that. She stroked my crotch a few times above the jeans and placed her lips on mine for a passionate kiss before letting me go. Keep that energy, we are going to have so much action after we get back, Namiri purred into my ear and gave my crotch a last squeeze before moving back to the mirror. Damn, it's really uncomfortable. I moved my jeans slightly to get comfortable. Namiri is going to be my death and I am sure of it. Soon, Namiri was also done. She was also wearing blue fader jeans, but she didn't wear a leather jacket, she preferred to wear a normal jacket. It was snowing outside, so it was quite cold. I still placed some body-warming charms on myself and Namiri. I kissed both Momo and Rumi on their foreheads before leaving. I left a note beside them that I was leaving with Namiri and they shouldn't be worried. I grabbed Namiri's hand and apparat into our flat. I picked up a small bag from the table, the gifts were inside. We quickly went downstairs holding hands. I opened the garage and looked at Momo's masterpiece. She liked to call it that and I completely agreed with her. This was a beast of a bike. In MHA world, I wasn't able to own a bike, and I don't know or remember that if I ever owned a bike in my first life. But I think I love bikes or I wouldn't be so enamored by this one. Image here. The bike was painted in matte black with red highlights. It looked really awesome if nothing else. I don't know about the others, but Momo and I loved it. I placed the gift bag on the bike's handle. Wow. This really looks nice. Namiri exclaimed and started to check out the bike. I grabbed 2 helmets from the stand and handed one to Namiri while I put on the other. I slowly took the bike out and closed the garage. I sat on the bike and took a feel for a moment. Momo made an old model, so this bike only had a kickstart. The bike roared to life and it felt really good. Namiri sat behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist. Soon we were already heading towards Tonks' residence. Tonks had given Namiri the address, so it wasn't a problem. We reached the Tonks residence in about 1 hour and 10 minutes. From what I felt, I have come to love the bike, and I would be asking Momo to make several models of this one, or should I ask her to make some different models? Namiri took the gift bag and walked by my side holding hands up to the door. I knocked on the door, and in a few seconds, a pink-haired girl opened the door and pulled Namiri in a hug. Wow. You look really good, Vicky, Tonks said, looking at Namiri, and then turned her eyes towards me. Her eyes scanned me from head to toe. Honestly, I don't mind being checked out by a girl who is the best friend of my lover, but it still felt odd. Vicky, aren't you going to introduce me to your loving boyfriend? Tonks asked Namiri while putting much more pressure on the word loving. Well, I guess I have to, Namiri said in mock annoyance. Well, Tonks, meet Edgar Maxwell, and Edgar, meet my best friend Tonks, Namiri introduced us. Tonks was already extending her hand in anticipation, so I didn't let her down and grabbed her hand and placed a kiss on the back of her palm. It's nice to meet you, my lady, Tonks, even though I never heard your first name, I greeted Tonks. Namiri chuckled at my jab, and Tonks gave me a mock glare and immediately smiled and got a mischievous glint in her eyes. My, aren't you a charmer, Mr. Maxwell? I wonder how many girls have fallen for your charms, Tonks said, trying to get me into trouble. For now, only 3, but instead of me, Namiri answered. Tonks was slightly confused but just shrugged her shoulders and pouted because her plan failed. So, you go to the same boarding school as Vicky? And please call me Edgar, Mr. Maxwell makes me feel old, I said. Tonks was already taking us inside the house. Since Namiri has told Tonks that I am a muggle, then I have to also act up that part. Ah, yes. Though we are in different sections, we are still in the same year, Tonks was saying, but we were already inside. I saw Andromeda Tonks working on setting up the table. She saw us and stopped doing what she was doing and came to greet us. Mom, this is my best friend Vicky Parsons, and this is her boyfriend Edgar Maxwell, Tonks introduced us to her mother. Even though Andromeda and Ted Tonks were my allies, they have never seen my face. Andromeda Tonks pulled Namiri into a hug. I have been hearing about you since Dora started Hogwarts. It's nice to finally meet you, Andromeda said to Namiri. It's also nice to meet the mother of my best friend, Namiri said, and finished their greeting. Andromeda Tonks finally turned her eyes towards me. I followed the same procedure and kissed the back of her palm and greeted her. She just smiled at my polite greeting. By this time Ted Tonks also arrived. Both Namiri and I finished greeting him, and Andromeda was about to return to her work. Ah. Mrs. Tonks, please let me help too, I said to Andromeda. Oh, you don't have to worry about a single thing. I am completely fine, Andromeda said and gave a glare to Ted Tonks. Hee, looks like I got Ted Tonks in some trouble. Ah, don't worry, Mrs. Tonks, I know my way around the kitchen, so please allow me to help, I said, and Andromeda finally agreed. I helped her with some stuff and we finally exchanged gifts. After that, we were finally gathered by the table and enjoyed a nice and warm meal. We chatted about several Muggle-related stuff. Tonks kept looking towards me throughout the meal, which Andromeda Tonks noticed and got an awkward expression on her face. Namiri also noticed, but she didn't mind. After the meal, we sat down in their drawing room and chatted for a couple of hours. It was already getting late, so both Namiri and I bid our farewell and decided to leave for today. They asked us to visit again, to which we happily agreed. To say honestly, it was a really nice way to spend Christmas. Chapter 90, Hogwarts Acceptance Letters. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. I was worried. I was really worried. It has been 4 months since I have turned 11, and for Momo it has been 5 months. During this Christmas when Namiri took me to the Tonks, I wasn't worried, but now, this is a completely different matter. It's already March and the Namiri is gonna turn 17 while Rumi is gonna turn 11 today, like both Momo and I, who have been 11 for months. Now, all of you must be wondering what I am so worried about, right? A/N, freaking wall breaker, now I am gonna have to work hard to fix it. Well, none of us have received our Hogwarts letter. All 4 of us are magical kids, so Namiri got the letter, so why didn't we get it? Yes, seeing Namiri's address in our letter too may have made them wait, but I have never heard of something like that. But, it's also not normal to have 4 orphans to turn out magical who were living in the same house. But it is still confusing, and if somehow I don't get a letter, then this is going to put a huge hole in my plans. Well, nothing could be done then. I would have to break into Hogwarts and do several things, and one of them is to form a familiar contract with the Basilisk. Last month Momo had found a really nice book in the library which gave detailed explanations on how to learn Parseltongue. Apparently, Parseltongue was definitely a blood-related thing, but Rowena Ravenclaw had broken the code and found a method to learn Parseltongue, but obviously, it was a taxing process and we won't be able to pass this skill to our next generation. They have to learn from the ground up if they want. Now, why wasn't this public knowledge? Because magical people are shitty and bigoted. Ravenclaws found that taking to any animal, in this case snakes, was below their status. Magical people also thought that becoming an animagus is below their class and status. They were high-status people, how can they bring themselves to turn into an animal? Sometimes, I consider genocide, but Momo and Rumi coaxed me out of it. There was another problem. I don't think that I can become an animagus because throughout 3 months I didn't get a single clue about my inner animal. Someone wrote that your Patronus form is commonly your animagus form if you are able to become one. Momo already knew what her animagus form was. She was an owl, quite obvious, I know. Rumi was a rabbit, pretty surprising, right? Haha, no one laughed. Namiri was a fox. I know I should have already known. Suddenly a ward in our flat flared, meaning someone was here. Only someone from Hogwarts would come to this flat and no one else knew about this flat. This was a new kind of ward made by Momo. This was a trigger ward that would only pick up if someone enters the premises, and it used so little magic that no one could pick up the reaction except the people to whom the ward stone was connected. Momo, Rumi, and Namiri immediately got dressed and ran into the kitchen while Namiri went towards the door so that it would seem normal. No matter whoever arrived here, I was more than confident that I can confound them to make them think that nothing was out of normal. I was again betting my chips on old Mini Gi. Someone knocked on the door and I jumped off the couch and ran up to the window. I looked through the glass and internally cheered that it was Mini Gi, so I gave the signal to Namiri to open the door. So, Namiri opened the door. Professor McGonagall. Namiri acted really surprised and asked Minerva. I have to say Namiri is a really good actor, though Minerva didn't seem surprised. Did something happen? How can I help you? Please come inside. Namiri fired off questions and asked Minerva to come inside. Minerva walked in and her eyes landed on me. I was already back in my previous place and I was reading a storybook. I quickly used a passive legilimency probe and found out that she was definitely carrying a letter for me. I don't know if she was carrying the other letters or not. For that, I have to delve deeper into her mind and she might notice me. I was only able to delve into the old goat's mind because he was busy with other thoughts. You don't have to worry about me coming here, Miss Parsons. I came here for him and other children that have been living with you, Minerva said in her usual stern attitude. Oh, yeah. I have been wondering when you are going to come for them. I picked them up from the orphanages when they didn't want to keep them because they thought they were evil. You know accidental magic, Namiri said to Minerva, and this is the chance I wanted. I immediately cast a confounding charm on Minerva McGonagall. All of her doubts about this situation being weird was immediately thrown out of her mind. Oh. I see. If you don't mind, can you please get Miss Alice Croftwell and Miss Roxanne Trift as well? I have to explain about magic in Hogwarts, Minerva said. Namiri nodded her head and called Momo and Rumi. Both immediately appeared by Namiri's side and Momo was behind Namiri. She wanted to show that she was scared. Rumi was in her usual self stood by Namiri's side. Professor McGonagall, I have already told them about magic in Hogwarts, but if you want you can take them shopping, Namiri said to Minerva. A normal Minerva would have scolded Namiri by now, but she was confounded, so Minerva just nodded her head thinking it was normal. No, it's completely fine, as they already know about magic in Hogwarts. My work here is done. I expect that you will take them shopping for school commodities and they will be at platform 9 3/4, right? Minerva asked. She would never do this, but a subtle but strong confounding charm can do a lot of things. Minerva just handed Namiri our Hogwarts acceptance letter, to which Namiri just nodded her head. Minerva saw that and walked out of the house without saying anything more. No, one would notice that she was confounded because according to her she followed the procedure that she should have done before leaving. I know Minerva McGonagall is nice and all, but she trusts old Dumbles too much and I can't have her run her mouth to him. And I honestly don't think that Dumbles would be worried about 3 orphans living with a soon-to-be 7th year. He would be currently busy with finding Harry Potter, or it would be his ass. Oops, we are in Britain now, so arse on fire. Namiri shouldn't be at home right now, but she asked for a temporary leave from Hogwarts to claim the money and property that her made-up parents have left her. As her head of the house was Phileas Flitwick, he happily gave her the leave without even consulting with Dumbles. Namiri closed the door and the ward told us the Minerva had already apparited away. We sat down on the couch facing each other and tore open the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Consideration of Wizards. I cringed reading the titles of the great Albus, too many names Dumbledore. I looked up towards Momo and Rumi and both of them had similar expressions. None of us made any comments, at least not for now, and continued reading. Dear Mr. Edgar Maxwell, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Why the hell they are going to wait for our letter of acceptance by July 31st when Minerva McGonagall took our confirmation herself? Magical people are really odd and lack common sense. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Finally done with the front page, I looked at the second parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, 4-day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. 1. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. 2. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 3. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. 4. A Beginner's Guide in Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 5. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore. 6. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenio's Jigger. 7. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. 8. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat, or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Tomsonicalpocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Wow, then what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping, I said. Yes. Momo, Rumi, and even Namiri cheered when they heard shopping. Rumi might not like dates like other girls, but she definitely likes shopping. Chapter 91, Wands and Upcoming Storm. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. The shopping trip wasn't that much of a hassle since the girls wanted nothing except the uniforms from Diagon Alley, but I have to endure it for later as they wanted to visit Muggle London for their clothes. We finally arrived in front of Ollivander's wand shop. I already had the perfect wand for me, the Elder Wand, which was absorbed by me, and I was going to use the wand I took from Ravenclaw Treasury in front of everyone else. Even though that wasn't a perfect fit, it was going to be enough for me in Hogwarts. Namiri, take Momo and Rumi to the wand shop. I will look around, I said to Namiri. Heh. I don't want to go anywhere near that old creep, Namiri said and shuddered once. Yeah, if anything from the stories is true, then I can only guess how Namiri must have felt when she met Garrick Ollivander for the first time. He has a wand fetish. I also shuddered once. But, you are the one who is taking us shopping, so you have to do it. Endure it, Namiri. I know you can. Sorry, Namiri, no matter how much I love you. I still don't want to be seen by that old creep, and honestly I have no idea if he has any connection with the old goat. And Garrick Ollivander might find out that I have absorbed a wand, and I don't want him finding that out. Fine. But you have to listen to one of my demands, Namiri said, finally agreeing to take Momo and Rumi for their wands. Yes, I could have taken them to Noctrum Alley and got them an untraceable wand as I did for Namiri, but all of them needed to get a wand from Ollivanders because we were Muggleborns and they might have a way to keep track of us. Yes, I know many people would call me a coward or paranoid, but there are several kinds of wards and magic that even Momo or I don't know of. Even though we are stupidly strong, we are still humans, and a curse or something can still hit us and kill us. So, I have to be paranoid for the girls I love at least. Okay, you can ask anything from me, I said to Namiri. I just hope that it doesn't end up as one of her S&M plays. Unlike other times, Namiri's face didn't turn perverted, but she nodded seriously, which was quite odd, but I just shrugged it. I watched Namiri's back as she entered the wand shop, followed by Momo and Rumi, and my eyes immediately gleamed as I turned in a particular direction. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, hee. There is no way in hell that I won't go there, as I have always loved ice cream. I quickly made my way towards the ice cream parlor. POV Namiri, Vicky. So it worked. I cheered internally in my mind. It was just an act that I didn't want to take Momo and Rumi to the wand shop. After all, why would I do that? They are my sisters in a way. But I had to do that because I wanted something from Rio. I want him to let me control Hogwarts. I know that Rio loves me and I love him too, even it hurts me I had to do this. As a teacher, I can't stand aside from this matter anymore. From what I have read about my properties, Hogwarts also comes under my control, so as soon I take up the ladyship I want to make a few changes. First, I am gonna dissolve that good-for-nothing board of governors that controls Hogwarts, and the next thing I am going to do is eject Severus Snape out of Hogwarts. Fuck consequences. I have seen him for 5 years, and he isn't suitable to teach anyone. I had an interest in potions, but because of Severus Snape, I gave it up. Then I'm going to make several changes in the education system, and from what I have seen, Albus Old Goat Dumbledore himself fans the fire, so if he gets in between he is also getting ejected, but I don't think that he is going to give up his position. I entered the wand shop followed by Momo and Rumi. The store was empty. He must be hiding somewhere to scare young kids. Damn that fucking old creep. Hello, anyone home? Momo shouted from behind me and walked towards the store desk. Aha, new key. Suddenly the old creep appeared from behind Rumi and tried to surprise her, but actually he was the one who got the surprise. Rumi turned around and punched the old creep with all power in her body, and a crunch sound was heard. The wand pervert dropped on the floor and started to roll around while grabbing his nose. "Ah, this is so satisfying." "Ah, young lady, even though you are small, your punch is really strong," the old creep said while grabbing his now broken and bleeding nose. "You shouldn't have sneaked behind me, old man," Rumi said, looking down on the creep. "Ah, so satisfying. I could feel my pussy tingling." "Vicky, you are going into sadistic mode," I heard Momo's voice from the side. "Oh, right, get a hold, Namuri." "Oh, sorry, my bad," I said sheepishly and started to rub the back of my head while chuckling. The old creep finally got up and used Episki to fix his nose and scour Jiffy to clean the blood. "Aha. I would never forget someone interesting like you, young lady. You are the only one to surprise me till now," the creep said and praised Rumi. Rumi was also creeped out. I think the old creep must be a masochist. Good, let's start with you, young lady. So, what arm do you use?" The old creep was currently interested in Rumi, so he completely ignored us. "I am ambidextrous," Rumi said in a blank tone, and the old creep's smile immediately grew larger. He took out a tape from nowhere and took Rumi's hand measurements. "Oh. I know, this might be a perfect fit for you," the old creep said and skipped inside his store. "Is he always like this?" Momo asked me in a skeptical tone. "I think so, even though I have only met him once before today," I shrugged my shoulders and answered Momo. "That guy is freaking weird," Rumi also decided to comment. "Sister, you have no idea how much I agree with you." Soon the creep came out holding a single black box. Honestly, I was slightly skeptical because he just brought one box, and I still remembered how much time he had spent looking for my wand and finally making a custom wand for me. The old creep opened the box and showed the wand to Rumi. The wand was completely black. Rumi picked up the wand and her expressions immediately changed. Yellow glow shot of the wand, and from the comfortable look on Rumi's face I could say that this wand was a perfect fit. Marvelous. 12 inches, ebony, and a phoenix feather as wand core. Ebony is suitable for people who love combat and use combat-orientated magic. I could already guess from your strong punch. Phoenix feather is the representation of your ungiving will and strength. No matter what you face, you will always face the challenge with a smile on your face, the creep described the wand. Now that he had explained it, I can see that this wand is definitely suited for Rumi. Rumi gave a nod of her head and looked at her new wand. The old creep finally turned towards me and Momo. "Oh ho. Vicky Parsons, 7 3/4 inches, acacia, hornbeam, Vila hair, and Ruguru hair. I didn't notice you there, forgive my manners," the old creep greeted me. "I see, you still remember me, even though I don't want you to," I said with a completely revolting feeling. Suddenly, I remembered how Minerva McGonagall must feel when the creep greets her every time like this. I pity her. "Aha, young lady, you are also interesting, so what is your primary arm?" The creep was already at Momo's side and looking at her with interest. "This damn creep." "I use my right hand," Momo said, extending her right arm. He pulled out the measuring tape out of nowhere and started to take measurements. "Aha. I know exactly what would fit you," the old creep said and skipped inside again, and this time he brought 5 boxes with him. He opened the boxes one by one and Momo checked them by picking one up. The first 2 wands didn't give any reaction, the third wand exploded when Momo waved it. The fourth was different as I noticed Momo's expressions changed when she picked it up. 13.5 inches. Fur as the wooden dragon, heartstring as a core. A wand that would work best while transfiguration and conjuration, the old creep said. Momo waved her wand once more and a gentle smile appeared on her face. I quickly paid 14 galleons and took Rumi and Momo out of the store. I didn't want to spend any more time near that old creep. "So, where has Rio ran off to?" I wondered out loud. "He must be at the ice cream parlor he was drooling in front of," Momo said with a deadpan on her face. Okay, I also agree with her. We went towards the ice cream parlor and just like Momo had guessed, we found Rio in the store. Since he was still having his ice cream, we decided to have some too. After eating the ice cream, we left towards Gringotts. I was going to announce my ladyship today, even though there were 7 days before I turned 17. Rio has devised an evil plan of claiming all the rent and collapsing the economy of magical Britain. Now, Rio, you surely remember the promise you made to me, right? I asked Rio, who reluctantly nodded his head. I want to have Hogwarts under my control. I need to do several things there, and as a teacher, I couldn't overlook them, I said to him. Hearing me, he seemed to contemplate for a few seconds. What are you going to do with Snape? Rio asked me. I am going to eject that son of a bitch out of Hogwarts, I said, my voice was filled with venom. He again contemplated for a few seconds. Sure, he said, giving me a thumbs up. I became so happy that I immediately pulled him into a hug. We were already inside Gringotts. I confidently walked up to a teller and showed him my lady ring. The goblin immediately paled and his eyes grew wide. I want to meet Bone Crusher, I said. Other witches and wizards looked slightly confused because of the goblin's reaction, but since we had already decided to reveal my status, there is no need of hiding. The goblin immediately gathered his bearings and should something in their language. Honestly, how can Rio even pronounce that? I once tried and thought that my teeth would break. Soon Bone Crusher arrived and led the four of us to his office. Lady Ravenclaw, what can I do for you today? Bone Crusher asked me. I want to announce my ladyship and call in all the debts, and if Goblin Nation helps me collect the debt, I will give your nation 3% of the total amount, I said, showing 3 with my fingers. Bone Crusher was completely shocked and his jaw was hanging open while his eyes were so wide that they almost popped out. After a few seconds, a vicious grin appeared on Bone Crusher's face. Goblin Nation is happy to cooperate, Bone Crusher said, giving a vicious grin. Then let's collapse the economy of Magical Brighton, I said. Chapter 92, Unrest in Magical Britain, 3, and Meeting in Hogwarts, I. Edited. It has been a week and it has been complete chaos in Magical Britain. Well, the person responsible for the chaos was currently training in the training room without any string of clothes on her body. Rio had given up on changing Nemuri's exhibitionist fetish. Unfortunately for Rio, because of wearing so constricting clothes for these 6 years, her fetish has reached a completely new level. Nemuri didn't care about the kind of chaos she has released upon Magical Britain. Yes, she very well knew that the economy would completely collapse, but she couldn't care less about that. For her, the most important thing now was to plan about the changes she wanted to bring to Hogwarts. POV Rio, Edgar. Wow. Swaying boobs are a blessing on mankind. Sometimes I honestly think that boobs are the salvation of man. After all, they can solve a lot of problems, like stress, tension, frustration. Ugh, now I exactly sound like Nemuri's male version. Even though it was really hard for me, I tore my eyes away from the 3 pairs of swaying boobs. I skillfully ignored the tent in my pants and walked out of the training room. I don't think that I would have been able to hold any longer if I stayed there. Momo and Rumi were in sports underwear and Nemuri was in her birthday suit. Damn. I just wish that she doesn't infect Rumi with it too. I already know that Momo also has an exhibitionist fetish, but thankfully she isn't on Nemuri's level or it would have been quite hard for me. Hey, who can blame me? I am also a man, and no matter how strong my mental barriers are, I can't keep ignoring 3 beautiful naked ladies who are my lovers too. Now, enough about the perverted chat. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't join the training the girls were doing. They were currently training for their animagus form and I still haven't found a single clue about my inner animal. So, I picked up the Daily Prophet and skimmed through the content. Haha, this is affecting Magical Britain exactly as I wanted. The ones who owned us most money will go from rich to completely broke, and those who don't own us money are currently busy figuring out who is Lady Ravenclaw. I put down the Daily Prophet and picked up my notebook, which I have been using to note down the progress in my training. Next thing I wanted to learn was everything about magical contracts. So, I asked Dixie to bring me books related to magical contacts, and the next moment, a dozen books appeared on the table. Fuck. I asked for books, not tomes. No matter what, I would stay strong. I picked up the first tome and opened it. I didn't even notice how much time passed, but I only put down the book when I noticed 2 owls sitting leisurely on the porch. One was a Gringotts owl. I knew the owl Bone Crusher used and the other owl was new. I took letters from both of them and one had a Gringotts insignia while the other had Hogwarts insignia. I opened Bone Crusher's letter first and it was the list of witches and wizards that had paid their debts, a list of witches and wizards who wanted to meet Lady Ravenclaw to negotiate their debts, and finally the number of galleons that we have already piled up from the debts collected. I will let Nemuri decide if she wants to even hold a meeting for negotiations, and the Hogwarts letter was for Vicky Ravenclaw, so it must be for the board meeting she has called. I immediately took the letter back to the training room. Honestly, I wanted Nemuri to handle both letters because she has to manage the front of Lady Ravenclaw. Quickly arriving at the training room, even though entranced by Nemuri's naked swaying boobs, I handed the letters to her. Nemuri stopped and looked at the letters. Oh, so they finally replied. Nemuri asked excitedly and opened the Hogwarts letter and read through its contents and looked at me. They are really looking down on me because I am a muggle born. They want to show me how Magical Britain works, Nemuri said and handed me the letter. Well, the contents of the letter were quite obvious. The board wanted to meet Nemuri and teach about the workings of a magical society. She must be really angry. I have never seen Nemuri like this. So, do you want me to accompany you? Obviously, under an invisibility cloak. I asked Nemuri. I honestly don't trust the old coots on the board wouldn't attack Nemuri. I am especially worried about Lucius Malfoy. No, I have to do this on my own after all this was. All my plan, Nemuri said and read the Gringotts letter and looked at me. What should I do? She asked. Honestly, I think that she should meet them. Let's see the offers they can make. I think you should meet them. It would be really good for your image and I think you should see what kind of offers they can make. Hearing me, Nemuri nodded her head and walked up to the table. She kept her clothes and wand. She picked up her wand and cast some unknown spell and all clothes that were on the table appeared on her body. Namiri then walked up to me and gave me a chaste kiss and walked out of the training room. Suddenly I felt a glare on me, so I turned my head and found Rumi glaring holes in me. Oops. I shouldn't have ignored her. I used my lightning and appeared beside her. Ah, you want to go on a bike ride with me, ma, lady? I asked shamelessly, completely ignoring the fact that she was angry with me. Most novels or mangas I read in my previous world said getting a harem is awesome, but none of them had the drawbacks. A huge smile appeared on Rumi's face. Yeah. I would love to. Rumi immediately agreed. POV Namiri, Vicky. While leaving the training room, I easily noticed Ryo's boner. No matter how much he tries to hide it, he could never hide his member from my eyes, and I know how his body reacts when he sees my boobs swaying. I said as steam flared out of my nose. No matter how much I wanted him to push me down right then and there, I have things to do. I could get his D in my P after I take care of everything else. Hee hee. I quickly arrived in Ryo's room and used Starkers to get out of my clothes and jumped into the bath. I used my time to have a nice bath, while paying special attention to my puppies. After all, Ryo loves them so much. After the bath, I opened the closet and grabbed a nice robe which Ryo got for me from Twilfit and Tattings. The robe was so smooth, it was made of acromantula silk. I wore lingerie under the robes. I would prefer lingerie over the usual witch underwear any day, anytime. After checking myself in the mirror, I left a small note and operaed out. I appeared in Hogsmeade and walked towards Hogwarts. As soon as I entered the Hogwarts wards, I raised up my ring hand and used it to gain administrative rights over Hogwarts wards. I could have done this when I first arrived in Hogwarts, but that bearded goat would have noticed that he lost control over the wards. Now that I have gained control over Hogwarts wards, I quickly operated in front of Hogwarts gates. I quickly located that Albus Dumbledore was in the headmaster's office along with several people. Haha. I immediately used the wards and operated right in front of the headmaster's office, and the gargoyle guarding the door moved, making a way for me. Being treated like this by a castle feels really awesome. I arrived at the door and knocked. Come in, a voice answered. I opened the door and entered the room and saw several old coots were inside glaring at me. Phileas Flitwick was also in the room along with Minerva McGonagall. I also noticed Lucius Malfoy glaring at me. This was the guy Ryo warned me about. Miss Parsons, thank you for coming. Now, why don't you hand back the control of wards to me? After all, controlling them for someone young like you must be tiresome. The bearded goat went on babbling, but everyone was surprised that I didn't even bother with him and was looking outside. You were talking to me? I asked nonchalantly. Of course he was talking with you, Miss Parsons. Minerva McGonagall started speaking in a stern voice, but I cut her off. But I am Ravenclaw, the Lady Ravenclaw, to everyone in this room, I said with a serious voice, and immediately the glares intensified. How dare you dirty that honorable name, you filthy mudball? An old coot started to shout. I didn't even know who he was. I just snapped my finger and he disappeared. Everyone in the room was completely surprised, but nobody said anything. Lady Ravenclaw, what happened to him? The bearded goat asked. Oh, he was unpleasant for my ears, so I ejected him out of Hogwarts. He would never be able to step inside Hogwarts ever again, I said and leisurely and looked over to the remaining members. Now, let's start this meeting earnestly, I said and leaned back on the chair. Chapter 93, Meeting in Hogwarts, 2. Edited. POV Namiri, Vicky. Now, let's start this meeting earnestly, I said and leaned back on the chair. The glares on me from everyone were still intense, so even though I looked relaxed, I was keeping my eye on anyone who was moving. Honestly, I don't even want to imagine what would happen to me if someone catches me off guard. The silence in the was finally broken by an old granny. My name is Augusta Longbottom, or usually referred to as Dowager Longbottom. I am one of the heads of the board. So, I want to ask you, what do you want? The granny, who introduced herself as Augusta Longbottom or Dowager Longbottom, and apparently she was one of the heads of the board. Seeing that nobody discredited her, some are even standing behind her. She must have power, and from what I have learned from Ryo, the most powerful person here is Dumbles, followed by Mini GI, so the oldie must have political clout. I want changes. I have studied in Hogwarts for 6 years and honestly, I am disappointed with a lot of stuff. This is ruining the image of Ravenclaws. The board is useless since it has been useless until now, so don't worry, I don't expect anything from you, I said in a serious tone, but I have already started to release a mild confusing gas. It won't have an effect like Confundus, but they would be unable to aim at me straight. I have also grabbed my wand under the robes. In my previous world with my previous power, it would have been impossible for me to release gas while wearing robes, but now with training, I can do it. How dare you? You are just a muggle born. You know nothing of our society. Do you think we would let you ruin our children's education? An old coot who was standing beside Lucius Malfoy shouted. Lucy, from now on he is Lucy. Refer to me as Mudblood again and I will declare blood feud against your family for tarnishing the name of Ravenclaw family, I said in a serious tone, but most of the members seemed to stop themselves from laughing out loud. Don't mind me, you can laugh at my threats, but I assure you that won't be happening for long, I said. By now the whole room was filled with the colorless and odorless gas I released. All of the room's occupants now would even be unable to point their wands in my direction. I wasn't obviously affected by this. So, what's your decision now? Augusta Longbottom asked me. I would be dissolving the board because it won't be needed anymore, I said. My eyes continuously kept scanning throughout the room for any surprise attack on me. Ha, a joke. How are you even to gather the money to run Hogwarts? We gave Hogwarts the funds it needed, another old coot said with a smug look on his face. He was standing behind Augusta Longbottom. Everyone gave him a look that meant, really? Are you fucking serious? Puffed. Haha, sorry. I lost my composure, but you don't have to worry about funds anymore. The debts I collected until today are enough for Hogwarts to run for the next 15 years even if none of the students can pay their fees. I wasn't able to hold myself back and laughed out loud. Everyone in the room wondered if that old coot lived under a rock or not. Are you sure you want to do this, Miss Ravenclaw? Albus started to say, but I cut him off. Lady Ravenclaw, to you, and yes, I am sure, I said with full confidence in my voice. Everyone in the room looked at each other, unable to decide what to do. Momo and Rio are right, magical people are really stupid. I am so disappointed in you, Dumble said in his disappointed grandfatherly tone. The twinkle in his eyes was also gone. If that's your decision, then I will follow it. After all, you own Hogwarts. I hope that you succeed in your endeavors, Augusta Longbottom said and walked out of the room followed by other members. After Augusta declared her decision, nobody said anything and left after her. Even Lucy's group didn't make any comments. Now, let's start with the changes, I said while turning my chair towards Albus. Too many names, Dumbledore. Then what do you want from me, Lady Ravenclaw? The old goat said, still in his disappointed voice. Please call Severus Snape here, I said. I am sorry, but he is currently taking a class of 4th years, Minerva interjected. I don't care, I want him present here, I said with a no-nonsense tone. Albus called a house elf and asked it to call Severus Snape. None of us said anything while waiting for Severus Snape to arrive. After 5 minutes passed, Severus Snape entered the room in his usual haughtiness. I wonder how would he react after I throw him out. Gather your things and get out of Hogwarts. I don't want a Death Eater in this castle, I said before anyone else could say anything. Severus Snape was immediately surprised along with others in the room. Severus being a Death Eater isn't common knowledge, so how can Muggleborn like me know about that? They must be wondering this exactly. What? How dare you? I don't have to listen to a useless dunderhead who was thrown out of my class because she couldn't even get an O on her OWLS, Severus Snape shouted, looking at me. Please, Severus, don't make this matter worse. Lady Ravenclaw, we can of course discuss this matter. Severus didn't mean it. Albus Dumbledore tried to defuse the situation, but it was already too late. Severus Snape, you are good. Even at your end as a teacher you are so prideful and haughty. I wonder how long would be able to behave like that. Severus Snape, from now on you are not allowed to ever enter Hogwarts, I finished, and Severus Snape was forcefully operated out of Hogwarts. What Severus Snape said really angered me, but somehow I held back. After all, I have lived for more than 35 years now. I can't give in to such obvious provocations. I can't let you do that, Dumbledore roared in anger. This was the first time he lost his grandfatherly mask. I have already done. You have to get a new potions professor before next term starts. If you can't do that, I will arrange someone. I also want another change. You will arrange a new class for the Muggle-born students so that they could learn about magical society, I said, and I noticed the expressions of the other 3 occupants of the room. Albus was looking at me with his rage-filled eyes, but Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick looked at me with appreciation. Oh, and there is something else. I feud between the Jurfighters and Slytherin must end before the next term, I said, and was about to leave the room but stopped when Albus shouted. You can't do this. I am still the headmaster. Albus shouted, honestly he isn't that smart. After all, if he was he wouldn't have said all these. Of course you are, but if you don't do what I ask, then you would be joining Severus Snape, I said, and walked out of the room before Albus Dumbledore could say anything. Honestly, I can't throw out Dumbledore, he has too much political power. No matter, everything I did now can be tackled, but if I have thrown out Dumbledore then the backlash would have been so strong that Hogwarts might have been named as the worst school. I have asked why isn't he making the things Albus Dumbledore did to the public, but what he told me really held some value. Why would anyone believe me? It's my word against his, a Dark Lord sullying the name of the leader of light, who would even believe me? And there are some things that can't be made public no matter what, just wait for Dumbledore's name can be sullied in the future. This is what Rio told me, and now I know how right he is. After all, from what I have seen, magical people are blind sheep. They can't think for themselves, can't speak for themselves, nor they can fight for themselves, they only know how to blindly follow someone. At least today was much better than I expected. I expected spells flying everywhere, all of them attacking me, but this meeting was quite peaceful. I wanted to meet with Tonks, but I can do that later. I first need to return to Castle Ravenclaw. With me doing this, I have already made several new enemies. Thank God. I have learned Flash Step, the teleportation magic Ray made. I finally got out of Hogwarts and operated directly into Castle Ravenclaw. Now that the wards were under my control, I could do a lot of stuff with them. So, how was your day? Momo asked me, who was looking up from her book seeing me arrive. It went quite nicely. I expected several attacks on me during the meeting, but everything was quite peaceful except some shouting, I said, and started to strip out of my robes. These robes were really constricting. So, where are Rio and Rumi? I asked, finally getting out of my robes and lingerie. I don't like wearing clothes so much, and the three of them already know that, so Momo didn't even react in the slightest. Rio took out Rumi for a bike ride, Momo said to me. Oh, good for them. I said, finally entering the shower. Chapter 94, Ride with Rumi and Namiri's Worries. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. While Namiri went to Hogwarts for her meeting, I was really worried. I kind of already had an idea about what or how the meeting would progress, so I knew that someone could act rather violently. So, even though I asked Rumi for a date, I was really worried about Namiri. I know she is even stronger than me magically, but I can't stop myself from getting worried about her. So, I silently sent Trixie and Lipsy to Hogwarts, as they could easily get inside to keep an eye on Namiri. Wizards are stupid people, house elves are really useful. They can spy on someone or protect someone without tripping any alarms. I was already wearing my jeans and leather biker jacket and was waiting for Rumi to get ready. Yeah, surprise dates can only work with Rumi, after all, only she gets ready in under 10 minutes. Namiri is Namiri, so it's quite a controversial topic, even though she likes to go commando or wears fewer clothes underneath. Momo, well, I don't know what to say. It takes her nearly an hour to get ready. Even though I have 3 lovers. I have no idea why girls take so long to get ready. A/N. Girls, please don't be offended. I guess they just want to look good or something, heh. Rumi finally finished. She wore a simple lavender tank top and blue jeans with knee-height boots and a leather jacket for girls. The leather jacket had a bunny logo printed on the back, courtesy of my Momo. Rumi wasn't like other girls, so she never commented on the clothes I wore on dates, and she neither wanted any comments on her clothes. So, I just extended my hand towards her. She happily grabbed my hand and intertwined her fingers. Let's go, Rumi said in a happy smile. I just nodded and operated out of Castle Ravenclaw and arrived in our humble flat. We quickly arrived at the garage, and after wearing our helmets we got on the bike. After all, I am a rule-abiding citizen, just a joke though. So, where do you want to go? I asked Rumi, who for a moment got a thoughtful look on her face. Just take me to a ride away from the city. Rumi said. I already understood what she wanted. After all, there was a reason that she lived in a forest. I kick-started the bike and Rumi hugged me from behind tightly. Getting out of the city was quite hectic, but we quickly arrived on a lonely highway. There were just a few cars or bikes passing by us within some intervals. We have huge and tall trees on both of our sides. In other words, we were on a road going through the forest. I could clearly say that Rumi was loving this because she was turning her head around and looking everywhere like a small kid. Are you having fun? I asked her. Her answer came in an instant. Yes, she said in a gentle voice and resumed her sightseeing. I saw a dirt road and decided to take it. I didn't know where it was going, but it was fine since we were going inside the forest. This isn't a saw or wrong turn universe, so I didn't have anything to worry about. We quickly arrived near a lake. The road kept going on, but I thought this was enough because this was a natural movie location where the couple would end up kissing. There was a tree with shade just by the side of the beautiful lake. The lake's water was quite clean. I stopped the bike near the tree. Both Rumi and I got off the bike and looked around. Yeah, nature is still beautiful. In my previous world, I have visited several places for vacations, but none of them were naturally beautiful like this. Isn't this beautiful? Rumi asked me, extending her hands. Yeah, really beautiful, I said, and down by the side of the tree under the shade. Rumi followed by example, but she sat down on my lap while her body was still facing towards the lake. I leaned my back on the tree while Rumi was leaning on my chest. Neither of us needed to say anything or do anything. We just stayed like that, looking at the serene surface of the lake. Sometimes we would see the fish since the water was clear. To spend time with your lover like this is awesome. Suddenly, Rumi turned her head towards me and slightly rose up towards my lips. It was a nice and gentle kiss, but all good things must come to an end. Thanks for bringing me here, Rumi said, and turned back to observe the lake. The two of us spent the whole day just like that. By the time we got up, I wasn't able to feel my legs. Damn. Rumi was also the same. We had another make-out session before we finally left towards our flat. POV Namiri, Vicky. Well, like Rio had told to me before, the magical people looked down on me and underestimated me. Even though, they saw how I behaved and showed my authority when I disbanded the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Well, I don't care honestly what they think. I have been to 3 Wisingamot meetings and they were boring, so boring that I almost fell asleep during those meetings. I was disgusted and revolted about how slow they were. Yes, they could have hired a fucking sloth and it would have still been faster than them. Nothing good would come of old Coots keep running the government. Albus Dumbledore knew when he lost. Rio had told me before that there was no way that Albus Dumbledore would give up his position and leave the school, and he had been right. He tried 2 more times to talk with me so that I would allow Severus Snape to enter Hogwarts again, but when I threatened him that I would throw him out if he didn't stop, so he finally gave up. He took about 1 week of time to appoint a new potions professor, but he got someone named Horace Slughorn. Apparently, he was the potions teacher and Slytherin's househead before Severus Snape. From what I have seen in these 3 months, Horace Slughorn is his way better than Severus Snape. It was like comparing heaven with hell, so, I have no fucking idea why Albus Dumbledore ever threw out Horace Slughorn in the first place. Since the news went throughout the school that I have thrown Severus Snape out of the school, most Muggle-born and half-bloods look at me like a goddess. Hee. Now I would be able to teach them the gentlewoman's ways. Even though most Slytherins were unhappy with that, but none of them voiced it out, some Slytherins even paid me their gratitude for doing that. Obviously, they were half-bloods or Muggle-borns. Currently, Rio has been keeping tabs on Severus Snape. I don't know the exact reason why he is doing that. But I know that it isn't because he wants to kill Snape, because if he wanted to do that then there was nothing that could have stopped him. From what I know, he wants to do something with him. Another huge change has occurred. Now all the heirs or houses in Hogwarts either pay me respect or they try to avoid me. Some of the families who were related to the board ignore me, and most families who preach the pureblood agenda also ignore me. The families who pay me respect are related to the light side or the one who wants to get on my good side. Even though I treat them nicely, but none of them would be able to call me their friend. But I am not worried because any of these matters. I am worried because Tonks had been avoiding me since the morning and I knew something was wrong, so I decided to get to the bottom of this matter as soon as possible. I called Trixie to bring me an invisibility cloak so I could follow Tonks. So, I did that and found her entering an empty class. After some time I saw Charlie Weasley enter the class and now everything was completely clear to me. So, Charlie Weasley was somehow able to drug Tonks. I didn't bother to wait anymore and directly busted in. Not even for a second this thought came into my mind that Tonks herself was with Charlie on her own accord, because when I told her that Charlie was trying to drug her she was completely disgusted. I entered the room and saw that the 2 of them were about to kiss. Before either of them could pull out their wands, I stunned both of them. I pulled Tonks and bound her with a chair and revived her. Vicky. What are you doing here? Why are you attacking us? I should have believed Charlie when he told me that you were jealous of me. Tonks screamed. I was completely stunned. What? Why in the world I would care about an asshole who wants to drug a girl when I already have someone like Rio in my life? Trixie. I called out in a loud voice and immediately Trixie appeared in the room. Seeing me so enraged, the house elf got scared, but I have something more important to deal with. Bring me a neutralizing potion, I said. Trixie nodded her head and operated out. I turned my head towards Charlie Weasley and rage could be seen burning in my eyes. I don't care if Tonks becomes my sister or not, but I would care if someone drugs my best friend so that they could take advantage of her. Chapter 95, Best Friends. Edited. POV Namiri, Vicky. I was standing over the stunned body of Charlie Weasley while gritting my teeth and my eyes were filled with rage. How better it would have been if I could have brought myself to torture or kill someone, but I can't. No matter how enraged I was, I can't bring myself to kill him. Even now, I can't bring myself to kill him. Even if I can't kill him, I will still make him pay, no matter what. But, how was he even able to drug Tonks? There was no way that I would have never noticed Charlie getting near Tonks when in the Great Hall. I especially kept my eyes on him and he never tried to get near Tonks for more than 1 week. So, I am completely sure that this bastard didn't drug her in the Great Hall. Yes, there is a possibility that Charlie directly drugged the food in the kitchen, but there is no way in hell that he could have known Tonks' plate. There could have been an obvious chance that someone else could have been drugged. Now, the last probability is that someone could have helped Charlie to drug Tonks. This is probably what has happened, but I need to confirm this. There is no way that I won't reach the bottom of this. Right at this moment, an apparition pop was heard. I turned around and found Trixie holding out a vial. Ah, she brought the neutralizing potion. I immediately grabbed the potion from Trixie's hand and approached the bounded Tonks. What's in the vial? What are trying to feed me? Tonks shouted at me, but I completely disregarded anything and force-fed her the potion. I hated myself for having to do this. Tonks started to cough as I unbound her from the chair. She gave me a look filled with hatred and I could already see tears in her eyes, but before she could say anything, her stomach growled. Tonks immediately got up and ran, and obviously I followed her. I cast the strongest notice me not charm I could. Trixie, make sure that the guy inside stays there, I said to the house elf who nodded her head enthusiastically. Tonks directly ran into the nearest girl's toilet as expected. I stood near the sinks. I could clearly hear vomiting noises coming from inside the stall. Damn. Fuck. I was a hero for more than 10 years. 10 fucking years, how the hell did I let this happen to my best friend? I should have done something before it could have come to this point. I should have been more active. When Tonks started to avoid me since morning, I should have gotten to the bottom of the matter then and there. I should have been a better friend. A single tear left my eye, and I wiped it off. I would ask Tonks for her forgiveness. Even if she doesn't forgive me, I will keep trying. Tonks finally left the stall and came to sink and started to wash her face. I wanted to hug her, to comfort my best friend, but I stopped myself. Are you all right? I asked her weakly. Tonks stopped washing her face and looked towards me. I could see the pain in her eyes and it hurt me. I have already been hiding a lot from her, and now, because of my carelessness, she ended up in this situation. Tonks. I am sorry, I wasn't a good friend. If I had been, then I should have saved you so. I began to say to her, but before I could finish, Tonks embraced me in a tight hug and started to cry. I am so glad that I have a friend like you. You saved me. What the hell are you even saying? You are the best friend I could have ever asked for. Now just shut up and let me hug you, Tonks whispered into my ear while hugging me. I don't know what to do, as it was quite awkward. She had said that I was her best friend. I took out my wand and cast another strong notice me not charm on both of us as I hugged Tonks. But a glimmer of rage was still burning in my eyes. I kept patting Tonks's back to comfort her. Soon, Tonks calmed down and stopped crying. We finally separated from the hug. Tonks's eyes were red and her cheeks were puffed from crying. Are you all right now? I asked Tonks, who just nodded her head. Then let's go back. I still want to do some stuff with the potion rapist I caught, I said to Tonks, who was slightly surprised hearing my cold tone, but she immediately nodded her head. Sure, I also wanted some payback, Tonks said. Soon both of us left the girls' toilet and arrived in front of the class where I have left the bastard. As soon as I arrived in front of the class, Trixie appeared in front of me. Whose house elf is this? Tonks asked me, quite surprised. I looked slightly guilty, but I still answered. This is Trixie, one of my house elves. Yeah, I know I should have told you before, and honestly, I have been hiding a lot of stuff from you, but I will tell you everything this summer. I expect that your parents have told you everything about Albus Dumbledore. I spoke to Tonks, without giving her any chance to speak anything. She just dumbly nodded her head. Tonks wanted to be an Auror, and even though Rio has Amelia Bones as an ally, but getting another Auror as his ally would be good. Of course, I wouldn't tell her everything, as we came from another world or even Rio's real age. I planned to just show her my castle, and how couldn't I do that for my best friend? And yeah, I still have to check out what she thinks of Dumbles now that she knows about his true nature. Only after that, I would ask Rio to visit her as Magneto so she could become his ally. Trixie, can you bring me a vial of Verita serum from the treasury? I asked the small house elf. Yes, Trixie could be doing that, the little creature said in opera doubt. Treasury? Tonks asked me, completely dumbfounded. And how the hell you have Verita serum? She asked another thing, still dumbfounded. I just chuckled hearing her say something like that. Yeah, I have a treasury, the Ravenclaw treasury, and there is a huge STO. I suddenly stopped and looked at Tonks carefully. I can't leak everything out. I don't know how strong her shields are. How strong are your mental shields? I asked Tonks, who puffed out her chest and gave me a smug smile. Strong enough. I want to become an Auror after all, so I am confident that no one can read my mind if they don't use their wand enchant, Tonks said proudly. I just nodded my head to her proclamation. I didn't want to burst her bubble, but I am pretty sure that Rio would be able to not only read her surface thoughts, but he can even break through whatever shield she has made without a wand. Not that he needs to use a wand because some wand was absorbed by his body. That's good. I personally think that he should have only one wand, the wand in his pants, hee. I was brought out of my perverted thoughts when Trixie popped back and brought a small vial of Verita serum. I took the vial from her and asked her to keep watch outside the classroom. The notice me not charm is still in its place, so for now, I have no worries. So, how are we going to do this? I don't think that he is going to drink Verita serum on his own, and honestly, I don't even want to go near that son of a bitch. Tonks said and cursed while gritting her teeth. Don't worry, there is no way that I would also touch that bastard, I said and pulled out the wand Rio brought from Noctrum Alley for me for my cleavage. I just thought that those were useless lumps of fat, but it seems that you are putting them to a good use, Tonks said while glaring at my boobs. Hee, she has been always jealous of my boobs. After all, Tonks's puppies are smaller than mine. She can make hers bigger, but that hampers her lacking balance even more. Are you jealous? Do you know these? I said and grabbed my both boobs. Lumps of fat have so much calcium in them that they can make Edgar's boneless muscle become rock hand, I said and kept squeezing my own boobs to emphasize the point. Tonks heard me and blushed like a Christmas tree. She still has a lot to learn. Chapter 96, Chapter 101. Edited. POV Namiri, Vicky. So, what now? Tonks asked me. I pointed my wand towards Charlie and revived Charlie Weasley, but before he could do anything a second spell came out of my mouth. Imperio, a spell which I didn't think I would ever need to use, at least not inside Hogwarts, but I had to do it. Tonks looked at me completely surprised and shocked. That was unforgivable. Vicky, how the hell did you even learn that? Tonks asked me, grabbing my shoulders. Even if Charlie Weasley wanted to do something, he couldn't do it. This is the most dangerous thing about Imperius Curse. Unlike the other two unforgivables, the Imperius Curse gave the subjected person a sense of comfort and calmness. They are placed in an almost trance-like state. The user of the curse can make the subjected person do anything if they are strong enough, and with my current magic reserves, which would even make old Dumbles shy, I would be able to make Charlie Weasley do anything. Yes, I think I should not use Veritaserum on him. I don't know, there might be a way to find out that there are traces of Veritaserum inside him. Then, Tonks and I would be declared criminals for having Veritaserum. Yes, I used Imperius Curse, only this could land me in Azkaban with a sentence of life imprisonment, but if they can't find the wand I used, then they can't do anything. Truly stupid. But, this wasn't the end of my worries. Another one of my worries was the laws in magical Britain are made by purebloods for the purebloods. I can say this for sure because Rio told me this when we first arrived in this world and I have read it myself. Yes, that was unforgivable and I had learned it from Ravenclaw Library. I was explaining when Tonks cut me off. But it's unforgivable, Tonks said, emphasizing the point, unforgivable. I totally get her point, but now there is no going back, neither I was going to. Yes, so what? He can use a love potion to take advantage of you and I can't use an unforgivable. It's not like that anyone is going to know, nor would anyone know anything after I am done with him, I said with full confidence. Tonks looked slightly reluctant, but she still nodded her head, showing that she was on board. How did you drug Nymphadora, Tonks? Finally getting confirmation from Tonks, I asked Charlie Weasley. I didn't drug Nymphadora, Tonks, Charlie Weasley said. What? What the fuck? Maybe I need to turn the question around. Maybe he truly didn't drug Tonks and asked someone to do it for him. That way he was able to say that he didn't drug Tonks. So, I changed the question. Who drugged Nymphadora, Tonks? I asked. Both me and Tonks were sure that we were going to get a name. I don't know, a simple answer from Charlie Weasley surprised me and Tonks completely. Both Tonks and I looked at each other. I turned my eyes towards my wand. Is it not working? Or I am unable to cast Imperius. Are you sure that you can cast Imperius? Tonks asked me, looking confused. Don't look at me, I am confused too, damn it. Dance like a chicken, I ordered Charlie Weasley. He immediately started to impersonate a chicken. Yeah, my Imperius is working, I said to Tonks. Then is he some way resisting from answering? Is his will that strong? Even though I am not confident about my Imperius Curse, but I know how huge my magic reserves are. Fuck it. I have to know the name, no matter what. I immediately pulled out the vial of Veritaserum. Stop dancing and take 3 drops of Veritaserum, I ordered, and Charlie Weasley stopped dancing. I threw him the small vial. He opened the vial and took 3 drops from the dropper. Just after a second passed, his eyes became completely glazed. This was the sign that Veritaserum was under effect. Who drugged Nymphadora, Tonks? I asked him again, and both Tonks and I patiently waited for the answer. I don't know, he gave out the same answer. Both Tonks and I were again dumbfounded. How the fuck did he not know who drugged Tonks? Okay, Namiri, calm down, don't get your panties in a twist. Then how did you know that Nymphadora, Tonks was drugged? Yeah, if he didn't drug Tonks, if he didn't know who drugged Tonks, then how the hell he knew that he needed to get close to Nymphadora, Tonks? I just knew, Charlie Weasley answered. I almost pulled out my hair in frustration. Is this fucker talking about fate and bullshit that he somehow knew about that Tonks was drugged? How the fuck? No, what the fuck? How is this even happening? Please don't tell me that fate told him that I was drugged and fate drugged me, Tonks said, completely gobsmacked. Looks like Tonks was also having similar thoughts like me. Think, Namiri, think, what would you do now? I can not a Legleman, so I can't delve into someone's mind. Did he take an oath? I heard Momo saying that some oaths could protect secrets, fuck. I shouldn't have skipped them to read porn. Now, there is only one choice. I had to get Rio here, only he would be able to find the truth now. I pulled out my phone and texted Rio, to come here as Magneto. I needed to know how this happened. Who did this? No, I know that someone helped him and I know who it is, but if I didn't get some proof then I won't be able to do anything. I just can't throw someone out of the school just because I think they drugged my best friend. Especially when my friend is just a half-blood and she is also the daughter of a woman who was thrown out of the family. I don't even know how or who drugged Tonks. I received Rio's reply that he was on the way. So, I immediately turned towards Tonks. Tonks, someone is going to come here, you don't need to be scared, okay? I asked her nicely. I already opened the wards using my ring so Rio could apparate inside. He could ask Trixie to bring him here after that. What? What is that in your hands? How did you inform someone? Tonks fired off several questions nervously. I already felt someone apparate inside Hogwarts. So, Rio is already here. This is a device I can use to talk. I said, and I didn't want to scare Tonks. I don't know what kind of image she has of Magneto. After all, everyone still thinks he is a new Dark Lord. Even though if she has come to know the truth about Dumbles, I still don't think she would see Magneto as a good guy. Just don't get scared, he is a good guy, I said to Tonks, but she became even more nervous. Suddenly the door opened but no one entered, the door closed and Magneto took off the invisibility cloak he had been wearing. Tonks was immediately horrified to see Magneto, but I grabbed her shoulders and started to shake her to bring her out of the shock. What? Magneto. What is he doing here? Please tell me that he isn't the good guy you invited. I knew you had weird tastes and fetishes, but this is absurd, Tonks said to me. I was completely speechless. I didn't expect the situation to turn so comedic. Rio also stayed quiet after hearing Tonks, he must feel it awkward now. My tastes and fetishes aside, he is really a good guy. I will tell you everything later, I said to Tonks. Magneto, seeing this, he didn't know what to do. But it seems he finally gathered his thoughts. So, what's so important to call me here? Magneto asked me. I used Imperius and Veritaserum, but it still seems that he is resisting somehow. I need proof that he drugged Tonks to get him arrested, at least I need to know something about who drugged her, I said to Rio. His head immediately turned towards Charlie Weasley, who was standing at the side like a statue. Rio immediately reached in front of Charlie and took out his wand and cast some spells. He is completely under your Imperius curse and he is also affected by Veritaserum, so if he isn't answering your questions then it can only mean either of two, either he has taken an oath or he himself has no memory of the incident, Rio said. Now, I understand, the person who helped him must have obliviated him after telling him everything. That's why he can't tell me anything, or he has taken some oath. Rio pointed his wand towards Charlie and chanted the spell used to read people's minds. Leglemans, Rio said while Charlie Weasley just stood there like nothing. After a few seconds, Rio finally lowered his wand and looked in our direction. He was obliviated. If he had taken an oath then I would have seen it in his memory, but there is nothing, his mind has 2 blank spots. I think that the person obliviated him after giving him the information. This was done by a skilled wizard or witch who knows his stuff, so there is one person skilled enough in the whole school who could have pulled it off, Rio said to me, and I immediately connected the dots. Albus Dumbledore. I said in a whisper. Rio just nodded his head. Tonks didn't say anything and just stood at the side with a stupid expression on her face. But you can find all the proof you want in his room. His trunk is filled with Amordinia potions given to him by his mother, all of them linked to your friend, and since it is banned it could get him into trouble, but I am sure that your friend wasn't drugged from there, Rio said in his metallic voice and operaed out. Chapter 97, Chapter 102. Edited. POV Albus Dumbledore. With the wards out of my control now, I can't keep watch throughout the school. Lady Ravenclaw. What does the kid know? She just acted out on her hate and threw Severus out of the school and demanding changes. What I have done was only for the greater good. Why can't they understand this? Since Magneto made his appearance nothing has been going like I want. I wish Severus could be still here. Can't she see that we can't stop the hundreds of years of dispute that has been going on between Slytherins and Gryffindors? If teachers like us mess with that, we will only make the resentment grow in them. And the thing about getting a teacher who would teach Muggleborns about magical society, if she keeps on going like this she will destroy the delicate balance in the current society which needs to be there for the greater good. And the salt on my wound is that Harry Potter's letter can't be delivered. That means only 2 things. Harry is dead, which can't happen, and that he is living under Fidelius. I still have to try, but I don't even know where to start looking. I have to get him in Hogwarts before the next term starts or the future is completely doomed. I already have the Philosopher's Stone, I am sure that Tom would be after it, so I need Harry here too or the plan is not going to work. After all, Harry must die for the greater good. At least I have arranged something for Miss Ravenclaw that will keep her busy. It would have been best if I had drugged Vicky Ravenclaw directly, then I would have been able to control her, but her lady ring nullifies all drugs as soon as they enter her body. Nymphadora Tonks, she had to be used for the greater good. Through her I could keep Vicky Ravenclaw busy. I don't know what's happening outside of this room if the elves don't tell me. I can't use the portraits any longer to keep an eye around the school. Suddenly the door opened and Amelia Bones along with several Aurors barged into my room along with a stunned Charlie Weasley in cuffs. Vicky Ravenclaw and Nymphadora are there too. Dear Merlin, is he already caught? But how could that be? I have removed any connections he had related to Nymphadora being drugged. he only knew that Nymphadora was drugged but he had no idea who drugged her with what, so Amelia couldn't have arrested him. Albus, calm down, you need to play it cool. Ah. Amelia, so how can I help you and what is Charlie Weasley cuffed? I asked her in my usual tone and tried to use leglomancy to read their surface thoughts. TCH. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. She brought the Aurors who are good acclamans. It's Madam Bones to you when I am on duty and Charlie Weasley is arrested for possession of a mordinia linked with him. He had already used them on Nymphadora Tonks, Amelia said in a stoic voice and gestured towards Nymphadora. I was completely shocked. Was he already carrying a mordinia on him to drug Nymphadora? This was my fault. I should have checked before. Now, I need to defuse this situation. I can't let this escalate. Ah, there must have been some mistake, I assure you. It must have been a prank, I said in my grandfatherly and used leglomancy on young Nymphadora this time so that I could know about the situation. Reading the mind of Vicky Ravenclaw would have been much better and welcome, but her damn family ring protects her from any mind reading or altering magic. I was quite surprised on the inside even though I was completely calm outside. I didn't expect Nymphadora to have strong mental shields like this. Yes, her shields are still weak and I could break them, but she would definitely know that I used leglomancy. I don't care if it was a prank or not, a mortinia is illegal so I have to carry my duty and arrest Charlie Weasley, Amelia said with her stern face. Can't you look away from this matter, Madam Bones? He is still a young boy. We must forgive and give him a chance, after all young people can make a lot of mistakes. I started to give another speech hoping that Amelia would let it go, but Vicky Ravenclaw cut me off. I don't care if he is young or not. I will not have a student like him in Hogwarts and sully our ancestor's name, Miss Ravenclaw said in a cold tone. I can't let this happen. Weasleys are my avid supporter. Please, Miss Ravenclaw, he made a mistake, we must forgive him so we could bring him to. I was saying, but Vicky Ravenclaw cut me off. How dare she? I am the great Albus Dumbledore, how can she cut me off? That's Lady Ravenclaw to you and I am not privy of your matters. You can forgive or do whatever you want, but after Madam Bones takes him with her he would never enter Hogwarts again, Vicky said with complete seriousness in her voice. Even though I was completely filled with rage. I can't blow up. I have to try again. Lady Ravenclaw, surely you won't destroy someone's future just for a prank, right? You are a Ravenclaw, how can you destroy someone's education? I asked her in a disappointed grandfatherly tone. I also attacked her family background. This is my last try. If she still persists then I have to let her have her way. But there was something in Vicky Ravenclaw's eyes that scared me. It seemed that she already knew how I would react. This same thing happened during the meeting when she dissolved the board and when I tried to bring back Severus. It wasn't a prank, Professor. He used the drug on my friend and would have surely taken advantage of her if I didn't intervene. This wasn't a prank, this was a rape attempt, Vicky Ravenclaw said with venom in her voice while glaring at me. She was challenging me to say anything more. Looks like I have to give up now. At least he won't be punished since he is a pureblood. Even if he is a Weasley, the court would still prefer him over Nymphadora Tonks, especially after her mother is disowned by her family. I am truly disappointed in you, Lady Ravenclaw. I didn't expect you to destroy someone's future, I said in a disappointed and saddened voice after releasing a sad sigh. I would need to plant my image in their minds. After all, it seems it worked since Nymphadora Tonks looked quite uneasy because of it. If it had been before, there would have been no way that I would have allowed Amelia and the Aurors to know about this. But, without even informing me, Vicky Ravenclaw brought the Aurors. This gives me a bigger reason to gain control over Vicky Ravenclaw. After all, it is all for the greater good. Soon all of them left my room. The Aurors took away Charlie Weasley and Nymphadora, and Vicky Ravenclaw just went to their dorms. I immediately turned my head towards the floor. If Charlie Weasley had a mordinia in his possession, then I am sure that Molly Weasley brew it. I had to inform Molly. I can't lose Molly now. I have already lost Severus. Losing Molly would deal a huge blow to me. I immediately ran towards the flue and took some flue powder and called the Weasley residence. Even if Vicky Ravenclaw has control of the wards of Hogwarts, our flues are still active and can be used by us. Soon Molly answered from the other side. Molly, it's an urgent matter, open the flue. I need to come over, I said in a hurry with worry on my face. I have to act like I care, after all Weasleys are one of my greatest allies. Of course, Professor, Molly said and opened the flue. POV Namuri, Vicky. 1 week has passed since Charlie Weasley and I just returned from his trial and I am completely lost. Rio and Momo had told me before like Tonks did, but I didn't believe them. I thought it would be still worth a try, but nothing. The court didn't even consider Tonks as a person with rights. It was a complete ruse. He was only thrown out of Hogwarts because I made it so, but he only got a slap on his wrist from the court, and warning, that is all. I have read that the wands of wizards are snapped when they are expelled from Hogwarts, but that didn't happen this time. They just said he is a pureblood and we can't take rights of magic from a pureblood for a half-blood. It was a completely unanimous decision. They allowed Charlie Weasley to walk away without any punishment, and what's more, his mother, who brewed the Amordinia, just got a warning because Albus Dumbledore protected her. This world is completely rotten, it's rotten to its core. Rios is right. If you want to deal with someone, then get rid of him or her. Chapter 98, Enchantments and Visiting MHA World. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. The trial of Charlie Weasley proceeded just like I have thought it would. I just hope Namiri doesn't pull an Obito to correct this rotten world. Even though she is currently gone into enchanting stuff, but the risk is still there. Yeah, if she wants to go Obito in this world, then I would obviously support her because this world truly needs some cleansing. So, how is your progress? I asked Namiri, who was tirelessly working on enchantments. Since Namiri is 17, she has stopped using the aging potion. I am still learning and experimenting with some simple enchantments. I still have a long way to go before I can make something similar to my ring, Namiri said, while her head was still buried in the huge tome she has been reading till now. It has been just a week since the trial and Namiri had started to learn this new genre. This made me really proud and shocked that she gave up reading porn temporarily to learn enchanting. The incident must have impacted her seriously. Now, she wants to make something like her lady ring. Not all the functions were needed, she just wanted to replicate the mental protections in the lady ring, and Momo has been helping her with the project. If she is able to finish this, then it would be really helpful because we would also stop needing the neutralizing potions during our time in Hogwarts. For now, it's okay. We can't force our way through or it might cause some accident. I don't want to blow up my face during enchanting, Momo replied from the side. She was also reading a huge tome. It was a grimoire to be exact. It wasn't one of my objectives to learn enchanting, but I won't say that it is useless. I simply wanted to avoid it because it was really dangerous. Accidents happen, and if they happen during enchanting, then losing a hand is just a small accident because most times someone loses their whole upper body. That is why I am present here, so if any accidents happen I can protect Namiri and Momo using my Aegis shield. Rumi was Rumi, so she was busy with her physical training. Now that I think of it, it's really surprising how quickly time passes. Wow, it has been 7 years. 7 fucking years since we have come to this world. In 2 more months, we would be starting Hogwarts. I have finished most of the things I wanted to do and my training has been also going smoothly. The girls also have been working tirelessly and now they have progressed leaps and bounds. I think it would be really great to take a small break, and even if Momo doesn't show it, but I know she misses her parents and Eri. I shouldn't say that, as I also miss my mom and dad. Then it's decided, we will be going to the MHA world for a small break. Girls, I think we should take a break. All of us have been working really hard since we have arrived in this world, I said, breaking out Namiri and Momo from their studious states. But where? Let's go to Japan. I really miss the Sakura Blossom, Momo said. Yeah, let's go Japan. I want to get some Japanese porn for my collection. Namiri said in an excited voice while stars formed in her eyes. Even though I clearly heard Namiri, I decided to ignore her. A pervert is always a pervert and Namiri is a super pervert. Well, then, let's inform Rumi. We would be going tomorrow, I said, and Momo pulled out her phone and called Rumi. They wanted to visit Japan. In a way we will be going to Japan, so I didn't try to correct their mistake. Rumi also got happy when she learned that we would be visiting Japan for a vacation before we start Hogwarts. The rest of the day passed at a quick pace. All 4 of us were really excited about the vacation. We decided not to have sex because we would be leaving early in the morning. So, the 4 of us simply cuddled together in the bed. The next day we woke up early and entered the shower together. Even though Namiri wanted a quick shag, but she was stopped by the 3 of us. We quickly got ready. Momo, Rumi, and Namiri started to brace themselves for the uncomfortable ride due to long-distance portkey, but a portal appeared right in front of us. Seeing the portal, Momo was the first one to react. Momo immediately turned towards me and pulled me into a tight embrace. This is really a good surprise, Momo whispered into my ear. Soon the 2-way turned into a 4-way hug. Namiri and Rumi also joined the hug. Namiri made a comment about how she was going to sharpen her memory with modern porn, but like always we ignored her. The 4 of us quickly entered the portal and we were back in the backyard of the Yaoyorozu compound. It was evening here. This air is really polluted. Rumi took a deep breath and frowned. We were already back in our old body and the clothes on our body also grew. God's magic is really powerful. All of us immediately walked inside the house and Momo went looking for her mom and dad while I went towards my house. Namiri and Rumi decided to follow me. I don't know how much time passed since we left this world, but I don't that this world was in stasis. I knocked on the door and after a few seconds, my mom opened the door. I greeted her with my usual smile on my face. How are you, Mom? I asked her, but my mom didn't answer and pulled me into her motherly hug. She didn't cry, so I guess not much time has passed. I am so happy that you came back, but I still didn't expect you to come back so quickly, my mom said while looking at me. Now, I really want to know how much time has passed here. How much time has passed since we left this world? I asked her. It has been a month since you left, so how was your new world? My mom asked while bringing me inside our house with a gentle smile on her face. So, only a month has passed here while we were there for about 7 years. The new world is nice, we were there for 7 years even though only a month passed here, I said. My mom was quite surprised and shocked that 7 years has passed while only a month has passed in this world. My mom was about to do something but she was pulled into a hug by Namiri. Gah. My mom grunted out while trying to get out of the hug but found out Namiri was too strong for her escape. Mom, your best daughter-in-law has returned. Namiri said in an excited voice, completely ignoring the dead look my mom was giving her. Seeing no way out, my mom finally returned Namiri's hug. Even though my mom somewhat accepted Namiri as her daughter-in-law, she was still somewhat uncomfortable. It's really amusing to see their interaction. Namiri finally allowed my mom to go. Rumi was the next to hug her. My mom was quite okay with her, so she happily accepted Rumi's hug. After that, the four of us sat down and started to chat about the interesting things we found in the HP world. Even though we kept all the sad and depressing things from her, my mom was also excited learning that magic was real. Apparently, when she was small she believed in magic. Soon, Dad also arrived and was surprised to see that I was back. After that, I chatted with Dad while the Yaoyorises came to our house. Momo was hugging Eri all the time and wanted to keep her away from Namiri. Everyone in the house unanimously agreed with Momo, which made Namiri pout, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to do anything. Namiri and Rumi helped in the kitchen while everyone decided to have a family dinner in our house. Even though our house wasn't that big, but our new dining table was really big. After graduation from UA High, I became a pro hero, so I upgraded the furniture in our house. I wanted to change the house, but my mom and dad really liked it here, so the idea of changing house have to be thrown out of the window. We really enjoyed our time. Momo was really happy to meet her parents and Eri after 7 years. I was also the same way. We decided to stay here for 2 weeks here. I knew from God that time won't pass in HP world when we stay here. After the family dinner, we chatted about various stuff before we finally decided to call it a day. Chapter 99, Collapse and Tonks's Tour. Edited. Just like Rio and others have thought, the economy of magical Britain has collapsed. Namiri had arranged a meeting for the people who wanted to discuss new terms, but most of them entailed giving her a home husband. Some men were so old that even the original Namiri would have to call them granddad. Many saw that Namiri rejecting all the men, so they thought that she might be a witch's witch, so they started to offer women. Namiri rejected them too. By the end of the meeting, Namiri was wondering why she even bothered with this meeting at all. Since the meeting didn't go like the debtors wanted, they had to pay all the money they owed to the Ravenclaws, which left most of them in shambles. The ones who were left with money had to close their business because their remaining funds were not enough to run the business. The prominent families who owed the Ravenclaws money also had to empty most part of their vaults to return the money. They enjoyed the money till now, since the Ravenclaws were extinct and there was no one to claim all those money, and now they had to pay not only the money but interest on top of that. That made them bleed. Only a few families were spared from this situation. Like the Weasleys, Bones, Longbottoms, and Potters. They were rich enough themselves, so they didn't have to borrow any money from the Ravenclaws. Families like Blacks were unlucky. Unfortunately, Sirius had to give up a sizable amount of his fortune to pay off the debt. In fact, he looked quite happy while handing over the money to Ravenclaws. Malfoys have arrived in Britain before Ravenclaws were gone, so they had to borrow money so that they could establish their family here. Carrows, Crabs, Goyles, Crouch, Lestrange, Knots, Rosiers, Selwyns, Travers, and Yaxleys also paid dearly because of this debt collection. Many of their businesses were closed due to that. Lestrange's and Travers's vaults weren't enough to pay off the debt, so some of their properties were also seized. Torquil Travers made a lot of rackets, but there wasn't anything he could have done. Yeah, he tried spouting about Namiri being a half-blood, but no one wanted to support him on this useless campaign. Gaunts were dirt poor when they died off, so Namiri got nothing from the Gaunts. So, Rio's aim was achieved. He wanted the Death Eaters to run on coffers, and now he achieved that. There was a simple reason to do this. Rio knew that Moldy Short's gonna be back and he would be raising another war. He can't kill Moldy Shorts, and Rio had doubts that Harry would be able to kill him when he rises up. No matter how much Harry trains, he can't bridge the gap of raw strength between them. No matter what kind of monster Tom was, but no one would argue the fact that Tom is a strong wizard on par with Dumbles. And even if Harry somehow closes the gap of raw strength between the two of them, he will still lack the experience Tom has. Now, even if Harry was getting trained by Sirius, but he was worlds apart from Tom's power. In the books, Harry survived a lot of confrontations between them. Rio knows that Lady Luck's role in that. If Rio was in Tom's place, then he would have killed Harry in the first year. As Rio always believed in nipping it in the bud before it blooms. So, now in the matter of wars you need money to raise them. Now, from what Rio knew, Moldy Shorts didn't claim Slytherin's airship, so he didn't money from there. Gaunts were poorer than Weasleys, so Gaunts were also off the board. So, Tommy Boy got his funds from his followers. Now, almost all of his followers had to empty their pockets, and you can't raise war on empty pockets. Rio could have specifically pointed out the Death Eaters and taken the debts from their families, but he wanted to empty Dumbledore's pockets too. If no side had any money, then no side would be able to push the other. The members of the Order of Phoenix also lost a huge amount of money, and Rio always wanted to collapse the economy of someplace, and this was such a nice chance to give up. Now, when the whole magical Britain was facing a dark time because their economy collapsed, the people responsible for this were sitting near a fireplace cuddled together in their vacation home on the snowy mountains of Russia. POV Rio, Edgar. After we came back from the MHA world after enjoying 2 weeks of vacation in our original world, we decided to continue our vacation and came to our vacation home in Russia. Neither of the girls have been on any vacation in the mountains, so here we were. This was our last day and we would be going back. I have already read about the dark times in Britain, but I don't care in the slightest. Why the hell would I do that? This works really great for my plans. But, some articles on Namuri printed by the Daily Prophet were not nice. Now that I think of it, most magicals are sheep and believe whatever shit written on the paper, or the smear campaign on Harry and his fifth wouldn't have worked. Namuri, I need you to do something, I said, looking down on Namuri, who was cuddling over me. She was by my left side. She immediately lifted her head and looked towards me with a stupid grin on her face. I don't know why she even had that expression on her face. She might be having some perverted thoughts and found them interesting. Yeah, what is it? Namuri asked me. By the Daily Prophet, I need to control the information source of magical Britain, I said, while Namuri got a confused look on her face. If this is because of the things they wrote about me, then you don't have to. Namuri started to speak, but Momo cut her off. No, it's because magical people are sheep and they blindly believe whatever tripe or shit they write on their paper. It would be really nice to have control over that. And now you could, but the whole business dirt cheap, now that everything related to the economy has collapsed, Momo, who was on my right side, corrected Namuri. Oh, okay. I will arrange a meeting with their boss after we get back to Britain, Namuri said, and the stupid grin came back on her face. Only by that I knew that she went back to her perverted little world. POV Namuri, Vicky. After having a month of nice vacation, I was finally back in Britain. Well, actually it was only 2 weeks, because the time when we were in our original world time was frozen here, and we enjoyed only 2 weeks in our vacation home in Russia. Today, I was gonna bring Tonks over to Castle Ravenclaw for a small tour, so Rio, Momo, and Rumi were in our mundane flat. Finally getting dressed in mundane clothes, I operated out of the castle and arrived in front of Tonks' residence. It's just like I remembered. I went up to their door and was about to knock, but the door opened. It was Tonks who opened the door. She must have been waiting right in front of the door. How long you have been waiting here? I asked her, giving her a blank stare. Tonks had the decency to blush due to her embarrassment because her hair changed slightly red. Sometimes she is just an easy book to read. Tonks finally gathered all her bearings. I don't know what you are talking about. I heard someone operating, so I came to check, Tonks said, trying to make up a decent lie. Yeah, right, then let's go going, but let me greet Mr. and Mrs. Tonks first, I said the first part in a blank tone. Well, my mom is out for groceries while my dad is in his office, Tonks said, and grabbed my hand and pulled me inside. Now, spill up, how do you know Magneto? Tonks asked in a whispering tone. First let be off to Castle Ravenclaw, we can freely talk there, I said, and Tonks nodded to that. I extended my hand, which she grabbed. Hold tightly, this is gonna be rough, I said, and sighed along, operad, bringing Tonks with me. We arrived right outside the castle gates and Tonks ended sprawled on her ass. Oops arse. Tonks. Are you okay there? I asked with a smug grin. Tonks just glared at me while getting up from the ground and dusted off her pants. You did that intentionally. Tonks exclaimed at me as she continued glaring. Oh. I don't know, what are you talking about, I said, and gestured her towards the front. Tonks gave me a stink eye and looked at what I was showing her. Her eyes grew wide as much as possible and her jaw hanged open. Don't catch a fly with that, I said, and closed her mouth. I poured my magic in the ring and the huge metal opened wide and I walked in. I heard Tonks gulped in awe and entered the premises while following me. While walking down path, Tonks was completely silent. She was looking all around like a small kid. We finally arrived right in front of the gates when Tonks grabbed my arm, stopping me. I looked at her and she was looking at me with a myriad of expressions. I read the paper, she finally spoke. Yeah, so what about it? I don't care what they write about me, I said, and waved my hand. No. I am asking why you did that, Tonks said with a serious voice, but she continued. You know, you made the whole magical Britain your enemy, right? Tonks said, to which I just nodded my head. Then why? Tonks asked me in complete bewilderment. Magneto asked me. I was saying, but before I could finish she cut me off. Why? What's your connection with him? I don't think it's still enough to make whole magical Britain your enemy, Tonks said with a serious voice. There is huge plot behind that, and some of us are fighting to stop it. Magneto might seem to be the bad guy, but it's actually the opposite, or else Amelia Bones and your parents won't have joined our cause, I said to Tonks. Tonks was really shocked and surprised that her parents have joined Magneto's side, and Amelia Bones joining him was much more surprising. Tonks have read about Amelia Bones because she wanted to know her future department head. Then tell me what this plot is. After some minutes passed, Tonks finally spoke up with determination filled in her eyes. I grabbed Tonks' shoulder and apparat both of us to our garden. I gestured her towards the seat and I sat down on the opposite side. Well, this goes back to the year of 1980, with that the tale started. Chapter 100, Evil Ahem Nice and Good Plans. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. While Namuri was off to meet Tonks and give her a small tour of Castle Ravenclaw, I was thinking about making my next evil, ahem nice and good plans. Now, the news of Harry Potter leaving Britain would be coming out. From what I know, Harry would be attending either Beauxbatons or Drumstrang. So, I could easily manipulate the information and make Dumbles take the whole blame for Harry leaving Britain permanently. But even if I own the Daily Prophet, that is really hard to do because there is no information to begin with. Yes, everyone knows that Dumbles is the one who is responsible for Harry now, and Dumbles is hiding their hero for now, so they would ask questions and rage on Dumbles, but he could just pass it off lightly. But if the whole truth comes out about Harry's childhood, then that is a completely different matter. I am sure that he would lose at least one of his positions, and it would be a massive blow to his reputation. Now, I know the only person who will be able to excite the public with her words, and she has a reputation of destroying reputations with her vicious articles. The name of the person is Rita Skeeter, the illegal water Betel Inimicus. I know she is vicious with her articles, and that is why she would be the best for this. Yeah, she could turn on me with any given chance. That is why I would be making her take an unbreakable vow one way or other. So, Rita Skeeter, it is. Now, let's think about the most troublesome Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy is my #1 priority, but I am conflicted. Should I kill him now and rip off the memory related to the diary from his mind, or wait for my second year when he willingly gives away the diary and kill him after that? Ah, so many choices, so little time. Alas, I should get my plan moving with Rita Skeeter. I would also need her help to announce that 3 more Ravenclaw heirs are found by inheritance test. The time of hiding is gone. Now, each of the girls are strong enough to fight Dumbles and come on top. I quickly got up and opened my trunk. My armor is there along with aging potions. I quickly gulped down the potion and changed into my armor. I walked out of my trunk and went to look for Momo. I found Momo in front of a huge wall-sized LED TV, obviously made by her powers, and she was playing a game on a PS5. This is also made by her. Ah, it's quite nice to see that she is doing something else than reading tomes and grimoires. Where's Rumi? I asked her. Momo paused the game and looked at me. Oh, she went out jogging. Where are you going? Momo answered and asked me, looking curious. Because every time I went out in this armor I usually make some news. I am going to visit Harry. I need his help make one of my plans, I said, to which Momo nodded and went back to playing. After getting that done, I apparat out of the flat and appeared in the backyard of Black Vacation Home. Harry's head immediately popped out of the window and waved at me. After a few seconds, Harry and Sirius both walked out of the house. Good morning, Harry. How is it going, Sirius? I greeted both of them, to which both of them greeted back. Since it was early morning, we decided to sit outside as I conjured 3 chairs and a table right between us. Harry. I will be needing your help with something, I said, to which both Harry and Sirius were slightly surprised, but Harry still nodded his head. Ah, wait, would you mind if I get someone else? This would be a big move that would shake up what's remaining of magical Britain, I said, to which both Sirius and Harry agreed. Seeing them agree, I immediately apparat out and appeared outside the Bones Manor. It's time to get Bonesy, and irking her is just a bonus. I walked through the wards casually like they didn't even exist, and the door opened after a few seconds as an irritated Amelia walked out. I hate you, can't you come like a normal person? Amelia asked while glaring at me. Ah, but where would be any fun in that? I asked, and 2 veins popped on Amelia's head. Amelia, we would be going somewhere. I will be waiting here, I said to her. This made her lose her irritation, and nodded her head. She immediately went inside. It has been a few minutes and I was still waiting down here getting bored, so I pulled out my phone and started to browse pictures. Goddamn, did she find out that we are going to meet her unmarried husband? Only after a few seconds she came out in her usual Madame Bones attire. She looked at my phone and I could see curiousness in her eyes, but I put it in my pocket. So where are we going? Amelia asked me, giving up her curiosity. To meet your unmarried husband, I said in a jolly tone. This made Amelia give me a blank stare, but before she could say anything I placed my hand on her shoulder. Why? Only this came out of her mouth before she found herself in a completely different place. Hey, Amelia. Sirius stuttered out, looking quite surprised and scared, while Amelia's head whisked towards the voice and glared at him without answering and huffed. Her face was now pointing towards the sky. She portrayed a pure-blooded witch masterfully. How surprising. I didn't know you could make a pose like that, I said, commenting. That's not it. Amelia exclaimed, completely out of her usual stern persona, but how her relationship is with me, it was quite usual. Amelia. I know. Sirius started to say, but Amelia just huffed and looked away. Even though it was really amusing to see their interaction, I decided to put a stop to it for now because we needed to deal with the elephant in the room, or the backyard. Sirius, you can chat with her all you want, but we have much more important stuff to talk about now. Amelia, please take a seat, I said. This brought back Amelia and Sirius to earth. Amelia quickly got her professional look and sat down in the chair I have conjured for her. She quickly greeted Harry. Sirius, seeing that there was no option, sat down. So, what did you needed my help with? Harry asked me. This made both Amelia and Sirius turn their heads towards me. I want you to give an interview about your childhood with the Dursleys, I said, and immediately got an answer. No, not happening. Harry had barely forgotten that hell, and I won't let him live up those memories again, Sirius said with a serious face. But I kept my eyes on Harry, who was still thinking. But why? How would it help you? Harry finally asked. I guess you won't be attending Hogwarts, right? I asked Harry, to which he nodded his head. I'm planning to go to Beauxbatons, Harry said, to which I nodded my head. Now, from next month Hogwarts is starting, so the news will be out that you have left Britain and went to France. Dumbles will be blamed, but he could still do damage control, saying that you were not safe here, so he sent you to Beauxbatons. I was saying, but Amelia pitched in and gave her thoughts on the topic. Yes, this would somewhat ruin his reputation, and questions will be asked if he is senile or not, but he would come out unscathed more or less. But from how Mr. Black reacted, I expect that Harry's childhood wasn't happy as we were made to believe, right? Amelia finished making her point. Hearing her, Harry just snorted while both Sirius and I nodded our heads. But if we release the whole story via Harry's interview, then it would make the wrath of whole Britain come down on Albus Dumbledore, because he will become the sole reason for why Harry left Britain and hates this place. With the current situation of magical Britain, Dumbledore will be unable to do anything and he will lose a lot of his support, I said with a happy tone. Hearing me, Harry nodded his head. Fine. I will give the interview, Harry said, but Sirius looked unsure. Are you sure, pup? You never talked about it. Sirius began to say with clear concern for Harry in his voice, but Harry pitched in. Yes, Sirius. I need to speak about it sometime, and from what Magneto is planning, this will be a good time, Harry said with clear determination in his voice. It's good and all, but who are you going to use? Anonymous sources won't work, you know, Amelia said, looking at me. Of course I know that. I already have someone in my mind. So, what do you think about Rita Skeeter? I asked the group. No. No way in hell I will let that bitch anywhere near Harry. Sirius said with a determined voice. Ignore the idiot. I completely agree with you that if you want to ruin someone, then Rita Skeeter would be perfect, but are you sure that she won't betray us or you and turn on us? Amelia asked, completely ignoring Sirius, even calling him an idiot. Hey. I am not an idiot, Sirius protested, but he was ignored, again. Yes. I plan to force her into an unbreakable vow, I said, and Amelia looked quite skeptical. From what I know about that woman, she would never make a normal oath, and you can't use Imperius Curse to make someone take an unbreakable vow. Magic itself won't let you, so what's your plan? Amelia asked me. I never ever imagined that head of the DMLE would not mind someone using an unforgivable, Sirius said, and yet he was ignored, again. Quite surprising, right? You don't have to worry, pain can be sometimes a nice motivation, I said, to which Amelia nodded her head. Hey. Stop ignoring me, both of you. Sirius screamed, but still got no reaction from us. Then Cruciatus Curse it is, well, I don't mind. Not that I can stop you, would you mind if I accompany you? After all, I want to see her reaction when she sees me with you, Amelia said, and a sadistic smile appeared on her face. Ah, perhaps you hate that woman? I asked Amelia. I have never expected that she would want to come with me when I use some motivational methods on someone to join my merry band. I don't hate her. I loathe her whole being, Amelia said while gritting her teeth. Wow, that bug must have done something really bad to get on Amelia's bad side. Sure. I will take you back now. I will pick you up before I visit my next victim, ahem, ally. Both of you stay up. I will come with Rita Skeeter later, I said, and grabbed Amelia's shoulder but didn't apparate. I gestured towards Sirius, to which she shook her head. After getting confirmation that she didn't want to talk with Sirius, I operated out and appeared in front of Bones Manor with Amelia.